Puck Buddies, written by Lili Valente, narrated by Andi, Arndt, and Sebastian York. Chapter 1. Bree. My sister's wedding is something special, and so is she. Haley has always been my hero. Long before she beat cancer, graduated valedictorian, or made the 30 under 30 businesswomen in Portland to watch list, she was my kick-ass sissy and very best friend. And Will, her soon-to-be husband, is the big brother I never had, a true knight in shining armor. Or knight in shining black leather, I guess, since he and Haley are living kinkily ever after. But I've done my best to put what little I know about my sister's sex life out of my mind. That's not the kind of thing I want to have rolling around in my head when facing my brother-in-law across the Thanksgiving dinner table. So I did a Jedi mind wipe on myself, and it worked. Mostly. Though, sometimes when Haley shows up for a Saturday morning sister date with an especially goofy smile on her face, I do wonder what naughtiness put the spring in her step. I also wonder if I'm ever going to find someone to put a spring in mine, but that kind of worry isn't on the agenda for today. Today isn't a day for mourning the tragically intact state of my ancient hymen. Today is a day for celebrating the awesome and inspiring power of true love. The sun is shining, Oregon is covered in spring green and June flowers, and my sister is getting married on the rooftop of a hotel in McMinnville, Oregon, with vineyards blanketing the surrounding hills and UFO enthusiasts cheering from the streets below. The UFO enthusiasts weren't a planned part of the celebration. Haley somehow managed to book her wedding on the same weekend as quirky McMinnville's annual Alien Days festival, but I think they add flair and fun. My mother, however, is not amused. "What is on that man's head?" Mom fusses, her blonde brow furrowing as she leans over the railing to peer at the street below. I glance over my shoulder. Antennae? Do aliens have antennae? Are they like insects? And why is that woman's baby painted blue? She's green and the baby is blue. I'm guessing the father must be blue, I offer dryly. Or maybe the grandmother or grandfather, in the case of a recessive gene, but I'm not an expert in alien genetics, so don't quote me. Mom shifts her narrow gaze my way. Very funny, Sabrina. Just trying to lighten the mood, Mother. It's all in good fun, and Will and Haley don't seem to mind sharing their special day with the aliens. But what if we can't hear the vows? Mom fluffs her bob with one ring-laden hand as she tisks. And why are those men dressed like hammers? That makes absolutely no sense. Hammerhead aliens? Like a hammerhead shark? I glance back down at the street where the men dressed as hammers are cavorting down the parade route behind a group of cackling witches. Or it could have something to do with beer. Doesn't a brewery around here have a hammerhead ale? I have no idea, but I could go for a drink. A strong one, Mom says, making me laugh as I kiss her forehead. Then I'll go fetch you one, sweet mama. Don't worry. It's all going to be perfect. Just wait and see. I cross the roof to the bar on the other side, where a number of the groomsmen are already crowded around a table, nursing pints as they wait for the festivities to begin. I sidle up to the bar beside a familiar pair of broad shoulders and nudge Shane Wallace's elbow with mine. You ready for this, best man? He shakes his shaggy blonde head, triggering that little flip in my stomach that happens every time he casts his baby blues my way. Wallace is a looker, no doubt. All-American golden boy with a side of buff, hockey-playing alpha male and an inner goofball that keeps a near-perpetual smile on his face. But friends are on my look-don't-touch list. I treasure my buddies too much to risk losing one to post-traumatic romance disorder. As ready as I'll ever be, he says, stretching his head to one side and rubbing at the place where his neck meets his muscled shoulder. I laugh. Nervous? A little, he admits with a crooked grin. Mostly about the reception toast. As soon as that's over, I'll be all good. I'm not a fan of public speaking. Just imagine everyone naked, I offer. That's what I'm going to do during my speech. He clears his throat. I think I'll pass on that. Why? I tease. Most of the people here would probably look okay naked. Even my mom's a babe for 52. Shane's face wrinkles in horror so intense I can't help but laugh. You're evil, he says, nudging me in the ribs. I'm a gentleman, Sabrina. I don't imagine ladies naked, especially ladies old enough to be my mother. Besides, I have my own coping strategy, thank you very much. And what's that? I ask, still giggling. Reminding myself that I'm in the home stretch around here. Aside from a few parties and the summer scrimmage pickup games, I'm pretty much done with the Badgers. So, if I screw up, they can only make my life miserable in the locker room for so long. My smile falls away so fast I flinch like I've dropped something. Wait, what? Why? You aren't quitting hockey, are you? You love hockey. Shane's dark blonde brows draw together. No, I'm not quitting. I was transferred to Kansas City. I thought you knew. Haley asked if she could invite you to my goodbye barbecue, and I said yes. No, she hasn't asked me. At least, not yet. But she's been busy with the wedding, so I shake my head numbly, feeling strangely abandoned. Shane and I have been hanging out a lot more in the past 6 months. I thought we'd become good friends, but apparently I was wrong. Why didn't he tell me himself? And why do I suddenly want to dive into his arms, hug him so tight he can't breathe, and beg him not to go? Brendan's retiring to go coach the new expansion team, and I'm going with him, he continues. I'm actually looking forward to it. I'll always love Portland, but I'm ready to move on, try something new. Yeah, I mean, that's great. I feign interest in scraping a bit of stray pink polish from the skin next to my thumbnail. I hope it's awesome. He grunts. Why don't I believe you? I look up sharply. No, I do. I just wish you'd told me. I just did, he says, holding my gaze with an intensity that makes me feel too warm despite the cool evening. You know what I mean, I murmur, my pulse beating faster. I'm not sure I do, Bree. If I'd told you earlier, he shrugs. I don't think it would have changed anything, do you? My mouth opens, closes, opens again, but no words come out. Shane and I have danced around this subject more than once, but he's never gotten this close to flat out saying that he wants more than friendship. And I've never gotten this close to confessing that it's impossible for me to be more than his gourmet French fry and antique hunting buddy. Even though I want to. Even though I have naughty dreams about sexy Shane Wallace more often than I would like to admit. Even though he's not only drop-dead gorgeous, but also unfailingly kind, and fun, and easy to be around. He's the kind of guy the whole friends with benefits thing was invented to accommodate. Because sometimes you just need to be close to someone you trust while you're waiting for Mr. Perfect to come along. If I were capable of making that leap, he would be the ideal number one. If I weren't a weirdo with a medical condition insane enough to ensure I'll most likely spend the rest of my life alone. Blah, I finally blurt out. Words have failed me once again. It happens a lot, making me fear my dream of getting my PhD in marriage and family therapy will always remain just that, a dream. Therapists have to have words. It's a non-negotiable part of the talking to people about their feelings for a living gig. Blah? Shane arches a brow. Yes, blah. I flip my bangs from my forehead with a nervous flick of my fingers before I lift a hand to the bartender. A white wine, please, sir. A big nerve-soothing one, for the mother of the bride. Is she having wedding day jitters? Shane asks, gracefully changing the subject. No, I think she has an alien phobia. I lean back against the bar, glancing across the roof to where my mother is still shaking her head and clucking at the UFO parade streaming by below. Or maybe just a weirdness phobia. Mom likes to color inside the lines. It must have been hard for her, raising a weirdo like you. Grin curving my lips, I bonk Shane's shoulder with a loose fist. I am not a weirdo. Weird, Shane insists. Like you're one to talk. Last time I checked, you were still collecting creepy salt and pepper shakers. Not creepy. Unique. He pauses, lifting a hand to adjust the flower crown that's been slipping down into my eyes all afternoon. I have a deep appreciation for unique things.
And unique people.
My lips part, and electricity prickles sweetly across my skin, promising that this could be the night, that Shane could be the one, that things could be different this time if I'm careful and honest. But how to be honest about something like my crazy something? Shane says he likes unique things, but I doubt that applies to the unique absurdity of my whacked-out immune system. My body turned traitor to love. Or sex, anyway. And what man wants love without sex? Certainly not Shane. He may be a sweetheart, but he also oozes sensuality. He sizzles with it, exudes an I'd love to pounce vibe that makes me a little anxious sometimes when we're alone. It's one of the reasons I prefer to hang out with him with other friends, in public places. I'm afraid that I'll do something, say something, confess something I shouldn't. You're drop-dead delicious, Shane, but I'm allergic to semen. Like, for real. It makes my entire body break out in hives and my throat close up. Sexy, huh? So I'm imagining that's probably a deal-breaker for you, but if it isn't... I can imagine myself blurting it all out right now. Can imagine the expression on his face as he realizes I'm definitely not his kind of unique. Not any guy's kind of unique. Thankfully, before the awkward silence can stretch on any longer, the bartender saves me by plunking a glass of wine next to my arm. Thanks. I grip the thin stem like a lifeline as I glance back up at Shane. Good luck. I'm sure your speech will be great. I'll be rooting for you.
Ditto, Doc, he says.
I'm still finishing undergrad. It's going to be a long time before I'm a doc, I remind him. If I ever get there.
You'll get there,
he says without a trace of doubt.
I believe in you, Sabrina Marks, and I'll miss you. Take care of yourself, okay?
Okay, I echo as my heart does a somersault and my throat squeezes tight. Why, oh why, does he have to be like this? So wonderful, so kind, so absolutely booty call irresistible in every way. The questions linger as I proceed to get my mother gently drunk, ensuring that by wedding go time she's sufficiently relaxed not to care that someone in a room downstairs is blasting the theme song from the X-Files so loud it's competing with the wedding march as Haley glides down the aisle. But it's hard to be stressed out when in the presence of this kind of joy. Haley and Will are shining, glowing, sparkling with love. The pair of them so perfectly in sync in their adoration that their gathered friends and family spend most of the ceremony sighing with sappy happiness. The reception is just as lovely, with a delicious meal, inspiring toasts. Shane's is as perfect as I'd expected it to be, and Will and Haley spinning around the floor for their first dance like they were made to move together, to be two halves of one whole, to be forever. Forever. I want that. So much. But I would be happy with much less. With a summer fling with a good friend. Or maybe just a really sexy June, during which I might finally be able to ditch the V-card that's weighing me down, making every obstacle to finding Mr. Right seem even more insurmountable. Most nights I know better than to hope for such things. But whether it's the romance in the air, or the moonlight on my skin, or that third glass of wine I probably shouldn't have gulped quite so fast, by the time Shane asks me to dance, I'm starting to wonder if I've been too hasty, too closed-minded, too eager to shut things down when I should be lighting them up. As Shane pulls me into his arms, one big hand flat on the small of my back and the other curled around my fingers, I let myself sway closer than I would have before. I pulled the spicy, sweet smell of his cologne deep into my lungs and relish the way his scent makes me ache in places someone who's just a friend shouldn't. Though really, it's his fault for having such strong hands, such pretty muscles, and such a sexy neck. How have I never noticed what a delicious neck this man has? I tilt my head, drifting toward Shane as one slow song ends and another begins, bringing my nose closer to his smooth skin as I draw in a breath. Bree. His voice is a soothing rumble that makes me want to rest my ear on his chest and let the reverberations fill me up like a seashell. Yes, Shane, I murmur, starting to feel a little drunk on his scent.
Are you sniffing me?
I giggle, clearly tipsier than I thought if he's caught me so easily. Yes, sorry. Your cologne is yummy. It reminds me of Christmas, but not in a bad way.
What could possibly be bad about Christmas?
Well, last Christmas, my parents told us they were divorcing, so that sucked, I say, my spontaneous overshare confirming my tipsy suspicions. I haven't talked to anyone about my parents' split, some stupid part of me thinking it won't be real as long as I refuse to verbalize the details. I should retreat to my room until I recover mouth control, but instead I say, but I meant the best parts of Christmas. Cider with an extra cinnamon stick, and fresh-cut pine trees, and big fluffy socks warm right out of the dryer. Shane makes a dubious sound, but when I look up at him, he's smiling.
Thank you, but it sounds like I need to find something less seasonal for summertime.
No, I scowl. I like it. No changing. You're already moving away. That's enough changing. Shane purses his lips as he nods.
True, I am.
You're leaving in June?
Beginning of July, right after the 4th, he says, his words fanning the smoldering fire of hope.
It's crazy. I shouldn't even consider it. I shouldn't even consider considering it.
So we still have time to make it to the west side for another batch of dirty fries, he says, the word dirty on his full lips making a fine layer of sweat break out between my breasts. It's a cool night, and my pink flapper-style bridesmaid's dress is anything but heavy, but I'm clearly losing my mind, and my self-control, and my sense of self-preservation. This isn't just crazy. It's dangerous. But there's something about this night, this man, and Shane's voice as he asks, "You all right, Doc?" I shake my head and lift my chin, bringing my lips closer to his. And then, before I know what my foolish mouth is going to do next, I'm kissing him, pressing onto tiptoe, wrapping my arms around his neck, and going for it with everything in me. For his part, Shane doesn't miss a beat. One moment there's enough room between us for the Holy Spirit. The next, he's pulled me so close my breasts are flattened against his powerful chest, and our hearts are pounding in time, and tingles are sweeping through me from head to toe and back again until I'm dizzy, spinning, flying with my feet still on the ground. It is by far the best kiss of my entire life, so hot and intense and all-consuming that I know I have to go for it. Make the leap, take my stand. Take inspiration from the Alien Days festival still rocking hard below, and make one large step for womankind and ask Shane if he might consider planting his flag in my moon dust. I pull back, letting the words emerge in a rush. I like you so much, Shane, and you're crazy sexy, and I'm all about your body, but I'm allergic to semen. The slightest exposure literally makes my throat swell shut, my eyes go red, and my nose streams snot like that's my job. And it's probably only going to get worse with repeated exposure. At least that's what the doctors said. So I guess it could be considered a life and death sort of thing. Shane's eyes go so wide, I'm pretty sure I can see part of his brain peeking out beneath his lashes, but I'm in too far to turn back now. So if you're up for tackling some crazy shit like that and all the careful containment that would have to go on to make sure I don't die after we bang, I step out of his arms and back toward the door to the stairs. Then shoot me a text tomorrow and we can discuss details for a friends with benefits situation before you leave. Okay? See ya. Great kiss. Sleep well. Bye. I bolt for the stairs like I'm being chased by zombies. The fast-moving kind, not shuffly retro zombs. Ignoring Shane's call for me to wait. Only, I get halfway down the first set of stairs and realize there's something important I forgot to share. I sprint back up, opening the door just as Shane is reaching for the handle, and pant into his shocked face. Also, I'm a virgin, and you would be my first all the way in the vajayjay, so take that into consideration, too. Bye, I'm leaving. Don't follow me. I have to go lock myself in a room and scream into my pillow because I can't believe I just said all those things to you out loud. The end. I vanish like a little green alien spotted by the men in black. Soon I'm back in my hotel room, hiding under the covers, madly texting the details of my most recent insanity to Stephanie, my friend who teaches yoga to the Badger Boys on Saturday mornings and my only friend, aside from Haley, who knows Shane personally,
when another text pops up on my screen. It's from Shane. I don't need to think about it. I'm in. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, kidnapped from the manger by an unidentified flying object. Quickly, I text back, should we meet up for breakfast to discuss in person? Almost immediately, he responds, I'd love to, but I have a date with the torture chamber. I'm pushing hard with my personal trainer to get ready for Kansas City. I'll be there all morning. Lunch? Nose scrunching at the unwelcome reminder of his impending departure, I respond, I've got work from noon to 10. Guess I'll see you Sunday morning then? Same time, same place? We can bargain hunt and make a buddies with Bennies plan at the same time. Just typing the words buddies with Bennies is enough to make me feel flushed all over. I can't believe this is really happening, but Shane's next text confirms this is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Can't wait. I intend to be the best Benny buddy ever, by the way. Best Benny buddy, I text back, giggling to myself like the drunk girl I am. Say that 3 times fast. Shane texts back a laughing face and a winking face, and then a tiny doctor emoji. See you Sunday, Doc. I'll be counting the hours. He'll be counting the hours. This is happening. This is really, truly happening. And I'm about to have a June I'll never, ever forget. Chapter 2. Maybe it's the excitement of the wedding day festivities, maybe it's the wine, maybe it's the enormity/gravity/insanity of the thing I've just set in motion hitting with the force of a freight train barreling off the tracks, wiping out a herd of innocent baby sheep as it tears through the prairie, but I'm pretty sure I pass out. I remember squealing into my pillow and hyperventilating a little while the theme from 2001: A Space Odyssey blasts from the street below my hotel room, but then nothing until I wake up to an insistent pinging near my ear. Cracking a single eyelid with a groan, I lift my throbbing head to see weak morning light turning the hotel curtains a lighter gray, and deduce that it is morning, but not anywhere close to a decent hour. It's an obscene hour, an hour so close to the middle of the night it should be illegal to send messages unless you need immediate medical attention, are locked out of your home in a dangerous neighborhood, or some part of you is literally on fire. Craning my head a little higher, I bring the digital clock on the bedside table into view over the mound of pillows. As I suspected, it's 5 after 5, which can mean only one thing. Stephanie Love. I grumble my friend's full name like a curse as I fumble for the cell buried somewhere in the tangled sheets. The device continues to ping, 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 another clue to the early morning texter's identity. Stephanie is the queen of the text swarm, a multitude of texts descending with such speed they occasionally get delivered out of order, forcing one to use one's brain far more than the inventors of text messages ever intended, and has the fastest thumbs in the tri-state area. My fingers finally close around my phone, and a screen full of messages, all from a pint-sized early riser, proves my hunch correct. From the texts of Bree Marks and Stephanie Love. Stephanie. Are you okay? Are you alive? Terrified cat emoji. Text me back as soon as you get this. I just saw your messages and I'm freaking out. Sending you good vibes and hoping you're all right. Praying hands emoji. Stephanie. I realize you prefer to waste the best hours of the morning sleeping, but you forfeited your right to loll about in bed all day when you confessed that you were considering doing something that could kill you. Text me back. Stephanie. This is not something to be treated lightly, Bree, no matter how ready you are to cross over the sexy time side of the fence. This is a huge decision that has serious consequences. Or maybe it already had serious consequences last night. Maybe you're in the hospital in a coma, fighting for your life because you had too much wine and made an impulsive decision. God, this is why I don't drink. Why do all of my friends insist on introducing drugs into their bloodstreams? Isn't the world chaotic enough without adding impaired decision-making into the mix? Tornado emoji. Stephanie. Where are you? Stephanie. Why aren't you texting back? Stephanie. That's it. I'm going to hack into your phone and track you down with location services. Ensuring your safety comes before respecting your privacy.
Bree, can you do that? For real? Hack into my phone? Where did you learn to do that?
Stephanie. There you are! OMG, you almost gave me a heart attack. And here I thought I was actually getting good at maintaining my zen in the face of adversity.
Bree, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you or wreck your zen. I was asleep, and by the time I heard the texts, you were already at maximum freakout.
Stephanie. Not even close. I hadn't actually hacked into your phone or called the police or the FBI. We still had several levels of freakout to go. I'm just glad you're okay. I had my phone turned off and didn't get your texts until this morning. When I first read them, I thought you were joking, but then I did some Googling. So being allergic to semen is actually a thing, huh?
Bree. It is. Though I can't believe I told you, especially via text. I must have been tipsier than I thought.
Stephanie. Why shouldn't you tell me? It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Bree. I know, I just haven't told anyone. Not even Haley.
Stephanie. Really? Why not?
Bree. Well, I was barely 15 when I learned of my affliction. My boyfriend and I were messing around in his basement, and I started swelling up like crazy. Pretty soon I was gasping for breath and turning blue, so he rushed me to the ER on his scooter.
Stephanie. A scooter? When you were about to pass out? This guy sounds like a real brain trust.
Bree. In his defense, he was only 14, and neither of us could drive a real car, so the scooter was our fastest option. But yeah, he should have called 911. But we were both young and stupid, and as terrified of getting caught at his place without his parents at home as we were of potential death.
Stephanie. I wouldn't be 15 again for all the quinoa in Peru.
Bree. Word. Having an adult body and a kid brain is the worst. So anyway, thankfully, we made it to the ER before I passed out, and the doctor shot me full of steroids and epinephrine and emphasized how careful I was going to have to be in future intimate situations. I was, of course, mortified. I couldn't imagine telling my mom and dad that I was allergic to sperm, or, more importantly, how I'd learned I was allergic to sperm. So Greg and I waited until one of the nurses went to track down paperwork, snuck out of the hospital, and made a run for it. He broke up with me the next day, and I sank into a deep period of mourning, during which I was pretty certain God was punishing me for contemplating becoming sexually active at a young age. By the time I realized God had better things to do than punish teenagers for having sex, I was too busy trying to make it as a model to have time to date or worry about penises or things that come out of penises.
Stephanie. Wow. That had to be kind of a relief, though, right? I like it when I'm too busy to worry about penises or things that come out of penises.
Bree. You and Drake on the outs again?
Stephanie. Is the sun hot? Is the sea wet? Is Drake a liar who lies so much he'll lie about lying just for fun?
Bree. LOL. Then why do you keep going back to him, psycho?
Stephanie. The will is strong, my friend, but the vagina is weak.
Bree. Seriously?
Stephanie. Seriously. I am helplessly addicted to his magic stick. And not to be insensitive, but I'm honestly a little jealous of your affliction. It would be nice to have a medical reason to force myself to stay away from peen.
Bree. Not all peen is jackass peen. Only peens that are attached to jackasses.
Stephanie. Maybe, but an alarming number of peens are jackass inclined. Have you considered girls at all? You wouldn't have to worry about sperm inside a death if you were a lesbian, and I think we're all more sexually fluid than society would like for us to believe.
Bree. I have, actually. When I was in high school, there was this super cute goth girl who worked at my local coffee house who gave me the flutters, but no one since her. Most women do nothing for me. To be honest, most men do nothing for me either. I'm stupidly picky.
Stephanie. As you should be. That's not stupid. Settling is for where to eat brunch, or buying the knockoff pebble-surfaced faux leather yoga mat instead of the $400 original. When it comes to who's invited into your bed, settling shouldn't be part of your vocabulary.
Bree.
Agreed. Stephanie. Which includes the guy who punches your V-card. It should be special, babe, not a fuck buddy bargain. I mean, Shane's a great guy, but he doesn't seem like your type. Like, at all. Bree. Which is why he's perfect. We'll have fun, but not too much fun. And we're just friends, so neither of us will get so carried away with emotion that we forget to be careful with condoms to make sure I don't die. Stephanie. Sounds romantic. Bree. I'm not looking for romance. I'm looking for a capable man with a good head on his shoulders who knows his way around the female body and has experience correctly using contraceptives. Stephanie. And that sounds about as sexy as assembling furniture. Bree. You're unexpectedly unenthusiastic about this. I thought you liked Shane. Stephanie. I do like Shane, but he's meat and potatoes paired with Saturday morning cartoons. You're foie gras and a frisée salad while listening to a Nina Simone tribute concert. He's puppy dog tails and sunshine. You're poetry and moonlight. Bree. I see your point, but I also enjoy cartoons and puppies. And I enjoy Shane. We have a lot of fun together. And I'm attracted to him, but not in the makes me feel like I'm about to vomit sort of way. I think I might actually be able to relax enough to enjoy sex with him. And I know he won't hesitate to haul ass to the hospital if something goes wrong. Stephanie. Of course he wouldn't. He would fly to the moon and back for you. He would climb the highest mountain, swim the widest river, crawl naked across the desert with cactus needles in his belly and vultures pecking out his eyeballs if he thought that's what it took to have a shot at your heart. Bree. That's not true. Yes, he's hinted at wanting to be more than friends, but it's just a case of mutual attraction. Nothing as dramatic as all that. And I don't think vultures would peck out a person's eyes until they were dead. They like food that doesn't fight back. Stephanie. Which isn't the point, and you know it. Shane might seem like your typical beer-guzzling, good-time jock, but he's got a tender heart beneath the easygoing exterior. He's a sweet, thoughtful guy who is incredibly loyal to the people he cares about and goes out of his way to help his friends. Bree. I know that. Stephanie. Then you also know that he's not the type who finds it easy to say no when someone asks him a favor, even if saying no is in his best interests. Even if saying yes is going to break his heart. Bree. Heavy sigh. Stephanie. Does that mean you see my point? Or are you just sick of me killing your buzz? Bree. I have no buzz, just a mild hangover. Heavy sigh part 2, revenge of the heaving. Stephanie. Which means? Not to rush you, but I have to teach a class in 10 minutes. Bree. I guess I'm starting to see your point. I still think you're wrong. I'm pretty sure Shane would be fine with a purely booty call relationship. But if there's even a chance that you're right, then I have to call it off. I can't give him hope that we're going to be something more than friends in the long term. I don't feel that way about him, and even if I did, he's leaving in a month, and I don't do long-distance relationships. I tried enough of those while I was modeling to know they don't work. Ever. So, I guess I'll do what I have to do. Stephanie. I'm sorry. Sad face emoji. Bree. It's not your fault. It's my fault. I should have thought this through before I started scheming crazy schemes. Though I was looking forward to finally knowing what all the sex fuss is about. I'm 23, Steph. If I don't seal the deal with someone soon, I have this horrible feeling that I never will. I'll get set in my hermit ways, substitute chocolate-covered espresso beans and books for physical affection, and take my ancient, dusty hymen to the grave. Stephanie. LOL. Oh, please, you will not. You're crazy gorgeous and sweet and fun to be with. You're going to meet a guy who sees all that, and he'll fall so head over heels for you he won't care that sex is a little complicated. Bree. Life and death complicated? Stephanie. Maybe go for a younger guy? One who's sweet and romantic, but not old enough to fully consider the consequences of his actions just yet? 21 would be about right. Or 20. Maybe 19? Bree. I don't want to date a child. I want something real and intense and passionate and epic and magical. But the last time I started to fall for someone, he turned out to be a complete monster with anger management issues. I don't trust my instincts when it comes to romance stuff, but I do when it comes to friends. I have great taste in friends. So I'll just have to find one who feels the same way I do. That sex and friendship can coexist happily without love or romance muddying the waters. Stephanie. I'll keep an eye out for potential candidates for you. Oh, what about Bart from The Eager Vegan? He's gorgeous and chill and so obsessed with texturized vegetable protein, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have room in his heart for anything else. Bree. That's a no. A hard no. I'm not going to lose my virginity to a man who reeks of raw garlic. Stephanie. Raw garlic has a multitude of health benefits, including reducing blood pressure, improving cholesterol, and boosting overall immune function. Bree. And eating it raw makes you stink. And Bart's name is Bart. Stephanie. Bart is a perfectly respectable name. Bree. It rhymes with fart. Stephanie. You're impossible sometimes, you know that? Bree. I know. Thank you for putting up with me. Stephanie. Oh, it's my pleasure. I enjoy impossible people. They keep life interesting. Bree. But not Drake. Drake is a dour, dreadful dud and should be dumped. Then we can go out looking for love together. Before June is through, we're hitting the town. You, me, and the single men of Portland. Stephanie. All right. By the end of June it is. I like having a dumping deadline. It will keep me on task. Speaking of, my class is waiting. Touch base soon? Bree. Yes, soon. And thanks again. It feels good, knowing I'm not going to break anyone's sweet and tender heart. Stephanie. Agreed. That's always a good thing.
Chapter 3. Shane. Sleep is impossible, and Sunday morning seems ridiculously far away. I should be terrified, or at the very least, soberly preparing to proceed with utmost caution. Being with Bree is going to be complicated, dangerous, and more high stakes than any sexual encounter I could have imagined before she spilled the beans last night, but I'm too over the fucking moon to care. I've been waiting for Bree Marks to see me as something more than a Sunday fun day buddy for what feels like forever. I've spent hours lying awake at night, torturing myself with fantasies about what it would be like to kiss her, draw her body close to mine, make her pretty face light up with pleasure the way it does when she finds a first edition Wizard of Oz book tucked away on a dealer's shelf at our favorite flea market. And now I know reality is better than all my fantasies rolled into one. That kiss last night. Epic is not too strong a word. From the moment I tasted her for the first time, salt and wine and sun-kissed strawberries, I've been able to think of nothing but Bree. Her sweet softness, her addictive scent, and the way she felt in my arms as we danced, like her body was born to fit against mine. I want to make love to her more than I've ever wanted anything, with the exception of a career in the NHL and a place in the Hockey Hall of Fame. And it's a pretty close competition at this point. I don't know what it is about her, but from the moment I met Bree at a Badger summer barbecue my first season in Portland, where we laughed ourselves silly playing badminton with an inflatable dong some joker had brought to toss into the pool, I was a goner. Her smile is pure sunshine, her laugh fills my blood with happy bubbles, and the way she bites her lip and glares up at me with one eye closed when she's pissed makes me want to scoop her up in my arms and kiss her until neither of us can see straight. And now, I'm finally going to have my chance with her. It's so ridiculously exciting. I have sex-induced ADD, but I've got to buckle down and get into hockey beast mode. I've grown so much during my time with the Badgers. I learned to survive the NHL's grueling schedule, built the mental toughness necessary to perform at a pro level, and shown I'm a goalie who gives his team a real chance at winning every game. But I want more. That's why I'm logging extra solo training sessions twice a week until I leave for Kansas City, even though on my worst day I'm already going to be a huge upgrade for my new team. The Kansas City goalie situation is dire. Their backup goalies couldn't stop a beach ball tossed by a toddler, and their old starter was the laughingstock of the NHL. His own fans used to boo when he took the ice and mock cheer every time the guy managed the simplest of saves. His team was so demoralized, no amount of high-powered offense was enough to compensate for their poorly defended net, that their performance suffered too. But I'm going to turn that all around. I'm in peak condition, poised and ready to blow the Kansas City Highballers fans away. I'm finally going to have the chance to stand out from the crowd, to make a name for myself in the league, and to leave a legacy I'll be proud of when I'm too old to play hockey for a living. I am an eager beaver on any given Saturday. But this morning, I'm up and out of my apartment in record time, waiting by the back door of the Mirkwood Ice Rink 40 miles southwest of Portland, when Tank roars into the parking lot on his Harley. Because, of course, a guy named Tank rides a hog, wears a battered leather vest and shit-kicker boots, and has so many tattoos spiraling around his arms he looks more like the leader of a biker gang than a hockey player. He would be verging on cliché if he weren't every bit the badass his wardrobe and shiny black chopper imply. Tank had been well on his way to being goalie legend material when a drug violation earned him a suspension from Washington that turned into early retirement when a drunk driver hit him on his way out of a bar. He spent the past 2 years getting clean and fighting his way back into NHL-level shape, and as far as I can see, he's ready for a victorious return to the ice. But he can't seem to land a tryout contract. Life's not fair, not even close, which is why it's so important to game the odds in your favor when you can. I have no control over who wins the popularity contests for big sponsorships or airtime on the sports networks, but I can make damn sure I'm the strongest goalkeeper I can be, and that my skills are honed to a razor's edge. Though showing up half an hour early for training might be overkill. Tank's brow furrows as he slides off his bike and sets his helmet on the seat. He starts across the pavement toward me, lifting his chin in greeting. Did I miss daylight savings time? I grin. Nah. Couldn't sleep, so figured I might as well get my ass out of bed and get ready to work. Tank's gray eyes narrow on my face. Sleep is important. It is. I stand aside so he can get to the locked door behind me, but he makes no move to reach for the keys on his belt. Instead, he crosses his thick, inked arms over his chest. Without proper rest, this is going to be a waste of our time. I shake my head. I got enough, man. Seriously, I'm ready to go. I'm amped, actually. My fingers flex and release at my sides. I've got energy I need to leave on the ice. Tank grunts. This is about a woman, isn't it? No, I lie with a laugh. I was the best man in a friend's wedding last night. I had to make a toast and there was beer and dancing. Just got too keyed up to sleep. Are you 12 years old? He asks, face as deadpan as ever, making it hard to know if he's kidding or legitimately giving me shit. Because that's the last time beer and music got me too keyed up to get a solid 8 hours. Driving a hand through my hair, I let out a long sigh. Fine. It's a woman. Knew it. But I'm not seeing her until tomorrow, I say. I told her I had an unbreakable commitment this morning and that whatever comes next between us is going to have to wait. Tank's scarred eyebrows. A little white line intersects the left and a larger one clips the end off on the right, arch in what looks like respect. And I'm really into this woman, I continue, wanting to make it clear how serious I am about getting down to work. But I'm more into being ready to rule the net come game time, so are we hitting the ice or what? After a beat, Tank reaches for his keys. We'll hit the ice, but only after you clear your head. Suit up and meet me at the Zamboni. We'll talk while I drive. Surprised, but not daring to question him, complete obedience to the Tank training regime is required to even get on this man's client waiting list. I suit up in the locker room and skate out to where the vintage ice smoother sits idling near the scoreboard. Almost everything in this vintage rink has seen better days, but I love it here. I love the peace and quiet and the slightly foot-funky smell of the ice. I love the old-fashioned winter landscapes painted on the walls and the creaky wooden seats And I especially love this Model F Zamboni from 1964. It's built on a stripped Jeep chassis, is covered in baby blue paint and creepy cartoon dancing clowns some long-ago owner must have thought were charming, and scores top marks across the board for character. Everything about this place reminds me of playing hockey as a kid, and climbing onto the Zamboni seat beside Tank takes me back to my 5th birthday, the first time I went skating at a rink instead of cruising around the frozen pond behind our house. I'd gotten to ride the Zamboni, an honor bestowed upon every birthday boy, and was pretty sure I'd died and gone to heaven. Even back then, I was a creature of simple pleasures. But as Tank shifts into gear and starts the slow journey around the outer edge of the rink, I find myself wishing the Zamboni could move a little faster. I'm ready to get on the ice and purge some of the nervous energy from my system. "Spill," Tank says, glancing my way. "Get it off your chest so you can get your mind where it belongs." "There's nothing to get off my chest," I lie again. I don't know Tank well enough to spill my guts to him, and call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure a guy like him has never harbored a secret crush. Everything about the man screams realist, not romantic. "I'm cool. If you waste my time, I'm going to charge you double for the next session." He can't legally change his price, we have a contract, but I'm not about to start a fight about it. I've seen huge improvements in my positioning and flexibility since I started working with Tank, and I want the upswing to continue more than I want to maintain my emotional privacy. I swallow my irritation and confess. The girl's been my friend for a long time. Until last night, that's all we were and all I thought we'd ever be. "So what happened last night?" he prods as he spins the wheel in a gentle circle, bringing us back down the other side of the ice. "She kissed me and made me an offer I couldn't refuse." I briefly fill him in on Bree's friends with V-card punching benefits proposal. The fact that Tank doesn't run in my circle and that I'm not using Bree's name makes it feel acceptable to spill private details, before adding with a sigh, "Which is all good except that she's got this allergy." "An allergy," he echoes. "To what? Don't make me pull it out of you, Wallace. I'm too old for this shit." He's 2 years older than my 26, hardly a geriatric, but he's got a point. Better to get it all out so we can get back to the real reason we're here. So I take a deep breath and spill the semen-allergic beans, gratified when I finish, and glance Tank's way to find an almost comically shocked expression on his usually cool and collected face. "You're fucking kidding me," he finally says. "That's a real thing?" "It's a real thing." "She's not fucking with you? Some women enjoy head games, you know." "She's not that kind of woman," I say without a sliver of doubt. "And I looked it up online when I got home. It's for real. It can even be fatal in some extreme cases." Tank curses under his breath. "That's what I thought," I agree, once I had time to sit down and really think about it. But if she's determined to do this, I would rather it be with me than some prick who isn't going to take her safety seriously. "Why?" Tank asks bluntly. "Because we're friends and I care about her. And that kiss last night," I shrug self-consciously. "It was special. It woke me up, you know? Made me feel alive in a way I haven't in a long time." "So you're now what, Snow White?" I laugh, deciding if I can't beat him, I might as well join him. Maybe. Though I prefer Sleeping Beauty. I've got a thing for blondes, especially this particular blonde. Tank's jaw works back and forth as he spins the wheel again, tightening the circle he's tracing on the ice with the machine. Sounds pretty selfish to me. My brows snap together. How's that? Even if she didn't have this weird medical shit, she's a virgin. His tone makes it clear he's bought into the high-maintenance virgin stereotype, hook, line, and sinker. That's not something you take on if you're only sticking around for a month. She knew I was leaving before she pitched this plan, I explain. She's not some trembling teenage kid working up the guts to do it for the first time. She's a 23-year-old woman who knows what she wants and isn't afraid to ask for it. Tank's side-eye is intense enough to make the hairs stand up on the back of my neck. 23? Dude, you need to run away from this woman. Run. Don't walk. I shake my head. You don't know her? I know the type. Any woman still holding on to her V-card past 20 has issues a fuck buddy isn't prepared to handle. Yeah, her issue is that she's got a freak allergy, I say, frustration creeping into my voice. She's been medically prevented from sealing the deal. She hasn't been abstaining because of religious reasons or because she's got some rose-colored glasses idea about what making love for the first time is supposed to be like. Tank jams his foot onto the brake, bringing the Zamboni sliding to a full stop, and turns to pin me with an unusually piercing expression. Unless she's had the kind of shit upbringing that convinces a person she isn't worthy of love, every woman has rose-colored glasses on when it comes to her first time. Every single one. If you think different, then you haven't been paying attention to the women in your life. I shift uncomfortably in the cold metal bucket seat. Maybe you're right. Maybe she does want something special, but I shrug. Maybe that's why she asked me. We're close, man, really close, and I don't know about her, but I've wanted to be more than friends for a long time. Tank's narrow gaze relaxes, and empathy softens his features. But you're not going to be more than friends. You're going to be fuck buddies. You're going to take this huge step with her, hang around just long enough to make shit complicated, and then hit the road, leaving a mess behind. Making a friends with benefits thing work isn't easy under the best circumstances, dude, and this ain't that. The chances you get through this and are still friends on the other side are slim to fucking none. Are you ready for that, to lose her? Is getting your rocks off worth it? I thread my fingers together in my lap and stare down at the faintly blue skin around my knuckles. It's cold, and I would much rather be skating than talking. But Tank isn't the kind of guy who asks idle questions, and he isn't the kind of trainer who's going to let me onto the ice unless he feels I'm ready to do the work. I turn my attention inward, seeking answers. It wouldn't just be getting my rocks off with Bree. I care too much for sex with her to be a meaningless physical release. It would be bigger than that, closer and more intimate, and there's no doubt it will affect our friendship. Maybe it will draw us closer together. Maybe it will pull us apart. Either way, I'm leaving in a little over 4 weeks, so either I leave wishing I could stay and keep making love to her, or I leave with weird, sexually introduced awkwardness lingering between us. Both end in multiple losses. The loss of our easy friendship, the loss of the laser focus I'll need to make a place for myself with my new team, and the loss of a chunk of my self-respect. As much as I hate to admit it, Tank has a point. Being a woman's first isn't something to be taken lightly, and Bree deserves better than a wham-bam thank you, ma'am, from a guy who's on his way out of town. Finally, after a long beat, and strained silence broken only by the purr of the Zamboni idling on center ice, I shift my attention to Tank with a resigned sigh. You're right. I'm being selfish. And what are you going to do about it? I hunch my shoulders. I'm going to tell her I'm honored, but I'm not her guy. In person, Tank says. That's not something you do over the phone or in a text. I roll my eyes. Yeah, I know. I wasn't raised by wolves. He studies me before nodding once, apparently satisfied. Good. Go warm up. The ice should be dry by now. I'll park and we'll work shooting drills first. We're going to work on your glove hand side. I noticed you were weak over the shoulder last session. I slide off the Zamboni and skate hard toward the net, doing my best to ignore the disappointment weighing heavily in my chest. Tank is right. This is the best decision for everyone involved, no matter how much a part of me insists I'm turning my back on something special, a chance that only comes around once in a blue moon, maybe even once in a lifetime.
Chapter 4. Sunday morning dawns cool and clear with a twinkle in its eye that bodes well for treasure hunting. I've been meeting Shane at the Peddler's Fantasy Fair in Beaverton almost every Sunday for the past 4 months, and in that time, I've wholeheartedly adopted his flea marketing superstitions. Gray skies are good for adding to existing collections, rain gives you extra bargaining power, and sunny days with a bit of bite in the morning air mean unexpected riches await the careful shopper. But as I grab 2 50-cent coffees from the street vendor outside the closed shop doors and join the crowd of early bird bargain hunters loitering in the parking lot outside the massive indoor market, I do so without the usual easy anticipation. Instead, my stomach is filled with hyperactive stress butterflies, my shoulders are tense and rigid inside my jean jacket, the one with the vintage pins I wear every week in hopes of adding more kitsch to my collection, and my coffee with 2 sugars leaves a battery acid taste in my mouth. I've been dreading this meeting for nearly 24 hours, dreading meeting Shane's gaze and the impending mortification that will ensue as I'm forced to tell him that I've changed my mind about getting naked together. I tossed and turned for hours last night, tormented by all the various fantasy scenarios. Shane rolling his eyes and saying he expected I would wimp out. That's what ancient virgins do, after all. Shane confused and uncomfortable, clearly no longer down with being friends now that I've gone and made things stupid and weird. Shane shrugging as if he couldn't care less, making me feel like an idiot for blowing his more-than-friends interest in me out of proportion. I thought I'd imagined every way this morning could possibly go down, but the sharp, sudden catch in my throat and the racing of my pulse when I spot Shane crossing the parking lot takes me by surprise. I've watched him make this walk a dozen times before, but for some reason, he looks different this morning. Maybe it's the sun making his shaggy blonde hair glow, or the easy confidence in his stride, or the way those battered jeans cling to his powerful thighs. Damn, the man fills out a pair of jeans. But he looks even more delicious than usual. So undeniably gorgeous, in fact, that my cheeks flush. Stupid tingling thighs, stupid body that has decided now is a good time to develop a capacity for morning lust. Until now, I'd assumed I was an evening-only good times girl. I can get up early when I have to, but I'm rarely fully alive until noon. But as Shane steps onto the sidewalk beside me, it's all I can do not to tremble with longing. Literally tremble. Like an addict craving a hit of Shane's sexy scent and oh so delicious kiss. "Good morning," he rumbles. "Morning," I echo breathily as I thrust a coffee toward him, the better to put something dangerously hot between us. "Caffeine. For you." "Thanks." He slides his sunglasses up to reveal those killer baby blues, sending another zing of awareness rocketing through my traitorous body. "Been here long?" "Nope. 5 minutes. Tops." I gulp down another bracing sip of battery acid. I usually love the hair on your chest brew, but today stress is making everything go sour on my tongue. I just need to get this over with, like a shot, or jumping into a pool filled with cold water, or the required reading on penis envy for my Psych 101 class. Freud was out of his damned mind. The only emotion I've ever experienced upon pondering my lack of a penis is relief. As a kid, extra bits and pieces down there sounded uncomfortable, and I was positive they would interfere with important things like riding a bike or doing the splits. As an adult, seeing how penis-driven my male friends are makes me glad I'm a member of the sex capable of focusing for long stretches of time on something other than getting laid. Getting laid. Sob. God, I was so close to finally getting laid. And not just laid, but excellently laid. Standing here in front of this Thor-like sex god, a man of such magnificence every woman from 16 to 60 turned to sneak a peek at him as he made his way across the asphalt. There is no doubt in my mind that Shane would have been every bit as skilled in the sack as he is lovely to look at. Even with tension tightening his features, he radiates a relaxed but confident sex vibe. Uh-oh. Tension. I glance up at him through my lashes and confirm that yes, Shane definitely looks tense. He must have picked up on my weird vibes. He's no dummy, and I'm the worst at concealing my emotions. Shit. This is already going off the rails, and the longer I wait, the worse the weirdness is going to get. Time to drop the bomb. Now. Before I chicken out, flee across the parking lot, and fling myself into oncoming traffic. Sucking in a deep breath, I blurt out, "I'm sorry, I can't do this. I thought about it all day yesterday and realized it's just a bad idea all around." He exhales sharply, his shoulders sagging. "Yeah, I think so too," he says, sending an odd mixture of sorrow and relief dumping into my stomach. Ignoring the sad part, I force a smile. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking.
Me either, he echoes. I value our friendship too much to put it at risk.
Me too, I say, touched by his words. And I would never want to do anything to hurt you, so yeah, this is for the best. And we're still good, right?
We're good, he says, but his forehead remains wrinkled. I'm a little confused, but we're good.
I glance at the locked doors, willing them to open so we can concentrate on treasure hunting and put the awkwardness behind us. But it looks like Velma, the ancient proprietor, is running late again. I turn back to Shane, blinking faster as I ask, confused about what? He shakes his head.
I don't know. I guess I thought.
He laughs tightly.
Never mind, it doesn't matter.
No, tell me, I say, motioning between us. Let's get it all out there, clear the air and move forward with no weirdness.
Okay, well.
Shane's jaw works back and forth for a long beat. Finally, he announces,
I was worried about hurting you, Bree. You're the one who's,
I frown. You know what? His gaze darts to the left as he shrugs.
You're inexperienced.
My side eye intensifies. Yeah? What's that have to do with anything? He rocks back on his heels, his shoulders squirming with discomfort.
The first time is special, and no matter how tough or street smart they are, women tend to get attached. Emotionally attached.
Emotionally attached. I trail off as I put 2 and 2 together and come up with a V card. When I realize what he's saying, I can't help but laugh. Hard.
What's so funny? He asks.
You, I say, giggling. So what exactly did you think was going to happen? That I'd catch a fit of the vapors and be possessed by unrequited love the moment your magic peen breached the walls of my trembling ladyflower?
No.
Shane crosses his arms as he leans down to add in a softer voice.
And would you keep your voice down?
Why? I glance around, taking in the largely geriatric bargain hunters nearby, all of whom look well over the age of consent. We're all adults here. Even I, the poor clueless virgin. He huffs.
Stop it. You're twisting my words.
I am not. I'm responding to your assumption that I'm incapable of separating the physical from the emotional. I stand up straighter, pinning him with a cool look. But I'm an adult, Shane. And I may be a virgin, but I'm not inexperienced. I know myself, and I know what I can handle. Can you say the same?
What's that supposed to mean?
It means you're the one who's hinted that you'd like to be more than friends, I say, regretting the words the moment they're out in the air. I don't want to embarrass him, but it's too late to stop now, so I push on with a breezy wave. I could be wrong, but I kept thinking about all the times you've sort of asked me out, and I decided a friends with benefits situation wouldn't be fair to you.
Fair? To me?
His snort of contempt is so loud a Pomeranian in a purse a few feet away barks in admonishment.
And what did you think was going to happen, Sabrina? That my self-respect would fly out the window the instant my poor lovesick peen made contact with your magical Pegasus pussy?
I lose the battle against a grin.
Why are you smiling? He demands.
Pegasus pussy, I mumble, acknowledging his solid comeback skills. That's good.
Thanks.
Shane affects a wounded expression.
But flattery isn't going to work this time, Marks. I'm pissed, and I'm going to stay that way until at least 9 a.m., maybe 10.
I tilt my head to the side. Why? You're pissed because I care about you? Because I would rather stay a shriveled-up old virgin than risk hurting someone who means so much to me?
Maybe,
he says, but I can tell he's coming around. That tender look is back in his eyes, and when he sweeps a stray hair from my face, his touch is as gentle as ever.
And you're not a shriveled-up old anything. You're beautiful and fun when you're not being a pain in the ass.
I grin. Like you're one to talk.
Guilty, he admits. But I wasn't trying to be a pain in the ass about this. I was trying to do the right thing.
Me too. I glance to the left as a creaking sound signals that the doors are opening. But Shane doesn't move to join the crowd shuffling toward the entrance. His focus is still 100% on me, a fact that warms me all over, and makes me think wonderful, wild things that send fresh prickles of hope dancing across my skin. "I think this is a sign, Walls," I say, nodding faster as the signness of it all becomes even more glaringly obvious. "Think about it. We were both trying to put each other's needs and well-being before our own." He shoves his hands into his pockets. "Yeah, I guess so. We're nicer than I thought we were." I punch him lightly on the shoulder. "Be serious for a minute." "1 minute," he agrees. "But then I'm going to be ridiculous for the rest of the day to make up for it." I nod. "Good." He laughs, his eyes crinkling at the edges. He really is so flipping gorgeous, inside and out, and with my friend abuse fears put to rest, I don't see why we can't give this a shot. Maybe we can pull off Benny Buddies after all. I take his hand, encouraged by the way his fingers curl around mine. Our heads and our hearts are obviously in the right places. We both realize what we're signing up for and know better than to get attached to a person who isn't going to be in our lives in a month. Shane's brow furrows. "I'm still going to be in your life, Bree. I'm moving, not dropping off the face of the earth." "I know," I say softly. "But it won't be the same." He sighs. "No, it won't." He glances down at our joined hands with a nod. "So I guess we'd better make the most of Sunday Fun Day while we're still in the same time zone." "We should," I agree, wondering about other kinds of fun, particularly bedroom fun, but not wanting to push him. For all his insistence that he's a good-time guy who lives life by the seat of his pants, I know Shane better than that. When it comes to the things that really matter, his career, his relationships, and which vintage pieces make the cut for the shop he plans to open, he takes his time and makes thoughtful, clear-headed decisions. He'll let me know if a more-than-friends situation is back on the table when he's ready. In the meantime, there are treasures to be unearthed from the dusty shelves inside the peddler's fantasy fair. Though I can't help thinking that the real treasure is the man who holds tight to my hand as we head inside, the dear friend who might finally be the one to show me all the grown-up fun I've been missing. Chapter 5. Shane and I part ways between booths 2 and 3 as he examines Mr. Takada's vintage Japanese space toys, and I crouch down to peruse the boxes of books on the floor of booth 2. These are the finds so fresh that Niles, the book bloodhound, hasn't had time to shelve them yet. I've barely scratched the surface, moving aside a smattering of westerns, when I come across a delightful little bound copy of A.E. Housman's poetry. Housman was a hoity-toity 18th century English scholar who hid his creative work from the world for decades. I don't remember the rest of his backstory, but I know he wrote charming slice-of-life poems about his boyhood in Shropshire. I'm sure Shropshire is different than rural Wisconsin, where Shane grew up, but don't all country boys have the same sunshine and dirt coursing through their veins? I flip gently through the pages, finding several sweet things I think Shane might like, enough to decide I need to share this with him as part of my continuing quest to prove that not all poetry is stuffy and awful. I pay Niles and hurry to booth 3 to show Shane my treasure, but Shane is nowhere to be found. Tucking my package under my arm, I wander down the row of overstuffed booths, nodding to familiar flea market addicts and waving away the bag that Dora in booth 4 tries to press into my hand when she sees me carrying a book without a bag. I deliberately leave both my purse and cloth bags at home when I come shopping with Shane, the better to keep my book junkie habit under control. Summer is always better at the bar than other seasons. The tourists like to drink before, during, and after their foodie tours of the swanky restaurants in our part of town. But winter is coming, as they say, and I don't want to get into another rent crunch situation. I need to pinch every penny while times are good, padding my coffers for the lean parts of the year. That's another thing I'm going to miss about Shane, cooking for him. We had a great system worked out. He showed up on my doorstep a few nights a week, bearing ingredients and a starved expression, and I would whip up dinner for the both of us. It was the perfect barter system. free dinner and leftovers for the chef, and a home-cooked meal for a man who would live on takeout and chips and salsa if left to his own devices. I'm thinking of our dinners, and feeling wistful about no more nights spent sharing a beer in my kitchen while Shane fills me in on the Badger team drama, and I regale him with horror stories from my latest run-in with campus security, when I round the corner to see him locked in battle. I've been bargain hunting with Shane long enough to recognize the stiffness in his posture, the certain set of his jaw, and the fire in his eyes that means he's not going home empty-handed without a fight. His nemesis is Mrs. Adamescu, a pint-sized Romanian woman with an eye for ceramics and a poker face like a pro-circuit vet. Mrs. Adamescu, with her no-nonsense black jeans, turtleneck, and apron, who doesn't believe in repeat customer discounts, and who is not the least bit charmed by Shane's good manners or pretty face. She's the only person in the cavernous market who won't knock off $5 just for the pleasure of shaking Shane's hand to close a deal. Whether they're hockey enthusiasts or simply appreciators of fine-looking men, the vendors here are rabid Shane Wallace fans. Except for this tiny, gray-bobbed woman wagging her chin at him. She's serious this morning, I can tell. She's going to deny Shane his prize, and though he'll handle it like the class act he is, I can't stand for him to go home in defeat on one of his last Sundays in Portland. Pulling in a bracing breath, I roll my shoulders back and launch the secondary assault. "Mrs. Adamescu!" I coo as I breeze into the booth beside Shane, my arms stretched toward her and a big smile on my face. Immediately, the firm set of her jaw softens, and pleasure sparks in her brown eyes. "Sabrina, how are you, darling?" "I'm good. It's such a gorgeous day out there," I say to the top of her head as she allows me to gather her into a quick one-armed hug. Mrs. A isn't a fan of the touchy-feely stuff, but for some reason she likes me. Maybe it's my upbeat vibe, my appreciation of her stories of fleeing Romania during the revolution, or the simple fact that I've never worn a backpack into her booth full of breakables, but we're buddies. We bond over the stale cookies she sets out on a delicate china plate, and I always offer to mind the booth while she runs to the ladies' room. "You need a bathroom break?" I reach for a powdery wedding cookie, devouring it in 2 bites as I jerk my head in Shane's direction. "This guy bothering you? Need me to send him on his way? I've been working out. I've got the muscle." She laughs and flutters a hand in the air. "No muscle required," she says, arching a brow as she tucks her hands into her apron. "Just a better offer." "But that's antique store retail for a French Art Deco bronze, Mrs. A," Shane explains patiently, gesturing toward a lovely flapper girl posed with her arms swept over her head and a feathered headdress spilling down her back. "I won't be able to turn a profit on the piece at that price, especially not after paying to have it stored until my shop is ready to open. It's going to take up a decent chunk of space." Mrs. A flips both hands to face the ceiling, her fingers spread wide, silently but eloquently conveying, "That's not my problem." It's time for a different battle strategy. Mrs. A is strong on logic, not empathy. She couldn't care less if Shane's able to turn a profit, only if she loses money. That's what's at the core of this war of wills, I'm guessing. Mrs. A must have overpaid for the piece, and now she's struggling to get a return on her investment. So here's what I'm seeing. I tuck my book into my jacket pocket as I step back, lifting my hands to frame Shane and Mrs. A in a rectangle made of fingers. I see 2 people with an incredible eye for art and an appreciation for beautiful things. I shift the frame to focus on the statue. I also see a lovely but very large flapper girl taking up prime real estate and blocking access to merchandise at the back of this booth. "I can get to the back just fine," Mrs. A says with a sniff. "Because you're so petite," Shane says. "It's a tight fit for the rest of us." He angles to the side, clearly intending to squeeze between the statue and a rack of antique plates to demonstrate, but Mrs. A stops him with a raised finger. "See?" I pounce, driving my point home. "Some lunk with a big butt is going to try to get to the back of the booth to look at your beer steins and cause hundreds, if not thousands of dollars worth of damage." I cross my arms with a sigh as I glance back down at the bronze. Not to mention the time and energy spent toting that beast in and out every week. She's got to weigh as much as you do. When I glance back up at Mrs. A, amusement and resignation mingle in her features. I thread my fingers together and bat my lashes as I plead, "Let us take this off your hands, Mama. Just so I can watch Shane sweat while he carries it around all morning." She laughs and claps her hands, declaring the deal done. 2,000. But you take her with you now, this very minute. The delighted smile that bursts across Shane's face is so lovely I can't resist doing a victory dance in his honor. Mrs. A glances over to see me cabbage patching and laughs again. Such a clown. She pats Shane on the shoulder with affection that surprises me before pointing my way with the wad of bills he's pressed into her hand. You hold on to this one, young man. Looks fade, passion cools, but laughter... She pauses, a faraway look in her eyes as she adds softly, laughter is forever. Impulsively, I lean down and press a kiss to her cheek. Thank you, Mrs. A. I hope you have an amazing day filled with riches. And you stay out of trouble, she chuffs as she wags her hands, sweeping Shane and me out of her booth. See you next week. I'll bring the sprinkle cookies you like. Yes! I pump my fist and bop out of the booth behind Shane, who is cradling his treasure in one arm like she's a 10-pound baby instead of a Labrador-sized hunk of metal. As soon as we're out of Mrs. A's earshot, I hiss, You should make that look harder. She wants to see you suffer, dude. Shane smiles down at me. No, she doesn't. She just likes to put me through my paces before she gives in. And she likes you. Thanks for the help. Couldn't have sealed the deal without you. You're welcome. I beam at the praise as I take a closer look at the piece. She really is gorgeous. What are you going to name her? I'm not going to name her. I'm going to shine her up and sell her to a collector. I scrunch my nose. But you have to name her first, so she doesn't get lonely and start feeling unloved while she's hanging out in the storage unit. Shane rolls his eyes good-naturedly. All right. How about Priscilla? I glance down at the statue's face and shake my head. No, she doesn't like that. Gladys. I make a gagging sound. Clementine? Heart lifting, I press a hand to my chest as I reach out to rest the other on the statue's smooth forehead. Oh yes, that's the one. She loves it. She won't give you any trouble now. So glad we got that settled, he says dryly, making me giggle. I'm prepared to offer further commentary on Clementine, to describe her wild and wanton past as she made her way to the New World from the shores of France, but Shane suddenly stops short and turns to face me with a serious expression. All right, let's do it, he says, as the thickening morning crowd ambles around us. I blink. Do what? The plan. Buddies with bennies. Oh, that plan. I bite my lip, trying to hold back a goofy grin. Play it cool, Marks. But it's all I can do not to break into another happy dance. Okay, sounds good. Shane huffs. No, it still sounds crazy. Potentially committing murder isn't something I take lightly, you know. It wouldn't be murder, I point out. It would be an accidental death. Oh, well, that makes it so much better. But sperm murder is funnier. I'm determined to treat this with levity. You could even shorten it to spermder for ease and convenience. Go on, try it in a sentence. Shane arches a brow. Bree Marks was on track to becoming one of the greatest minds psychology has ever known, when her life was tragically cut short by spermder. My lips turn down hard. That's a terrible sentence. You're bad at sentences. Spermder should be way funnier than that. No, I'm bad at pretending dangerous things aren't dangerous. He sighs. But I know you. Once you've got your mind set on something, you don't stop until you get what you want. I'm not stupid enough to think that if I say no, that's going to be the end of it. I shrug uncomfortably. Well, I would rather it be you than anyone else I can think of right now, but I would rather it be me too. He tips his head closer to mine. Because Mrs. A is right. You're special, and you deserve a first time that's special. I don't think that's what she said, I whisper, feeling shy for the first time in ages. I'm not a shy person, but there's something intimate about standing close to Shane, making plans to become even closer. I'm pretty sure the word she used was clown. I heard special, he insists. You should probably get your hearing examined. I should get my head examined, but instead, I'm going to go home and research the most durable condom brands and text you later to discuss. That work for you? Butterflies swooping in my stomach, I nod and keep nodding, eyes wide and a big grin on my face, until Shane laughs and leans down to kiss my cheek, whispering, "You make me feel like a jar full of cookies." A jar full of cookies with hot fudge and sprinkles on top, I say, grinning as I turn my head, bringing my mouth closer to his. But then Shane wraps an arm around my waist, drawing me into a kiss, and soon neither of us is laughing. We're too busy kissing deeper, harder, devouring each other with hunger that's totally flea market inappropriate, a fact brought home when a high-pitched voice behind us insists, "Get a room already!" Pulling away from Shane with a guilty flinch, I turn to see a kid smirking up at us from beneath the rim of his ball cap. "Sorry about that," I say, cheeks heating. "Nothing I haven't seen before, Blondie." The kid, who can't be more than 10, winks with flirtatiousness that makes me laugh. "Nice try, Romeo, but she's with me," Shane says, with a mock-angry expression. "Now, scram, man, before she starts considering her options." Lifting his hands, with a grin that says he can't be blamed for trying, the boy backs away into the crowd, presumably to continue prowling the flea market in search of a lady friend, or baseball cards, or whatever it is precocious 10-year-olds are into these days. "That kid is going to be dangerous when he grows up." Shane shifts the statue to his other side. "Come on, Doc. Let's blow this joint before Clementine does damage to my blocker arm." "Don't you want to check out the rest of the booths?" I jab a thumb over my shoulder. "We haven't even gotten to your favorite row yet." "I've got bigger things on my mind than antiques," he says, his voice going husky as he adds, "sexier things, too." A shiver works through me from head to toe as I nod. "Right. You should get home, fast. Don't worry about dropping me at my place. I can walk." "Are you sure? Clementine and I don't mind making a detour. It won't take long." "I'm sure." I bounce lightly on my toes. "A walk sounds good, actually. I'm suddenly filled with nervous energy." I hold up a hand, stopping him before the concern creeping into his features can become words I don't want to hear. Wrong word. I meant excited energy, anticipatory energy, fervent energy. He cocks a brow. "Fervent means what?" "Passionate enthusiasm." I walk my fingers up his arm, giving his bicep a squeeze. "So, I'm going to go walk that off, and I look forward to hearing the results of your investigation later today." Shane's teeth dig into his bottom lip. "But don't walk it all off, okay?" "Oh, I won't," I promise as he sets off toward the exit, Clementine staring at me over his broad shoulder with a jealous look. Jealous because she knows the truth. She might be going home with him, but I'm going to be the woman in Shane's bed. The woman in Shane's bed. It's really going to happen. And soon. My V-card is living on borrowed time. Its days are numbered. Hell, its hours are probably numbered. The thought sends me speed-walking to the rear exit, where I burst out into the alley and hit the pavement running, jogging past startled vendors still unloading their wares, and out into a day that sparkles with possibilities.
Chapter 6. From the text messages of Bree Marks and Shane Wallace. Shane, you still up, Night Owl?
Bree. Of course I am. It's barely 12. Why would I sleep through the most magical hours of the day?
As if. 6 a.m. has midnight beat any day of the week.
Boo hiss. Your morning person crazy is unwelcome here. Give me the witching hours or give me death.
LOL. They used to execute women for being out at this time of night, didn't they? Like in the old days? In Europe when they thought witches were real?
They totally did. If a lady stayed up too late, was too poor, too rich, had too many female friends, rocked a weird birthmark, or let dairy products spoil in her cupboard, the powers that be figured she was a witch and therefore must be burned.
Shit. Good thing you didn't live back then.
Totally. I would have been dead meat. I can't get to sleep before 1 in the morning to save my life. My girlfriends are my spirit animals, and you can pretty much count on every dairy product in my fridge being moldy and sour. Fridge maintenance is hard.
It is. That's why I limit my fridge contents to beer and condiments and get takeout for every meal I can't con you into cooking for me.
That's a ridiculous waste of money. You realize that, right?
I do. I figure I'll change my ways a year or two before I retire. Give myself time to learn to make grilled cheese and stir-fry before I take a pay cut.
I could teach you how to make both of those things before you leave, you know. Give you a head start on feeding yourself in Kansas City.
Maybe I'll take you up on that. Thanks.
You're welcome. So what's on your mind? I'm assuming there's a reason for this text aside from talking food and figuring out what time I like to go to bed.
Yes, there is a reason. I've been thinking about the terms and conditions for our arrangement.
You think we need those? I thought you hated rules.
I hate stupid rules, but some rules are vital, like the rules for hockey. Without them, you'd have chaos on the ice and people would get hurt.
So you think we're going to create chaos if we don't have rules for being friends with bennies? Does this mean you don't trust my judgment? Because I've changed since last fall, Shane. Seriously, I'm a lot more level-headed. That night with Credence taught me to trust my gut and my friends more than my stupid romantic side.
It's a good thing that asshole left town. If he hadn't, I would be in jail for beating the shit out of him. I hate that he hurt you.
You're sweet, but I'm glad he left town too. He isn't worth wrecking your future over. He isn't worth thinking about except as a lesson learned. My head is on my shoulders now, Walls. I'm not going to make any reckless decisions, and I honestly don't think we need rules. We're friends, we get along great, and we've always treated each other with respect. Isn't that all we need?
That's all we need to have a functional relationship, but I'm not talking about safety, Doc. I'm talking about fun. The rules in hockey make it fun, too. The rules make the game possible, winnable, and awesome.
So you want to make fun rules?
Does that sound crazy?
Well, no, I guess not. It's kind of like relationship boundaries. We're studying those in class right now. We're mostly talking about dual relationships, when multiple types of connections exist between people and how it affects power dynamics. But it overlaps with regular old boundaries. Setting limits for your behavior with others helps you stay resilient, happy, and grounded.
Exactly. And I want us to be all of those things, which is why I think we should go into this as a fromance instead of a fuck buddy situation.
LOL. A fromance? Like a friendly romance?
Right. A romance between friends. I want to flirt with you and tease you and surprise you with fun things in addition to getting our bang on. I need to woo you, Sabrina. It's my nature. After thinking about it, I don't think I can separate sex from wooing.
So you've never had a friend with benefits before?
No, I haven't. Guess we're both going to be learning things.
Good, I like that. Smiley face emoji.
You like the thought of being wooed?
I like knowing we're both going to be fish out of water. But yes, I think fromance could be nice. But only if I get to woo you, too. I could use some practice. I'm bad at romancing. I either play it too cool and come off disinterested, or I fawn all over the object of my adoration like a swoony, poetry-quoting puppy, and they are repulsed by my emotional slobber. I need to find a happy medium.
Awesome, but no poetry for me, please. I have a junior college degree in welding. I don't get poetry. It hurts my brain.
We've had this discussion before. Good poetry won't hurt your brain. It will make your heart swoop and your guts tingle. I grabbed a book today I think you'll like, in fact, but forgot about it in all the Clementine excitement. I'll bring it with me the next time we meet up.
Me no like rhyming words.
Cut the Cro-Magnon act. I know you too well. You're a smart cookie, Walls, and I really wish I'd convinced you to put that brilliant business plan of yours into motion while you were still in Portland.
Why's that?
Then you would have had a reason to come back to visit.
I already have plenty of reasons to come back to visit. I love Portland and all the people who made my 3 years here the best of my life.
Then why are you leaving us?
It was time to make a change, Bree. To give myself a chance to make a name for myself in the NHL. Here, I'm part of a great group of goalies playing for a great team. In Kansas City, I'm going to be replacing a head goalie who's a disaster and playing for a team on the cusp of a major turnaround. Brendan is going to be one hell of a coach. He's going to bring the magic out in those guys, and I'm psyched to be a part of it.
That makes sense, I guess.
You guess?
I won't pretend to know about hockey, but that sounds like a solid career strategy. But you should still seriously consider opening your store in Portland. We're the city of weird, friend. This is the kind of town that will appreciate an antique store filled with odd, unique, and occasionally creepy collectibles. The honest, fresh-faced Midwestern folk of Kansas City would be perplexed by your offerings.
You could be right.
I am right, and you should practice saying that aloud. That's something I enjoy in a romantic partner, being told I'm right.
LOL. Fine, you're right. When I'm ready to open up shop, I'll consider Portland first. Or Austin, maybe. I hear they're pretty weird down there, too.
Portland first, then Austin for the second location, after you make tons of money and become a famous entrepreneur.
I'd be happy with a modest profit. The joy of the hunt is the draw for me. If I can make a decent living doing something I enjoy almost as much as playing hockey, I'll consider myself a lucky bastard. And it will make the inevitable end of my NHL career easier to handle.
That's still a long way down the road. You've got a lot of good years left in you, Walls, I can tell.
Thanks, Doc. You working tomorrow?
Nope. I have class first thing in the morning and I'm out at noon.
Perfect. I'll pick you up on campus around 1.
All right. What's on the agenda?
Fromance, baby. From now until the day I get on a jet plane to Kansas City, it's going to be all fromance all the time.
Sounds intense. Maybe I should start working out again, build up my endurance.
You should definitely start working out with me. I enjoy seeing you all hot and sweaty.
I think I'd enjoy making you hot and sweaty more.
Fire emoji. Damn, woman.
I may be a virgin, friend, but my innuendo game is strong. Which reminds me, how did your prophylactic research go? I've been waiting all day to hear the verdict.
I'm still researching, but I've narrowed it down to 2 strong contenders. I should have a winner chosen by tomorrow.
Your dedication to research is hot.
Everything about you is hot. I can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Today. It's after midnight now.
So it is. Then I'll see you later today. Night, witchy woman.
Good night, morning-loving demon spawn. Sweet dreams.
Devil emoji. Sun emoji. You too.
Chapter 7. Fromance. The more I think about it, the more I absolutely adore the idea. As a shameless, die-hard romantic, I'm all for adding romance to just about anything. I can make brewing a pot of tea by myself in my apartment on a rainy day swoony if I put my mind to it. But this idea of Shane's is especially brilliant. Inspired, really. Why shouldn't our friends be the recipients of romantic gestures? Just because we're not sleeping with most of them doesn't mean they don't deserve to be wooed. My girlfriends are the most important people in my life, next to Haley, who I consider a friend as well as a sister. I can't believe I haven't considered romancing them before. If anyone deserves surprise presents, love notes, and poetry that reminds me of them folded into paper roses and sent to them at work, it's my girls. All through the lecture on doctor-client privilege and boundaries, I keep scribbling fromance ideas in the margins of my notes, not just for Shane, but for all my nearest and dearest. Our professor for this session has a bone-dry presentation style that makes concentrating difficult on a good day, but today it's nearly impossible. Today I'm breathless with anticipation, lost in romantic daydreams, spirited away by imaginings of all the fun, romantic things Shane and I might get up to this afternoon. Maybe we'll go for a bike ride along the river and get donuts to eat in the park. Or maybe we'll hit a vineyard outside of town and while away the afternoon sipping Chardonnay and playing poker for pennies. Or maybe he'll agree to skip straight to the good stuff and we'll retreat to his apartment for epic amounts of kissing. And by the time I go to sleep tonight, I will no longer be the oldest virgin in Portland. Squee!
Miss Marks, Professor Boring's drone shatters my reverie. Can you name the branch of study focusing on the links between biology and behavior?
Goofy grin falling from my face, I stammer, neuropsychology or behavioral genetics? Boring grunts, correct, before moving on to the reading assignment for the week. I sag back into my chair in relief. That was close. Class participation is 15% of our grade, and Boring has a sixth sense about who's focused and who's given in and let his drone put them into a waking coma. Time to be here now. I do my best to put all forms of romance far from my mind for the remainder of the lecture, but when I drift across the quad an hour later, my feet still aren't quite touching the ground. And when I see Shane leaning against the door of my lizard-green gremlin, looking good enough to eat in a pair of low-slung jeans and a tight blue t-shirt that accentuates the muscliness of his chest and the dreaminess of his eyes, I can't resist skipping across the pavement. I spin into a spontaneous pirouette, followed by an exuberant sachet and a split leap that lands me mere inches away from my now laughing partner in fromance.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you were happy to see me, Shane says, his hands coming to rest on my hips, sending a rush of heat sizzling across my skin. I tilt my head back, grinning up at him. I am happy to see you. I've been thinking about you all day, you brilliant man.
I like the sound of that, he murmurs. What did I do that was so brilliant, so I can be sure to do it again?
Your plan for us. It inspired me. I loop my arms around his neck, surprised by how easy and natural this added intimacy already feels. I decided to extend the romantic love to my entire circle of friends. I'm going to write Katie a love letter, send Stephanie a book of Buddhist meditations on peace I found at a thrift store, and surprise Haley with a sunflower bouquet as soon as she gets back from her honeymoon. I want to woo all the buddies in my life. He smiles.
Nice. I bet that will make their day.
I hope so. I sigh happily. I love my friends, and I love making them happy, and I love romance. I love it so much I can't wait to put my wooing plans for you into motion.
What's that?
He asks, his eyes lighting up.
Are you going to show up at my place at the witching hour wearing nothing but a pointy hat?
I wiggle my brows. Maybe, if you play your cards right. Though that wasn't on my short list of woo tactics.
What is on your list?
No way. I wag a finger back and forth. I believe in the importance of mystery. There will be no hints, no warning. The wooing is simply going to descend upon you when you least expect it, like a cloudburst, or a bird of prey, or pigeon droppings off that old bridge by the farmer's market. Shane laughs.
Fine. Then I'm not telling you where we're going either. You'll have to wait until we get there.
Good. I spin away from him in another pirouette. Your vehicle? Since you know where we're ending up?
Mine, Shane agrees, nodding over his shoulder. I'm parked a few rows back.
I dance away across the lot, and Shane follows with a spring in his step and not a hint of embarrassment. Even when a pair of girls wearing matching pink hoodies turn to give me a critical once-over as I twirl by, Shane's relaxed stride doesn't waver. He doesn't care that I'm a goofball who believes in random acts of dancing and refuses to straighten up and act like a real adult. Like me, he knows that being a real adult is a trap set by a society bent on tricking us all into giving up on fun. Society wants us to forget how to dance, I say as I stop beside his truck. He's driving his old gray SUV today instead of the monster van he uses for treasure hunting, and the automatic locks are broken. I have to wait for him to come put the key in the lock and open my door for me, an old-fashioned ritual I enjoy. Shane nods.
And cartwheel.
Yes! I bounce on my toes as I clap my hands. Let's do that. Let's go cartwheel.
We can go to Waterfront Park, cartwheel until we're dizzy, and then get ice cream and play in the fountain.
Seriously?
Shane curses under his breath as he opens the door.
Did you seriously just ruin my surprise?
My eyes go wide. Did I? He exhales as he jabs a thumb toward the back seat.
I brought towels and fountain playing gear. I was planning on renting bikes, not cartwheeling, but...
But this is great, I say, determined to banish the disappointment from his features. I rest my hands on his chest, rubbing my palms back and forth in soothing sweeps. It's perfect. We're already in sync, vibing on the same wavelength. I lean in, adding in my best sultry voice, which should come in useful tonight, right? Shane clears his throat.
About that.
I pin him with a narrow-eyed look. Yes? What about it? You're not backing out on me again, are you?
No, I'm not. But I couldn't find the brand of condoms I want anywhere in town. I had to order them from a place in Seattle. They should be in a delivery locker by tomorrow morning. That was faster than having them shipped directly to my address.
My shoulders relax. Oh, well, that's not much of a wait. What's one more day after 23 years, right? He bares his teeth.
Except that I have plans to head up the coast tomorrow to do some van camping. I would cancel, but I told Yoda I'd track him down this week. If I don't show up, he'll get his feelings hurt.
Yoda, I echo, brows arching. Is this some kind of Star Wars cosplay thing? If it is, you know I'm not usually one to judge. I enjoy dress up as much as any 4-year-old. But if you're choosing geekery over sexy times with me, I'm pretty sure I'm clear to feel insulted.
No, Shane says, laughing as he squeezes my hip. Yoda is an equipment artist. An all-around artist, really, but he specializes in airbrushing goalie masks for his money job. He got started when he was in high school, and now he does all the top goalies in the league. We've been tight since he did my Badger mask years ago.
Oh, well, I'm less insulted now, I sigh. But I am disappointed. We've only got a month, Shane, and I don't want to just lose it, you know? I want to gain experience, too. Make sure I'm doing it right. Shane's gaze darkens, sending a shiver across my skin.
You don't need to worry about that. You're going to be mind-blowing in bed.
His lips dip closer to mine.
I can tell from the way you kiss.
Yeah? I whisper, heart racing as his Christmas in June scent floods my head.
Yes, but let me kiss you again to make sure.
His mouth meets mine, and my blood ignites, catching fire the way it does every time he touches me. By the time we pull apart, I'm dancing on the inside, my every cell doing the disco. Just kissing him is enough to reduce me to a puddle of helpless lust. I can't wait to be as close to him as two people can get. To have the freedom to explore every inch of his incredible body. 4 days will be an eternity. I sag back against the sun-warmed truck, letting my lids slide closed with a tortured sigh. 4 days? How am I going to survive the wait?
I was going to suggest that you come with me, he says, making my eyes pop open again. There's plenty of room on my van mattress for 2, and we'll be back in town by Friday morning.
I bite my lip, dangerously tempted. I would have to get someone to cover for me at work, though, and I'd miss 2 days of tips.
But you would gain life experience and make priceless memories,
Shane wheedles, giving my hip another squeeze.
And I'll cover all expenses, including as many hamburgers as you can eat.
Endless hamburgers, I murmur, grateful for the shade provided by the open door and Shane's large shoulders. It's unusually warm for a June day, and that fountain is sounding better with every passing minute. But a 4-day sex van adventure with Shane sounds even better. That's generous.
I would offer to compensate you for the lost workdays and tips if I thought you would let me.
I shake my head. No, I refuse your money. All I want from you is friendship and hot sex. He presses a fist to his chest and winces in mock hurt.
Not my grilling skills?
Your grilling skills are mediocre at best, so if I go, I'll be doing the cooking.
What about warming food on the grill? He asks. Am I allowed to do that?
Yes, I will allow it, but all real cooking falls to me. That will be my contribution to the vacation, along with road trip games and assistance avoiding poisonous plants. Shane grins. So you're coming? Assuming I can get my shifts covered at the bar, I say, already making a mental list of people who might want extra hours. I'll start making phone calls while you drive. Shane and I pack into the SUV, and he heads east toward the river. By the time we reach the turn into Waterfront Park's porta-potty storage yard, where sneaky locals score parking for free, I've got Alicia booked to cover my Tuesday and Wednesday shifts, and Bernard lined up to do Friday just in case Yoda proves elusive and we end up needing an extra day to find him. Done, I announce, tossing my phone triumphantly into my backpack before hopping out of the SUV. We're cleared for van life? Shane asks as he circles around the front. It's a go? It's a go, I say with a giddy grin. I'm so excited. I haven't been camping in years, and I've never helped track down an eccentric nomadic hockey helmet artist. I tickle Shane's ribs as he fetches the towels and a canvas bag from the back seat. This is going to be awesome. I can feel it. He laughs as he swats at my hands. It is, but don't poke me. I'm ticklish. Oh, you are? I ask, wicked intentions blooming in my heart. How did I not know this about you until now? I advance, my rib-poking fingers wiggling as he backs away down the sidewalk. No, Marks, he warns. Don't try it. I'm not kidding. Tickling is off limits. But that just makes me want to tickle you more, I say, speeding my footsteps as the concrete sidewalk gives way to the wooden planks of the riverwalk. Don't make me shut you down, Shane says, his voice so dangerously, deliciously deep I can't resist a tickle attack. I rush him, fingers clawed, but before I can get at his ribs, Shane crouches down and grabs me around the waist with his free arm, easily flipping me over his shoulder. Not fair, I shout, the blood rushing to my head as the world turns upside down. That's use of excessive force. You were warned, he says, starting back along the walk. Now you suffer the consequences. Is your butt ticklish? I ask as I realize both muscled cheeks are within easy reach. Not sure, but unless you want me to accidentally drop you on your head, I wouldn't try it, psycho. Take your punishment like a woman. Not much of a punishment, I snort. You've got a nice backside. It's a work of art, really. All round and symmetrical, with the nice hollow parts on the sides. It's an enjoyable view. Thanks. I enjoy your backside as well. I smile, even though it hurts a little with all the blood rushing to my head. Really? You don't think it's too flat? It used to be more bubblicious when I hit the stair climber more often, but it's so hard to find time to get to the gym. It's perfect. My favorite ass on one of my favorite people. His words fill me with a feeling so cozy and sweet I want to kiss him. Seeing as his lips aren't within reach, however, I settle for planting a big mwah on his jean-clad backside. Shane laughs. Did you just kiss my ass? I did, and I enjoyed it. Still laughing, he flips me back onto my feet, steadying me with one strong arm as the world shifts into its proper perspective. When my vision clears, I look up to find him gazing down at me with an unfamiliar expression. I've never seen that exact mix of softness and intensity in his eyes before, but I like the way it makes my chest ache and my pulse flutter. I like it so much, I have to kiss him again, this time on those lips that are smiling just for me.
Chapter 8. The afternoon flies by in a happy haze, filled with ice cream, cartwheels, more ice cream, and over an hour spent splashing in the fountain with a group of kids who were kind enough to loan Bree and I water guns so we can join their battle for the fate of the land of Fountainilla. By the time we fetch Bree's car from the university parking lot and I follow her back to the parking garage beneath her building at 6, I'm exhausted. But the last thing I want to do is go home. I want to stay here with Bree. I want to race her upstairs to see who can grab the first beer from the fridge. I want to order pizza and watch movies with her snuggled close. But most of all, I want to pull her onto my lap, thank her for being one of the most fun people I know, and kiss her until she makes more of those soft, hungry sounds she makes. I want to kiss every inch of her beautiful body, make her gasp and moan and come so hard she'll forget all the men who touched her before me. But though I'd like to believe I have the strength to devote myself to Bree's pleasure without being tempted to take things further, I want this woman too much to trust my self-restraint. I should head home. Now. Do not pass go, do not kiss this irresistible woman goodbye. Instead, when I slam out of my truck beside her gremlin and Bree asks, "Want to come up for tacos? I can throw some together fast. That way you won't have to worry about grabbing food when you head home to pack." I can't get across the garage fast enough. She laughs as I bound toward the elevators. Hungry? Starving, I confirm in a voice too suggestive for my own liking. Yes, I'm hungry for more than tacos, but tacos are the only thing on the menu tonight. Until those superpower condoms are delivered, Bree might as well be wearing a nun's habit as far as I'm concerned. Me too, she murmurs, gliding into the elevator behind me and punching the button for her floor with a predatory look. Her hand tucked into my elbow as we walked, her hip brushing mine as we sat on a bench with ice creams in hand, watching the boats drift down the river. That's all it takes with her. She doesn't even have to try to turn me on. She just has to live and breathe and be Bree, the only girl who's ever made me feel this way. Made me wild, out of control, and so desperate to be with her, I'm pretty sure I'll be rocking a set of blue balls until she's finally in my bed. This is the first time we've been alone all afternoon. Her fingers play at the hem of her damp tank top in a way that pulls the fabric tighter to her chest, revealing the lines of her black bra, making me grateful I changed back into my boxers and jeans. If I were still wearing my suit, the situation south of the border would be even harder to conceal. It is. I bite my lip, fighting to keep my eyes on hers instead of those I want in my mouth more than I want food or air or gravity to keep me from spinning off the planet and into the cold depths of space. Let space have me, as long as I get to have this woman first. So why are you so far away? Bree sways closer, eliminating the distance between us as the elevator zips upward. Her arms go around my neck and my palms come immediately to her ass, gripping her plush backside as our lips meet in a kiss that is anything but friendly. It's hot, deep, and so urgent I know she feels it too, this hunger that roars through me every time we touch. Sparks ignite behind my eyes and my blood rushes in my ears as her tongue dances with mine. She tastes like ice cream and sunshine, and when she gasps and rocks forward, nudging her hips against where I ache, my fingers spasm, digging even deeper into her ass as a full-body shudder works through me from head to toe. Are you okay? Bree asks, palms smoothing down to rest on my chest. No, I'm not okay. I force the words out through a whip-tight jaw. I have to go. I don't trust myself to be alone with you. I want you too fucking much. I want you too, she says, her lust-fogged eyes staring hungrily into mine. I have condoms, Shane. I know they aren't the kind you ordered, but no. I shake my head sharply. We're not taking any chances or cutting any corners with that. This is too important. Her face falls, her disappointment so clear I can feel it vibrating through me, adding a different kind of ache into the mix of torment. I hate that I've let her down, but I love that she wants me that much. So much that as the elevator doors whoosh open, she's tearing up a little. But we can do other things, I say, stepping off the elevator. Bree's breath rushes out as she grabs my hand. Oh, good. I don't want you to leave. I need more of you first. I need more of you too, I confess. Surely I can control myself for an hour or two until I have to leave to get ready for the trip, especially if Bree promises to help me keep things safe. But you have to promise me something. I stop in front of her door, guiding her backpack off her shoulder to rest on the floor before cradling her upper arms in my hands. Anything, she says breathlessly. I arch a brow. Really? So your firstborn child, your immortal soul, those are on the table? She nods. Yes. I'm already in the foolish choices place. Who knew playing in fountains could make a person so frisky? Her lids droop to half-mast as her fingers fist in my shirt. Or maybe it's just you who makes me wild and reckless with lust. That's what we're not going to be. I suck in a breath as her hands slip beneath my t-shirt to smooth up my stomach, sending fresh waves of desire rocketing through me. I want to haul her inside and take her against the nearest wall, but instead I insist. No reckless on my watch. Which means my pants stay on, okay? No matter what happens, neither of us touches that button or zipper. Agreed? But what if I really want to touch it? She leans in for a kiss as her fingers curl into the top of my jeans. With firm, only slightly shaking hands, I grip her wrists and guide her arms to her sides, severing the connection between us. If you can't promise to help me keep my pants on, I'm leaving right now. She sobers quickly. All right, I promise. I narrow my gaze as I release my grip on her wrists. I'm serious. I'm serious too. And when I make promises, I keep them, she says, before adding in a softer voice. But you didn't say anything about your shirt, correct? No, I didn't, I confirm, pulse leaping as she collects her bag from the floor and fishes her keys from an inside pocket. In just a few seconds, we're going to be alone, and I will finally discover the taste of Bree's skin, every centimeter of her. Good. Bree unlocks the door and motions me inside. Then get in there and get your shirt off, Wallace. I want you as naked as I can get you. Lust spiking, I salute her with a grin. Always happy to give a lady what she wants. I step through the door, she slams it behind us, and the fabric starts to fly. My shirt and then her shirt drift to the floor as we kick off shoes and come back together with a moan of relief to be touching again. This is the best way to get out of clothes, I murmur against her lips, kissing her as we stumble across the room, hands roaming. The very best, she agrees, breath catching as my fingers find the clasp of her bra and pop it open. Okay? She nods. So much better than okay. She holds my gaze as she reaches up, guiding the straps down her arms. With an easy sweep of one hand, she tosses the bra to the floor. And yes, I would rather be buried balls deep in Bree, but this is still incredible. So intense it takes a good 30 seconds to regain the self-control needed to guide her off my lap and onto the couch beside me. I don't want to leave you. She kisses my cheek as her fingers drift back and forth across my chest. Those condoms better be waiting in the delivery locker when you check tomorrow morning, or I'm going to drive up to Seattle myself and buy every package in the store. We'll go in the van. Together, I promise. But they guaranteed locker delivery between midnight tonight and 4 tomorrow morning. She pulls back, eyes wide as she grabs her tank top and tugs it over her head without bothering to put her bra on. Why didn't you say so in the first place? We could stay up until then, eat tacos, watch movies, and then go on a condom retrieving mission. I wince. As much as I would love that, there's no way I'll be able to drive tomorrow if I stay up all night. We wouldn't have to stay up all night. Oh, yes, we would. I cup her chin, brushing my thumb across her kiss-swollen bottom lip. I intend to take my time with you, Doc. Make sure your first time isn't something you're ever going to forget. Her eyes darken. Tomorrow night, then? Tomorrow, I promise. But right now I should get going before I put my self-control to any tougher test. She glances down at my lap and her cheeks flush. Thinking naughty thoughts? I ask, unable to resist teasing her just a little. She peers up at me through her lashes, a sexy half-smile curving her lips. I'm thinking all the naughty thoughts, every single one. Are you trying to kill me? I ask, sliding my fingers into her hair and fisting my hand lightly in the silky strands. No, she says, blinking innocently. But if you changed your mind and decided to race me to my bedroom to see which of us can get to the condoms in my nightstand first, I wouldn't complain. I mean, you would have to take a quick shower first, but I would wait for you. I smirk. Oh yeah? You would? You'd do me that favor? She nods, her lips curving. I would. I'd even do it naked. Her brows wiggle up and down. If you played your cards right. Cursing beneath my breath, I ball my hands into fists and stand up fast, determined to get out of here before I do something I'll regret. You're going? Don't go. The plea in her voice mimics the pleading of my cock, who is vehemently arguing that there's no need to make a beeline for the exit. He insists we can handle this and reminds me that in all the years we've been using condoms together, we've only had one break, 2 measly little times. I ignore him and tug on my shirt. 2 times is too many. I want Bree, God, do I want her like nothing else, but I want her safe and healthy more. I'll be back before you know it. I force a smile as I back across the living room toward the foyer. You should start packing. T-shirts and shorts and lots of swimsuits. Okay, Bree says, her lips turned down hard. But bring jeans and sweatshirts too. It gets cold on the coast at night, even in the summer. Got it. She slumps lower on the couch. I grab my keys from the entry table and slip them into my pocket. I'll have extra blankets, but you might also want to bring warm things to sleep in. Sweatpants, maybe a sock cap. Bree leans back, throwing an arm across her face. Fine, sock caps, got it, now go. Leave me and my never-to-be-vanquished V-card in peace. Before I think better of it, I'm across the room, gently moving her arm away from her face and not so gently claiming her mouth. I kiss her hard and hungry, funneling every ounce of longing pumping through my blood into the dance of my lips against hers. Once I'm sure she's good and breathless, I pull back, catching her gaze and holding it. I'm going to vanquish the hell out of your V-card, Doc. Tomorrow, you and me. Super strong condoms and a night you won't forget. I promise. Her lashes flutter. I like that promise, she whispers, the heat in her eyes making me want to stay and to assure her with another orgasm or two that we're going to be perfect together. Instead, I kiss her forehead, tell her not to eat too many tacos because I want leftovers for lunch, and slip out of the apartment and down to the parking garage. I hate to leave her, but I take comfort in knowing we're in the home stretch now. Soon, I won't have to imagine what it's like to make love to this woman who's had me in the palm of her hand since the moment we met. Soon, I'll know, and nothing will ever be the same again.
Chapter 9. Something's happening to me. Something wild and unexpected, but completely brilliant. I'm not sure who this bright-eyed and bushy-tailed girl bounding out of her apartment before sunrise is, but I like the way it feels to spend some time in her skin. I've been a night owl for as long as I can remember, and reconciled myself long ago to the fact that mornings are painful. Most days, waking before 6 a.m. would leave me feeling like roadkill that's been scraped off the street, hosed down, and propped up with stakes stabbed into my spine. But today, the early hour doesn't fuss my head or creak through my bones. Today, I am light and free, sharp and clear, sailing through the doors to the lobby with a spring in my step and out to where Shane's van is idling on the sidewalk. Onward ho! I declare as I hop into the passenger seat, my duffel bag and purse on my lap. Shane grins. I'm not a hoe. I give it away for free, woman. I lean over to steal a kiss, moaning in soft appreciation as Shane kisses me deeply, sending tingles zipping across my skin and the nutty, smoky taste of high-class coffee flooding my mouth. Did you bring some of that black magic in your cup for me? I mumble against his lips. Does a Yoda hide out in the woods? He asks in a husky voice that brings back memories from last night. Memories of his hands on my skin and his powerful body rocking against mine through our clothes, and how incredible it felt to be that close to him, to this man who brings me nothing but pleasure and happiness. I'm not sure, but I'm excited to find out. I gratefully accept the ceramic travel mug he offers, the Darth Vader hugging a unicorn one he knows is my favorite, with one hand, as I hoist my bags into the back with the other. What I see behind me makes my jaw drop. What is all this? I ask. That's my camping van modification kit. Shane pulls out onto the empty street, heading east through the sleeping city. I'm telling you, van life is downright glamorous these days, woman. Apparently. My gaze roams over the pallet bed at the back of the van, the kitchenette complete with sink and microwave, a miniature couch, and a tiny box-like room I'm guessing is a closet? Or maybe... Is that a bathroom? I gasp, slapping Shane's arm. Is there a toilet in there? He nods. There is. I heard my camping buddy had a tiny bladder and couldn't make it through the night without getting up to use the facilities. So I figured I would bring the facilities to her. I borrowed it from my friend Tony. If we like it, I'll put in an order for a kit of my own before I leave. The place that makes them turns orders around pretty fast. Wow, I murmur. A toilet. Just for me. Just for you, Doc. I sniff dramatically. I want to try it out right now. Show it how much I appreciate it being part of our adventure. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to use the facilities while the vehicle is in motion. I'm pretty sure I'm a rebel who will pee when I want, where I want, I reply, reaching for my seatbelt buckle. And we will have to empty it periodically, Shane says, clearing his throat. So we might want to keep use to a minimum and take advantage of gas station facilities during daylight hours. You need me to stop somewhere? No, I'm good. And that makes sense. I relax back into my chair, seatbelt still in place as I whisper over my shoulder. We'll get to know each other later, Doris. Doris? Shane snorts. You're naming the toilet? I am. I know I haven't seen her yet, but I'm getting a strong Doris vibe. I'll be sure to tell Tony she's been christened. He winks as he takes a sip of his coffee. How did you sleep last night? Good. A full 6 hours. Why? He shakes his head. I've never seen you this alive before 6 a.m. Come to think of it, I've never seen you up before 6, have I? Nope, I don't do this hellish hour of the day, I say cheerfully. But it's not bothering me this morning. Must be the promise of adventure in the air. And here I thought it was the company. I shift in my seat, kissing his scruffy cheek again before whispering, The company is part of the adventure, baby. Shane squeezes my thigh, letting his hand linger as he says, The company is the best part of the adventure. I can't wait to get you in that bed tonight, Doc. Me either. A rush of anticipation makes my voice breathy as I ask, So I'm assuming the delivery was a success? He nods. Picked up the box this morning on my way. Our mission is a go. Yes, I'm going to lose my V-card like a boss. Like a fucking boss, he echoes, making me laugh. Now get out your phone and find the fastest route north. First mates around this van have to earn their keep. Aye, aye, Captain. I give a sharp salute and then dig my phone out of the pocket of my traveling dress, the green linen tent I wear on road trips owing to its breezy comfort and abundance of snack, phone, and earbud-holding pockets. For the next hour, as we head north before cutting west to follow a narrow strip of blacktop toward the sea, we discuss van life, how long it would take a person to go crazy living on the road with an empty-as-you-go toilet, and whether or not an internet connection is necessary to life. I say it is. As much as I hate to admit it, our modern world runs on cyber functionality, and Shane says it isn't. It would be an adjustment, but it could be done, he insists. But what about banking and paying bills? Almost all of that is online only. He shrugs. Then I'd make sure I didn't have any bills. I'd barter for what I needed as often as I could, and work for it when I didn't have anything to trade. Cut money and bills out of my life and live free and clear. I lean back against the door, crossing my arms as I pin him with a hard look. This from the guy with a giant storage unit full of tchotchkes? Those are antiques, not tchotchkes. And yes, that guy. That guy likes buying and selling old things. He doesn't like filling his personal space with them. I'm in the collector game for the experience, not the stuff. Except for salt and pepper shakers. He inclines his head. Except for those, which are small, portable, and can be traded for things like gas, cheeseburgers, and beer. You think? I ask, grinning. You think your average Fuel Express attendant is going to take one of your creepy collectibles and give you gas in return? I'm counting on it, he says calmly, since that's how I intend to pay for this trip. My jaw drops. You're not serious. No, I'm not serious, he says, making me sag with relief. But it sounds like a cool thing to try. Maybe I'll give it a go on my drive to Kansas City. As long as you don't drive through any deserts on your way, I say, with a disapproving humph. That would be a lame way to go out. Stranded in the heat, dying of dehydration because you overestimated the value of your creepy salt and pepper shaker collection. Solid advice, Doc. Solid advice. His hand returns to my thigh, and my body returns to singing that zippy tune it hums whenever Shane touches me. Or looks like he's about to touch me. Or looks at me, period. I am flying so high on the wings of anticipation that a terrible thud is all but assured. Deep down, I know I've built this up so much that there's no way it can live up to my own mental hype, but I don't care. The flight is worth the thud. The tangy rush of expectation tingling across my tongue is the best taste, the sweetest taste, and I relish it with everything in me. Every minute of our drive to Cape Lookout's new primitive campgrounds, the hike up to the ranger station to secure a permit and a bundle of firewood, and our walk down to the beach, I'm soaring inside, light and free but laser-focused on memorizing every detail of this day. The last day I'll ever spend as a virgin. The thought makes me grin like a fool as I strip off my shoes and socks, tossing them onto a piece of driftwood as I race down to the waves. "It's going to be cold," Shane shouts after me. "I know, I like it," I call back, squealing as the frigid Pacific rushes over my toes and churns around my ankles, promising to make my feet go numb. "You like freezing cold water?" Shane asks from a safer distance up the shore. "I do." I bare my teeth in a shiver grin as a second wave attacks the chicken skin forming on my calves. At least I like it now that I know I don't have to get more than my feet wet if I don't want to. Back when I was modeling, it was a different story. Sometimes the photographers would have us sitting around in soaking wet clothes for hours, with nothing but a tiny towel to wrap around our shoulders in between setups. And every beach shoot I did around here was scheduled in February, so it wasn't much warmer on the sand than in the surf. Shane frowns as he takes a step back, dodging a bubbly wave. "Why February?" "So they could get the photos retouched in time for swimsuit season publications and ad campaigns." I squirm my now numb toes into the coarse sand with a happy sigh. The day I decided to quit, I wept with relief that I'd never have to prance around in a bikini pretending to be warm again. Beaches should be fun, not torture. Shane's brow wrinkles sympathetically. "Who knew modeling was so brutal?" "Anyone who's ever done it," I say with a laugh. "But I'm glad I tried it for a while. It gave me a chance to travel, see the world, and figure out that wasn't the life for me while I was still young." "A life on the road?" "A life on the surface." I hold my arms out, keeping my balance as my feet sink deeper beneath the sand with each lap of the waves. I love pretty things, but I want my life to be about more than what I look like. I want to make a difference, help people be happy, or at least help them feel better. "You make me feel better," he says, his voice so soft I can barely hear it over the rush of the surf. I glance up, and something passes between us, something that feels a lot like coming downstairs to find the living room full of presents on Christmas morning. But not a kid Christmas, a grown-up Christmas, when you're old enough to appreciate what every gift under the tree stands for. Brightly wrapped boxes full of thoughtfulness and freely given time and love from the people who know you best. The way Shane looks at me makes me feel grateful in the same way. Grateful and warm and... The moment of connection is broken as the next wave crashes in with a display of attitude, slapping the backs of my knees with enough force to send me pitching forward. With my legs buried in the sand, I can't take a step to steady myself. I pinwheel my arms, but I've already reconciled myself to the inevitable faceplant when Shane swoops to the rescue. Wrapping his arms around my waist, he lifts me free, spinning with a sharply indrawn breath. "Shit, that's cold, Bree." "Sorry," I gasp, clinging to his shoulders as he hauls me back up the shore to dry sand. "But thank you. I'm glad I don't have to hike back up to camp soaking wet." "I would have given you my shirt, but I wouldn't have liked it," he says with a shudder that makes me giggle. He frowns down at me. "I don't like being cold. Is there something wrong with that?" "You play ice hockey for a living."
But I'm never cold on the ice because I'm always moving, diving, defending, like an ice shark.
An ice shark? I like it. I cup his face in my hands, heart filling with something sweeter than laughter. Something I can't put a name to when he's smiling down at me with the sunlight in his hair and his eyes as beautiful as the cloudless sky stretching overhead, seeming to promise that it's going to be clear sailing from here on out, that it will always be sunny and summer, and we will always be this close, on the verge of being even closer. I'm having a wonderful adventure so far. I press up on tiptoe, bringing my lips a whisper away from his.
Me too. Thank you for coming. You make me happy, Bree Marks.
You make me happy too. I tip my chin back, sighing against his lips as he kisses me, softly at first, but then with increasing heat, his tongue dancing with mine, making my blood rush and my body sing. I arch closer to Shane's warm, solid self, breath catching as the steely length of him presses against my belly. But I think we could both be even happier. I rock my hips forward, hopefully leaving no doubt about what kind of happy I have in mind. Want to go make sure the van mattress is a good fit for two?
Are you sure?
Shane asks, his voice husky.
No doubts?
No doubts, I promise, shivering as his fingers dig into my hips.
Then yes, the van mattress will be ready for you tonight, Ms. Marks.
He pulls back, a smug grin on his lips.
But first, I've got some fromancing to do, starting with making your fancy ass a fancy-ass dinner.
I smile. Is my ass fancy?
So fancy,
he assures me, taking my hand as he leads the way across the sand.
So fancy that I stopped by Providore last night and got lamb sausage and mint jelly couscous to warm up for dinner tonight, along with fancy-ass zucchini salad and even fancier bread with olives and capers cooked in the dough.
I gasp. No. In the dough? That does sound fancy.
He nods seriously. Crazy fancy.
Thank you, I say, squeezing his hand. You're the best fromancer ever.
You haven't seen anything yet, Doc,
he says, pulling me into his arms.
I'm going to leave you breathless.
And then he kisses me. A kiss that goes on as the waves crash behind us and the seagulls shriek in the air above, and Shane keeps his promise, taking my breath away. Every single bit.
Chapter 10. I don't know how to describe this feeling. This anxious, excited, terrified, but in the good way feeling that hums through my veins as I warm up our perfectly pre-cooked supper and Bree sets the picnic table with plastic plates and wine glasses from the van's tiny kitchen. All I know is that I'm so fucking happy to be here, to be in this beautiful place with this beautiful woman who kisses like a hurricane making landfall and smiles at me with a warmth that leaves no doubt she feels it too. This heat. This longing. This joy that bubbles up from some previously undiscovered well inside of me when I'm with her. I've had my share of lovers, probably more than my share thanks to my chick magnet career and boy band-worthy hair, but none of my previous experience has prepared me for Bree, for her fearlessness, her fire, and the passionate sweetness she tries so hard to hide, but which touches me in ways that are hard to explain. I don't know if I have the vocabulary for her yet, this incredible person who is mine, at least for a little while. Pinot, I'm assuming, to pair with the lamb? She holds aloft a bottle of wine as she steps out the back of the van. We folded up the bed to make room to move freely back and forth from our campsite to the kitchen as we prep dinner, but that mattress looms large in my mental landscape. I desperately want everything to be perfect and safe and sexy and safe and amazing and safe, and God, I just pray I've thought of everything, left no bedsheet corner untucked in my plans for tonight. That's what the guy at the liquor store said. I turned the sausages on the grill, aiming for an even heat. You both know better than I do. Bree tugs a corkscrew from the back pocket of her jeans. I don't know wine like this. My budget taps out at $10 per bottle, $12 if I've had a good tip night. She holds up the wine, appraising it in the fading light reflected off the glittering ocean. I'm guessing this is a $50 Pinot, judging from the heft of the bottle and the edgy artwork. It was closer to 80, but I nod. You're in the ballpark. She glances over her shoulder as she flicks open the blade at the end of the wine key and expertly disposes of the seal. You know I'm a sure thing, right? She teases. You don't have to ply me with fancy wine. You know I'm committed to fromance, I counter, earning another sunshine smile. God, I love her smile. I could live on it, like a plant on sunlight, converting her smile into all the fuel I'll ever need to keep me going. You're killing it on that front, she says, pouring the wine. When she's finished, she places the bottle on the table and turns back to me, hands propped on her hips. So what next? Table is set with salads and silverware, and the wine is poured. How else can I help? No help needed. I load the serving tray with sausages and the pot of bubbling couscous. Dinner is served. Bree claps her hands. Awesome, I'm starving. Settling into our seats, we load our plates and dig in, our moans of enjoyment interspersed with light conversation and long moments of silent admiration for the stunning view of the Pacific. We talk shop. She fills me in on the latest psychology stuff she's learning, and I give her a rundown of what I'm working on in my sessions with Tank. She tells the latest sad but amusing tales from the bar, featuring a regular named Bob who's teaching his parrot to steal his keys when he gets too wasted to drive, and I share my latest vinyl score, a set of vintage blues albums I got from my ex-roommate's ex-roommate, who got a job in Japan and had to abandon his record collection to fit everything he owned into a 150-square-foot apartment in Tokyo. Bree's eyes go wide, and she hurries to finish chewing. 150 square feet? Isn't that like coffin-sized? Not quite, but the van is 80 square feet and back if that gives you a rough idea. Wow. Bree swirls her wine as she turns to gaze up at the pink and blue sky. The sun set nearly an hour ago and the air is starting to cool, but it's still a perfect evening. Warm, but not too warm. Breezy, but not strong enough to send our napkins flying off the table. It's just right. Just like being here with her. I mean, I love the van. Bree sweeps a hand toward the horizon. And this view. Man, do I love this view. But I don't know if I could do it full time. I try not to care too much about possessions, but I love my record collection. I mean, I could live without Nina Simone on vinyl on Sunday mornings, but I don't know why I would want to, you know? Which reminds me. I hopped to my feet and bound into the van, powering up the speakers and putting on one of our favorite playlists, the one in which her beloved Nina features prominently. By the time I emerge from the back, Bree's foot is already tapping to sugar in my bowl, and there's a big smile on her face. Perfect, to Nina. She lifts her glass to the sky before downing her last sip with a sensuality that makes it hard to look away. Then she turns back to me with a sultry expression. Dance by the fire? Anytime, I murmur, crossing the threadbare grass to draw her into my arms beside our sputtering fire. It's putting off enough warmth to heat the side of my face as I spin her in a slow circle, but I barely notice. I'm too focused on Bree and the heat building in the air between us. My hand flat against the small of her back, I guide her closer, relishing the way she moves, sensuous and strong, and not even a little self-conscious as we dance. We should go dancing when we get back to the city, I say, spinning her in a slow circle as Nina sings about wanting sweetness down in her soul. I've never been dancing with a boy, Bree says, brushing the hair from my forehead. Only my girlfriends. Well, that's no fun. Then you have to skip all the slow dances. I would slow dance with my girls, but there's no easy listening at the club. She narrows her eyes. Unless I'm going to the wrong clubs. I don't know. I don't do clubs. Too loud and dark. Old man, Bree says fondly, making me grin. I am an old man. I like swing night at the Silver Sundown. She cocks her head, her brows pinching. I thought that was a retirement home. It is. My great-grandma used to live there. I'd go dance with her every Saturday I had free. I shrug. After she passed, I kept going. By then, I'd made a lot of friends, and the music is good. And not to brag, but I'm pretty popular with ladies over a certain age. Bree's smile takes full possession of her face. I bet you are. Ladies of a certain age have an eye for quality. You think I'm quality, Marks? I ask, swaying to a stop as the last bluesy notes fade into the breath between tracks. I do. She traces the curve of my ear, even that innocent touch enough to make me ache. I'm past ready to take this romantic evening inside, shut the van doors, and disappear into a world where no one exists but Bree. But instead of taking her hand and leading her away from the dying fire, I hear myself asking, then why did you shoot me down for so long? You knew I wanted to be more than your flea market buddy. Bree looks startled by the question, but rallies quickly. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure about that myself. I thought I had a type, I guess, and you weren't it. Not into guys who treat you right and think skinny jeans are the worst thing to happen to man fashion in the history of ever? Maybe. Maybe it was as dumb as that. Her mouth softens and uncertainty flickers in her eyes. Or maybe deep down I was a little intimidated. It's my turn to be confused. Intimidated? By me? I'm the least intimidating person I know. I'm like a golden retriever, stupid friendly and too slobbery to be taken seriously. She laughs. Not true. You're gorgeous and so much more successful than I am, and sweet and fun. She turns her head, suddenly very interested in the wine bottle we left on the table. And I don't know. You do know, I insist, dying to hear what she's holding back. Windows into Bree's private thoughts are rare, and I intend to make the most of this moment when her guard is down and her tongue is loose. Tell me, I can keep a secret. I guess I can too, she says, the skin around her eyes going tight. Even from myself. Before I can ask her what she means, she shifts her attention back to my face, pinning me with a look so naked it makes my heart stop for a beat. I didn't realize until now that you scare me a little, she says softly. You're so great. Perfect, really. I guess deep down I've always been worried I wouldn't measure up. My forehead furrows. You can't be serious. You used to model professionally. You're on your way to becoming a doctor, and I'm just used to, she cuts in. And I'm on my way. I'm not one thing or the other. I'm in the middle, barely getting by tending bar and not sure if any of my big dreams are ever going to come true. Meanwhile, you play for the NHL. I shrug. So? She laughs. Don't even try it. You know it's a big deal. And you know I'm a little fish by comparison. You could be dating girls who are currently models or actresses or who, at the very least, have a solid normal job and don't come home smelling like sour beer every night. But I didn't want any of those girls, I say, drawing her closer. I wanted you. I still want you, I confess with a kiss, telling her with each brush of my lips against hers that she's what I want, what I need, the only person who's ever made me this nervous about taking a woman to bed. And not just because it's dangerous to her health. Her allergy has little to do with the storm raging inside me as we kiss our way across the campsite toward the van. I'm nervous because I want this to be good, not just for her, but for us. I want her to see that we're meant to be more than friends, to feel how perfectly we fit together, and to realize that it's not too late. Fuck the distance, and fuck our buddies with benefits bargain. I want Bree to be mine, really mine, not just for tonight, but for the next week, the next month, the next as long as I can have her, because nothing has ever felt as right as her against me, her with me, her in my life and in my bed, and sighing my name as I pull down the mattress and we roll onto it together. No stopping tonight, she murmurs against my mouth. Promise me. No stopping, I swear, my breath rushing out as her hands dive under my shirt. But you have to make me a promise, too. Anything. Her head falls back with a moan as I kiss my way down her neck, finding the place where her pulse races low in her throat and circling it with my tongue. You tell me what you like and what you don't like, I say, my own pulse spiking as I work open the buttons on her tank top, bearing her simple brown bikini. Don't be afraid to tell me what you want. I want all of you, And I love everything you do to me. Her fingers tangle in my hair as she adds in a softer voice, but our clothes could be coming off faster, don't you think? Before I can answer, she's pulling my t-shirt over my head, making me sputter as she lifts it just far enough to get stuck around my neck before she starts tugging at my fly. In a matter of seconds, I'm down to my boxer briefs, and she's wearing nothing but a tiny swimsuit bottom that she's on the verge of sliding down her thighs when I stop her with a hand on her wrist. No, let me. Lie back. Bree relaxes onto the pillows, watching with glittering eyes as I hook my thumbs into the strings tied on either side of her hips. But instead of drawing the fabric down, I shift forward, bringing my lips even with her stomach and pressing a kiss to her navel. You have the prettiest belly button I've ever seen, I murmur against her warm skin. I come so hard I lose time for a few seconds, but when my brain catches up with my body, I'm already by the sink, tucking the used condom into a plastic sandwich bag, and then shoving that bag into a larger bag before dumping it in the trash. Bones still limp with pleasure, I wash my hands and then dampen a washcloth and do some below-the-waist cleaning, making sure I'm allergen-free before snagging a fresh pair of boxers from my bag. When I'm certain I'm safe, I cross back to Bree, who's lying curled on her side, watching me with a mysterious smile on her face. Come here, she whispers, patting the mattress beside her. Right here, and let's discuss this wonderful thing. Grinning hard enough to make my jaw hurt, I stretch out next to her, taking her hand in mine and pressing it to my ribs, just above my heart. And then we talk. About everything. About the past half hour and about all the hours before that. About her mom and dad and how hard it's been to watch them split up, and about my family and how poverty shaped our lives until hockey came along to give us a way out. We talk about what it's like to be old enough to realize you have no idea what you're doing, but too young to be sure that life is ever going to be anything but hard and confusing. And then we talk about silly things like unicorns and zombies, and which would win in a fight, about the stars and what creatures might be living on planets far away from ours, and about our favorite road trip candies and what evil, sugary treats we need to score at the gas station tomorrow. Red Whips and giant sweet and sour tarts, I say without hesitation. They are, without a doubt, the finest of all sugary treats. Bree grins. I thought you'd say that. Before I can insist she stay in bed beside me, she slips from beneath the covers, padding across the van to crouch down near her open duffel. When she returns, she's bearing a tiny sand bucket, like something you'd buy a kid at the dollar store. Inside are red vines and sweet and sour tarts and a note that reads, To my favorite fromancing friend. Some treats nearly as sweet as you are, and a bucket to play in the sand. I call dibs on burying you first. XO, Bree. Throat swelling with unexpected emotion, I nod, fighting for control as I force out a soft, Thank you. This is perfect. No, this is perfect, she says, kissing me soft and slow. Moaning in agreement, I draw her on top of me as I lie back on the bed. And then she reminds me of what perfect really means, and we don't sleep for a very, very long time. But when we do, we wink out tucked tight together, so close it's hard to imagine an inch between us, let alone nearly 2,000 miles.
Chapter 11. June in the Pacific Northwest is a mercurial creature, especially along the coast. By day, you're likely to enjoy temperatures in the upper 60s, making it the perfect weather for hiking, beach biking, or reading in the sun beneath a light blanket. But by night, the temperature plummets, dropping into the low 40s and occasionally coming so close to freezing you'll wake with your nose numb and your breath forming crystals in front of your face. I've been on enough early summer camping excursions with friends and family to know better than to fall asleep before donning my warmest leggings, a sweatshirt, and a cozy sock cap pulled down to cover the tips of my soon-to-be frosty ears. But last night was so intense, so overwhelming, so completely and euphorically perfect, that I foolishly succumbed to exhaustion wearing nothing but Shane's t-shirt and a pair of panties. I wake up shivering, with my shoulders hunched to my ears, my arms clenched, and a tension headache already beginning to pulse from my temples down to the back of my neck. Worst of all, I'm alone on the mattress in the back of the van. The incredibly sexy, heat-generating man who spooned me into the best sleep in recent memory has abandoned our snuggle space. I sit up, drawing the fleece-top blanket around my shoulders, but there's no sign of Shane at the kitchenette or on the wee couch. The bathroom door is slightly ajar, giving me a clear view of Doris, assuring me he's not answering nature's call either. I'm sure he's just outside taking a walk or starting a fire or something perfectly acceptable, but I can't help feeling breathlessly disappointed. Bereft, even. Yes, bereft is a good word, though a ridiculous one. I have no reason to feel abandoned and sad. One does not plummet into the depths of despair because one's fuck buddy isn't there when one wakes up the morning after. Last night was incredible, yes, but this was always intended to be a low-key kind of thing. No expectations, no angst, no hang-ups. It's the buddies with benefits mantra. So why do I ache to have Shane's arms around me? Why am I so desperate to see his smile and ask if he slept as well as I did? Why do I long to press my face to his t-shirt and inhale the pine tree and clean socks smell of him, the smell I've come to realize isn't his cologne after all? It's just Shane, delicious Shane, who I would have loved to wake with kisses on his closed eyelids. Friends don't kiss friends' eyelids. That's taking fromance too far, I grumble as I worm my way across the mattress in my blanket cocoon, bound for my duffel and the jeans and sweatshirts within. But last night felt like a door opening to all sorts of previously unexpected intimacies. Things could get really confusing really fast. When we first started this experiment, I was certain I'd have no problem keeping feelings out of the equation. Shane isn't my type. Shane is just a friend, and Shane is moving away in a month. I'd assumed all of those things would make it easy to keep things purely physical. But now, something is changing, shifting, slipping inside of me, and if I'm not careful, I'm going to find myself in way over my head. The thought is as sobering as the frigid air that prickles across my skin as I slip out of my cocoon and grab the jeans folded on top of my duffel. I wiggle into the stiff denim quickly and reach for a fresh bikini top, tee, and sweatshirt, but the clothes are freezing and offer little warmth. By the time I shove my feet into my sneakers, I'm shivering so hard my teeth are chattering. I use the bathroom and wash my hands in frigid water before running my fingers through my hair, making a half-hearted attempt to tame my bedhead in the cramped space before breaking for the door to the van. I care more about getting warm by a fire than I do about getting pretty, but when I tumble outside to the campsite, the fire pit is filled with ash as gray as the fog clinging to the coastline, making the evergreen trees on the distant shore look dark and ominous. The air is warmer out here. The damp breeze off the ocean thaws my nose enough for it to start running, but it's still too chilly to be running around in nothing but a sweatshirt. Sniffing hard, I glance up and down the shore, searching for footprints or some sign of where Shane has gone, but the world is still and silent, save for the muffled hush of the waves retreating across the pebbled sand as the tide moves away from our camp. It feels like I'm the only person left alive on Earth. And though I usually enjoy being alone, relish it, in fact, at the moment the notion is so breathlessly depressing that the backs of my eyes begin to sting. A moment later, my tight throat and aching ribs join the misery parade. By the time a warm hand comes to rest on my waist, making me squeal and jump in surprise, tears are slipping quietly down my cheeks. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you," Shane says. I spin to face him with a swiftly indrawn breath and find him holding a cardboard tray filled with to-go cups of coffee and foil-wrapped sandwiches that smell like pure, cheesy bacon goodness. His smile fades when he sees my face. "You okay?" He crouches to set the tray on the ground before bringing both hands to my waist. "What's wrong? What happened?" I shake my head as I swipe at my tears with my fingers, not wanting to confess what a mess I am or how deeply waking without him affected me. "Nothing, it's fine." But Shane isn't the type to let tears go without getting to the bottom of whatever has caused them. If you were fine, you wouldn't be crying. Come on."
His head dips closer to mine as he adds more softly,
"Talk to me, Doc. You can trust me."
I can trust him. I know that. Trust is why I reached out to Shane about this plan instead of any of the other perfectly acceptable friends with benefits candidates in my circle of male acquaintances. Or that's what I tricked myself into believing, anyway. That my choice was all about Shane being so responsible and level-headed. That it had nothing to do with the way his smile makes me ache with happiness, or how every fun thing is more fun with him along for the ride. For years, I've convinced myself that only a man with poetry in his veins, angst in his heart, and a love for skin-tight black jeans paired with vintage band tees could blaze a trail to my heart. I thought my ideal mate would come wrapped up in a previously approved package, complete with an extensive record collection and first editions of classic books that would pair perfectly with mine. Shane isn't anything like the men I usually date. He's a laid-back jock who listens to classic rock and eats meat. Lots of it. He's not much of a reader, unless he's got his hands on a copy of Antique Collector Monthly, had never set foot in a museum until I dragged him to his first opening, and refuses to attend any movie that isn't going to incorporate multiple explosions in the plotline. But there is poetry in the way he looks at me, in the way he works so hard at keeping me fed, in his crazy collections and his appreciation of lovely old things, and his crazy van life barter schemes, and the way he listens with his entire body, leaning forward with his arms braced on his knees, not wanting to miss a word of what I have to say. He makes me feel important, like someone worth being seen and heard, not some silly former model who stupidly thinks she's got what it takes to be a doctor someday. Even my family, my biggest fans and most tireless supporters, aren't sure I'm going to get that PhD. They believe in me, but they also know that until 18 months ago, when I quit modeling to focus on getting my undergrad degree, I wasn't what anyone would call an exceptional student. I've always been more of a dreamer than a doer, a kid who let real-world responsibilities slip through the cracks more often than I should. A late bloomer who was still figuring out where to plant myself long after most of my friends were already tending a garden full of grown-up accomplishments. But Shane has never doubted that I'm going to make this dream come true. He has faith in me, this man. An unshakable, unwavering faith that I've never appreciated the way I should. Until now, standing in the cold sea air with tears still damp on my cheeks and my heart tied up in knots because the truth has finally penetrated. Shane is going away, and not just for a few hours to grab breakfast. He's going far, far away, and I will miss him more than I can say. I will miss his faith in me and his easy laugh and the comfort of his company. I will miss his thoughts and our long, meandering conversations and the poetry we make when we touch. But most of all, I will miss his heart, that big, beautiful heart that's presently filling his eyes with fear because I've been standing here sniffling for way too long. "I'm sorry," I whisper, forcing the words through my tight throat.
"Why are you sorry?"
He searches my face as I try to work up the courage to tell him the truth. To tell him I failed the test and turned out to be a stupid virgin who can't keep sex and love separate after all. I'm falling in love with him, I realize. It's so clear and, like the giant purple rhinoceros statue downtown, leaves me baffled as to how I managed to avoid seeing it for so long. "Bree," he prods gently, my name a test I don't want to fail. My timing couldn't be worse, and there's a good chance Shane will want nothing to do with a more-than-fuck-buddies relationship, but the emotion swelling inside me is like a bird set free from a cage. It's out in the world, flying, swooping, soaring, getting stronger with every passing second, and there's no way it's going back behind bars. There's only one choice to be made. I stand up straight, summon every bit of bravery in my shivering body, and say, "I woke up and you weren't there. And it made me sad. And then I realized why it made me sad." Shane nods soberly.
"Why?"
"Because being just friends is stupid," I say, the backs of my eyes stinging again. "I hate being just friends." His brow relaxes, and what looks like hope creeps into his eyes.
"Yeah, you do?"
I nod and sniff.
I do. Whose dumb idea was it to be just friends when it would clearly be so much better if we were more than friends?
I don't know, but screw that, he says, pulling me close. I'm with you. I don't want to be your friend. I want to be yours, period.
Yeah? I ask, my heart skipping a beat.
Yes, he assures me. And I want you to be mine. So what do you say, Doc? Be my old lady? Make an honest man of me?
Yes, I will be your old lady. More tears fill my eyes, but they're happy tears this time, happy and hopeful. And I'm so relieved my arms shake as I twine them around Shane's neck with a laugh. I feel ridiculous.
Why?
I shrug. I don't know. I keep thinking I've got things figured out, and then I'm blindsided by something I didn't see coming all over again. At this rate, I'm never going to be a proper adult.
He rubs a hand up and down my back. Good. I don't like proper people. They make me nervous.
He kisses my forehead gently, and Shane forehead kisses are better than Valium. I'm instantly more relaxed and optimistic about what the future might hold. There are unexpected miracles out there in the world. Shane's proof of it. So when he says, "Want to grab napkins while I get the fire started? I don't want your bacon and extra cheese croissant to get cold," I nod. Napkins coming right up. I start to move away, but then lunge back into his arms at the last minute, hugging him tight enough to make him grunt. You're the best.
Ditto, Doc, he says. The very best.
Feeling as warm as an extra cheesy croissant fresh from the toaster oven, I grab plates and napkins, and we eat breakfast by the fire, watching the fog thin and fade, leaving another beautiful day stretching out before us.
Chapter 12. We don't talk about how it's all going to work, whether we're signing up for a long-distance relationship or if Bree might consider moving to Kansas City with me once we've got a few months of coupledom under our belts, but I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about anything. Not a damn thing. Life is good. So good, I can't bring myself to stress about the future. All morning, as Bree and I clean up the campsite and get ready to head out, stealing kisses and grinning at each other like fools, I'm humming with happiness and gratitude. It's so good to be with her like this, together for real, without having to pretend that just friends or friends with bennies is enough for me. Last night was so much more than sex. For the first time in my life, I understood what it meant to make love, to create something breathtaking and beautiful out of nothing but two bodies and everything one incredible woman makes me feel. It took all the willpower I possessed to not let it all spill out, to stop myself from confessing that I'm falling in love with her and I can't seem to stop. Thankfully, now I won't have to. I'm on cloud fucking 9. I can't remember the last time life felt so flawless, effortless, like I've finally clicked into the place the universe was holding just for me. I grew up in a great family. The Wallaces were poor but rolling in love and laughs. It wasn't until I got pretty far along in youth hockey and started outgrowing my goalie pads every 6 months, triggering weeks of our family surviving on hamburger helper and mac and cheese, that I realized we weren't as well off as the other people playing in the league. But I never wanted for food or fun, and I always knew where I belonged. For a relatively laid-back kid like me, that was all I needed to grow up happy. Still, beneath the surface, I longed for something more. I wanted to make a name for myself, to rise high enough to earn the kind of money that would ensure my mom never had to clean another client's toilet and my dad could quit risking his life crushing cars at the junkyard. I was never ashamed of what my people did for money, but I wanted to give them a better life, an easier one. I knew, no matter how content we were, that it wasn't fair that my family had been consigned to a lifetime of hard labor because we were poor people who'd come from even poorer people, most of whom hadn't graduated from high school because they were so busy working to put food on the table. My junior college welding degree was a step up for the Wallace clan. On the day I walked across that stage, my parents were so proud of me, every bit as proud as the day I was drafted into the NHL a year later. But for me, hockey was the holy grail. I thought joining a pro hockey team would finally give me that you made it feeling I've craved for so long, but it didn't. Yes, I have good friends on the team, and I've loved every minute of my career as a Badger, but that sense of marching a beat out of step with everyone never went away. Most of my teammates come from money, at least more than I had growing up, and are more serious about the tough guy hockey persona than I am. Even Cruz, the other oddball on the team, isn't really a kindred spirit. I like Justin, but he's an over-the-top extrovert, not a looks-before-he-leaps introvert like me. That's what made it relatively easy to accept the offer to play for Kansas City. I still hadn't found that just right bowl of porridge. I'd hoped it might be waiting in Middle America with a team that would be grateful for the skill and experience I bring to my game. My whole life, I've been pushing hard for professional domination, certain it would eventually give me what I need. Now I'm beginning to suspect what I needed was waiting in this woman's arms all along. This woman who makes me laugh and think, and who looks at me like I'm a plate of bacon in a room full of tofu. What are you thinking? Bree props her bare feet on the dashboard as I pull out of the campsite, headed north. Tofu or bacon, I murmur. She scoffs. Bacon, clearly. Though I will eat tofu if there's enough sauce on it and the texture is extra firm and I'm starving. My turn. Diamonds or sea glass? I smile. Sea glass. Me too, she says, clearly pleased by the answer. I enjoy seeing something ordinary made beautiful. I like that it only takes a decade or two to make. I take her hand, loving the way it feels to thread my fingers through hers, so simple but so natural and right. It gives me hope I might be able to accomplish something big in my tiny human lifetime. If you're as powerful and relentless as the sea, she grins, which you are, I think, at least as relentless. I actually can't believe you're taking 4 whole days off from training. Is your fancy coach going to bust your ass extra hard when you get back? He won't need to. I'm good at busting my own ass. Speaking of, ass or chest? I'm an ass woman, no doubt, she says, returning to the game without missing a beat. It's one of the things I love about her, how much she loves to play. Love. That's what this warm, giddy, but grounded, just right feeling is. I'm not falling. I'm already gone. I'm in love with Bree Marks, and maybe she's a little in love with me, too. As she asks, okay, now something more hard-hitting. Elephants or giraffes? Which has the cutest babies? I can't resist leaning across the car to steal a kiss, making her laugh and slap my arm. Drive, psycho. You can't drive and kiss at the same time. I can on this road. The speed limit's only 25. It doesn't matter. You still need your eyeballs. She presses a hand to my chest, holding me at a distance when I try to lean in again. No, concentrate, or pull over and make out properly. Kissing isn't something that should be multitasked. You're absolutely right. I pull over onto the shoulder and shift the van firmly into park. A beat later, she's got her seatbelt off and is laughing against my lips as I pull her into my lap and drop my seat back at the same time. You're too good at that. Her eyes narrow as she straddles my hips. How many women have you had in this front seat, Wallace? None, I say, teasing my hands beneath her t-shirt. Or at least none that I can remember. I've already forgotten every woman but you. As a line, it's a cheesy as hell thing to say. But it's not a line. It's the God's honest truth. What I feel for her, the way she makes my soul light up with her smile and my body catch fire with a glance is so much bigger and better than anything I've known. She's like the moon moving between the sun and the earth, eclipsing everything and everyone that has come before. Me too. She bites her bottom lip as my hands drift higher. What are the chances someone's going to drive by, do you think? Slim. The coastal campgrounds don't get crowded until later in the season, and if we head to the back and draw the privacy curtain, we'll be safe either way. Bree arches into my touch, her breath coming faster. But what if someone thinks we've had car trouble, van trouble, some kind of, God, it's hard to think when you're touching me like that. Then stop thinking, I whisper, as I pull her down for a kiss and murmur against her sweet mouth. No one is going to bother us. Van life rule number 1, if the van's a rockin', don't come a knockin'. She pronounces that the tackiest thing ever, but doesn't offer a hint of resistance as I slip off the seat and ease back into the living area, drawing her along with me toward the bed. In seconds, we're falling onto the mattress in a tangle of legs and busy arms, undressing each other with the speed and efficiency of two people who have been lovers for years. As we come together again, lost in the magic we make together, the deal is sealed. For better or worse, I'm hers. But I'm hoping for better, hoping and praying and wishing on every star that watched over us last night as Bree finally became something so much more than a friend.
Chapter 13. No way. I reach out, covering the bottom of Shane's menu. You are not allowed to order crabs. How can you call yourself Sheldon's friend and then turn around and have his brothers and sisters for lunch? These aren't hermit crabs, they're soft-shell crabs, he says, as if that makes his betrayal of Sheldon, my sweet hermit crab, and the only pet I've ever been able to keep alive for more than a few weeks, acceptable. Before acquiring Sheldon at an abandoned exotic pet adoption event, I killed enough goldfish to clog 3 toilets. I am unreasonably proud of my crab's survival, as well as his frisky love of climbing over the mountains of blankets I make for him on my floor. Sheldon has a lust for adventure, an obsession with the toys in his aquarium, and an undeniable personality that has ensured I will never eat a crab again. And I can't bear to watch Shane eat one either. So they're his cousins, not his siblings, but they're still family. I press down harder on the menu, ignoring the strange look the other couple on the windswept balcony shoots our way. We chose this seafood shack based on the fabulous online reviews of their fish and chips, and we would have already ordered 2 baskets if those jerks hadn't ordered soft-shell crabs loud enough for Shane to overhear and start getting ideas. Bad ideas. And Sheldon is my family, I continue. And you being my boyfriend confers honorary stepdad privileges in my crab child's life. Do you really want to eat your stepson's cousins? Is that the kind of life choice you'll be proud to make? Shane smiles that new, wide-open, limitless smile of his and shakes his head. No, it isn't. You're right. I'll order the fish and apologize to Sheldon as soon as we get back to your place. I nod as I draw my hand away from his menu. Good. But don't apologize. It's better if Sheldon never gets word of this. He can hold a grudge, and I really want you two to get along. Shane claims my hand, twining his fingers through mine. Me too. And I really like hearing you call me your boyfriend. I grin and lean in, forearms braced on the rough wood as I whisper, Me too. It's ridiculous how much I'm enjoying it. It's not ridiculous. It's awesome, he whispers back. It is, I say, voice still soft. When we get back in the van, I'm going to call all my girlfriends while you drive, just so I can say the word boyfriend 6 or 7 times instead of texting it. It's going to be amazing. He laughs. Why are we whispering? Because it's fun to have secrets. I wink and sit back as our waiter reappears with his humidity-curled order pad in hand. You two decided? He asks, plucking a pen from behind his ear. Shane orders the fish and chips with coleslaw, and I ask for the same but with the side salad instead of the slaw, and we turn our attention back to the waves crashing below the restaurant. We're about 100 yards up a sharp rise with a view of the sparkling waves, a curved bridge decorated with seashells, and the mouth of a river emptying out into the ocean. It's the kind of simple but lovely scene that makes me wish I could write poetry as well as I appreciate it. Which reminds me, your book, I totally forgot. I reach down into my purse, digging through a tangle of earbuds, a spare water bottle, several free shampoo samples stolen from some long-ago hotel, and dozens of loose pens and pencils before I find the slim volume I wrapped in tissue paper before I dashed out of the house yesterday. I pull it out, placing it on the table between us. For you. Something simple but lovely I thought you might appreciate. Thank you. Shane reaches for the book, doing an excellent job of concealing his distaste for poetry as he unwraps it and reads the title. Poems from a Shropshire Boyhood by A.E. Houseman. It's good, trust me, I say. Read one. All right. He flips to a random page near the middle, and his eyes begin to scan from left to right. No, no, I interrupt, making shooing motions with my hands. Aloud. Poetry has to be read aloud. He huffs and thrusts the book back my way. You read it. No, you try. Please? I thread my fingers together, refusing to take the volume. I want you to try it, to roll the words around and see how they feel in your mouth. Shane arches a brow. Did you mean for that to sound dirty? Read, I insist. You can do it. Just pick a short one and go for it. Clearing his throat uncomfortably and casting a glance over his shoulder to where the other couple on the patio is too intent on stuffing their faces with innocent crabs to eavesdrop on our conversation, Shane glances down at the page and reads in a halting but sonorous voice, You smile upon your friend today. Today his ills are over. You hearken to the lover's say, and happy is the lover. He looks up with a frown. So which is it? A friend or a lover? Or is the friend also the lover? Are there two people there or just one? Keep reading, I murmur as I prop my chin on my hand. All the way to the end. You sound good. I do not. I sound constipated, he grumbles. Not even a little bit. You sound like you have gorgeous, stress-free bowels. Read. He laughs, rolling his eyes before he continues in a more relaxed, natural tempo. 'Tis late to hearken, late to smile, but better late than never. I shall have lived a little while, before I die forever. He glances up, peering at me through his long lashes. Can I stop now? Is that the end? Yes. It was short. That's why I chose it. I figured it would be over fast. I scrunch my nose. Yes, you can stop now. Message received. You're not a Houseman man. I'll keep looking. You might as well give up, Doc. He closes the book, setting it down beside the vinegar bottle. I don't get poetry. It's not Houseman's fault, or yours. It is my fault, I insist. I should have realized that would be too dry. You need something more soulful, something that will speak to your inner poet. I don't think I have an inner poet. Yes, you do, I say with absolute conviction. You're a romantic Victorian classics kind of guy. I can't believe I didn't see it sooner. I tilt my head, soaking in the way the sun catches in his hair, making him shine like a golden god descended to earth. You've got a secret starry-eyed dreamer heart, Mr. Wallace. His lips quirk, but he doesn't look away, owning his soft side the way he owns everything else. But let's keep that between the two of us, okay? If word gets out in the locker room, they'll never let me hear the end of it. Most of my teammates are about as romantically inclined as pet rocks. But they're not your teammates anymore, I almost say, but bite my tongue instead. I don't want to think about that, and I don't want Shane to think about it either. Sooner or later, we're going to have to confront the fact that we've jumped into a relationship we're going to have to try to keep alive while in two different time zones, but not today. Today is a day for celebration and contemplation and replaying every moment of making love with Shane over and over again in a sweet and sexy loop. Being with him was even better than I'd hoped it would be, shattering all my preconceived notions and giving me a host of new things to fantasize about. I want to do everything with him. I want to explore every inch of his magnificent body, experiment with every position, and pack as much erotic adventure into the next 3.5 weeks as humanly possible. If you keep looking at me like that, we're going to have to get lunch to go, Shane murmurs, the muscle in his jaw ticking as his eyes fill with a hunger that has nothing to do with food. Like what? I feign innocence as I run a finger beneath the neck of my tank top, slowly tugging the V lower until I'm giving Shane a clear view down the front of my shirt to the skimpy bikini beneath. He makes a growly sound of warning, and I beam like the shameless hussy I am. I'm about to summon the waiter and request our order to go. Food can wait until I've lured Shane into a deserted beach cove and had my way with him, when someone calls his name from over my shoulder. Instantly, Shane's face lights up, a smile stretching his full lips as he stands, arms extended in a prelude to a hug. Yoda, good to see you, man. I was just headed up Sunset Beach Way to look for you. I was headed into town to re-up supplies and saw your van, Yoda says, stepping into the hug and thumping Shane hard on the back with obvious affection. Figured the gods were out to arrange a connection. To say Yoda isn't what I was expecting is an understatement nearly as massive as the man himself. No little green guy here. This Yoda is even taller than Shane, easily pushing 6.5 feet, with shoulders the size of holiday ham hocks and a perfectly round gut that suits him, making him resemble a larger, beefier Buddha. His bald head and sun-kissed brown skin add to the Buddha effect, as does the way he presses his big hands together in prayer position as he turns to me with a bow. Hello, sunshine. So good to meet you. You've got the sweetest eyes I've seen today. Thank you, I say, pressing my hands together with a smile as Shane fetches another chair from a nearby table. Normally, a stranger calling me sunshine or complimenting my eyes 30 seconds into the introduction would turn me off in a major way. But sincerity and kindness radiate from this man like warmth from a space heater. He's good people, and I'm instantly inclined to adore him. The next hour, as we order more food for Yoda and beers for the table and settle in for a leisurely lunch, confirms my gut call. Yoda is a sweetheart who tells incredible stories about being a roving artist/van life enthusiast/yoga teaching surf junkie, and keeps Shane and I laughing so hard I snort pale ale and have to excuse myself to the bathroom. By the time I return, our empty plates have been cleared, our beers refreshed, and Shane and Yoda's heads are bent over a tablet resting on their corner of the table. On my way by, I lean over to sneak a peek and gasp, the beauty stopping me in my tracks. Oh my God, is that it? I ask. Your new goalie mask? Shane grins up at me. You like? It's flipping gorgeous. I rest a hand on Shane's chair as I bend closer, taking in the 4 pictures of the mask with a badass cartoon train streaking over the forehead from one cheek to another. I've never been a train enthusiast, but I can see that changing fast since Kansas City's mascot is a speeding locomotive. What a sexy beast, I murmur, fingers hovering around the front of the powerful engine with its halo of golden smoke. Am I crazy, or does it kind of look like you? Yoda laughs as he claps his hands together in pleasure. Yes, I knew the smart cookies would see it. I had pictures of this guy all over my workstation while I was sketching and painting. I keep telling him, if he's going to break out, he needs to play to his strengths. I nod as I clap Yoda on one meaty shoulder. Yes, you're so right. I mean, I love his old face mask with the rabid badger on it, but it's not sexy. Agreed, Yoda says. He needs to embrace the sexy. If I were that good-looking, I'd have my mug on every page of my website. You would not. Shane laughs uncomfortably. You're all about heart, man, not the superficial shit. Yoda frowns. True, but there's no shame in celebrating the gifts you've been given. Don't hide your light under a barrel, I agree. That's what my mom always says. And you have no room to talk. Shane points a finger my way as I circle around to my chair. Just yesterday, you were giving speeches about wanting to focus more on the good you can do in the world than what you look like. Right, focus more, I say, reaching for my beer. But I still put on mascara and pick out my outfits a week ahead of time to make sure I'm accessorizing properly. I enjoy adorning this attractive shell the goddess gave me. Amen, Yoda murmurs. He lifts a hand for me to high-five, which I do before continuing. More importantly, I understand that the way I look is a tool I can use to my advantage when I need to. Like when I'm trying to get out of a parking ticket with campus security. Officer Dan is a lot more likely to let me off with a warning if I've made an effort instead of heading to class in my pajamas, I shrug. Maybe that's not fair or morally admirable, but it's reality. And reality is where you need to live to make this transition as successful as you want it to be, Yoda tells Shane, ticking items off on his fingers. You're honing your technique with your guru before you leave.
You're headed to your new team with a coach you trust, who knows your skill set, and you're about to hit your prime playing years. All the pieces are falling into place for you, dude, except marketing.
Shane groans.
I knew you were going to say that. I hate that shit, man. Hockey should be about the game, not social media and sponsors and all the rest of the BS. And children shouldn't go hungry, Yoda says. But they do, every day.
Reality, I say, nodding. Like he said, that's where you need to live. Denying it is only going to slow you down and keep you from reaching your full potential. If you want to be a star, you need to listen to Yoda. If you don't, that's fine too. I can see why you might want to keep a low profile. But you need to realize that's what you're choosing, so you won't look back later and regret the choices you're making now.
Yoda hums a tune under his breath. Yes, Sister Sunshine, I'm feeling you.
He lifts a fist, pressing it to his chest as he shifts his attention again to Shane.
What about you? You hearing the truth your woman is laying out so nice for you?
Being called Shane's woman is unexpectedly lovely. The look he shoots my way, the one that says he's absolutely listening and appreciates how much I want to help him achieve all of his dreams, is even lovelier. Finally, after a long beat, he exhales.
All right, let's do this. Guide me, Yoda. Lay your wisdom down.
Yoda pumps an arm in the air.
That's my man. So the new mask will get you started, but you need more cars in motion.
As Yoda launches into plans for capitalizing on Shane's fresh start, talking nicknames and social media feeds and ways for Shane to make a splash in his new hometown, I sip my beer and force a pleasant, encouraging smile every time he glances my way for input. But I don't say much. Yoda is doing a great job of making plans, and the longer the conversation dwells on Shane's future, the more keenly aware I am that I'm not going to be in it. At least, not in an everyday kind of way. I won't be able to cook him dinner before a home game anymore. There will be no more late-night beers on his free Fridays or treasure hunts on Sundays. All the easy routines will be gone, and Shane and I will have to wrangle two complicated lives in order to steal time for us. With Shane's crazy travel schedule during the season, and me working full-time to afford to go to school the rest of the time, it isn't going to be easy. And things that aren't easy often don't happen. I know Shane's crazy about me, but I've tried enough long-distance love affairs to know that distance is one of the worst passion killers around. Nearly as chilling as a semen allergy, in fact. With both working against me, I'll be lucky to call Shane my man for a few months. Chances are, by the time the leaves start changing in his new hometown, Shane will be vibing with someone new, and our summer love will be a distant memory. I try my best not to think gloom and doom thoughts, even transitioning to coffee to keep my spirits up, but it's as if clouds have drifted in front of the sun, muting the bright, shiny joy of this morning. And then Yoda and Shane's phones both bleat at the same time, and I instinctively know the fun is over.
Shit,
Shane says, eyes going wide as he reads the message.
This is crazy. My replacement for the Badgers just broke his leg in 3 places and is out for the season.
What? I cry out, shifting over to read a group text from someone called Trainer Tank, who I'm assuming is Shane's goalie guru.
Yeah, and they're not letting Tank into the tryout,
Shane adds with a scowl.
They have to let Tank in,
Yoda nods emphatically as he taps his phone's screen.
It's destiny. What are they thinking, shutting him out?
Shane runs a clawed hand through his hair.
I don't know, but maybe I can help. The general manager and I are pretty tight. We've got a mutual hamburger addiction we like to feed together. I might be able to talk him into giving Tank a shot.
Yoda pops 2 thumbs up with a big grin.
Perfect, brother. I know Tank will appreciate that call.
Shane shakes his head, casting an uncertain glance my way that I don't understand until he says,
I'll have to do it in person. Vince isn't a phone guy. I'll have a better chance with him face to face.
Then we should head home, I say, even though the last thing I want to do is cut our romantic vacation short. But Shane clearly cares about Tank. This might be the man's big break, and who am I to interfere with destiny?
Really?
Shane beams, so obviously pleased that I don't have to fake my smile in response. Really? I finished my last sip of coffee and set my mug down with a firm thunk. Let's go make things happen. After hugging Yoda goodbye and making plans for Shane's newly approved mask to be shipped straight to Kansas City, Shane and I hit the road back to Portland. And maybe it's the sex buzz hangover, or the suddenness of our change of plans, but the fact that Shane didn't pause to think about trying to get the Badger goalie job back for himself doesn't register until Shane has already kissed me goodbye at the curb in front of my apartment and zoomed away to make someone else's dreams come true. Someone with dreams that are in direct conflict with ours. Or at least with mine. With a last glance at the back of the van disappearing into the distance, I trudge upstairs to my apartment to see if I can reclaim the shift I gave up at the bar. Shane's going to be busy wooing his old GM with burgers tonight, so I might as well try to make some money. But Alicia doesn't want to give up the shift. Can't say I blame her. So I spend the night at home alone, watching a documentary on the van life movement and wishing Shane was on the couch beside me, instead of across town and soon to be across the country.
Chapter 14. 2 days later. From the texts of Shane Wallace and Tank Labasi. Shane. Hello. Earth to Tank. I've been sitting on my hands all morning. I can't hold out any longer. How did the tryout go? Did you feel good about it? Did my guys treat you right during the scrimmage? If they didn't, I still have locker room access until I leave for Kansas City. I can sneak in and fill their skates with shaving cream in revenge. Tank. I was about to hit you up, man. I just got off the phone with my agent. He already had feedback about the tryout. Yeah, and? What did he say? Don't leave me in suspense. He said that I got the job. I'm going to be a Badger. Hell yes, I knew it. Congratulations, brother. Thanks. I'm going to have to do drug tests. They were spooked by my history, but I'm clean, so that's not a problem. It's worth peeing in a cup every month to get this second chance. Thank you so much, Wallace. Seriously, you changed my life, and I won't forget it. No problem, man, and you're welcome. You're an incredible player who deserves a place in the NHL. Coach's head would have to be fully inserted into his ass for him to choose one of those other guys. You're in another league, and the kind of goalie the Badgers need to stay on top this season. I'm going to try like hell to keep them there anyway. I'm only getting a 1-year contract. I'm going to have to bring it every game to prove to them I've got what it takes to stick around. You'll pull it off, no doubt in my mind. The hard shit is behind you. This is a new page, a new book, and you're going to fill it with one hell of a comeback story. From your fingers to the hockey god's ears. Speaking of hockey gods, my old friend Knox from my Washington days is coming down to help whip me into shape for the season. I want you to train with us, free of charge, my treat. He'll get us both primed for the preseason. Sounds amazing. Thanks. I'll be there with bells on. When do we start? Bright and early Monday morning. We'll only have until noon every day. Knox is bringing his kids with him, and we'll be watching them in the afternoon, so we'll aim to hit the ice no later than 5:30 or 6. Perfect. That'll still give me lots of time to spend with Bree. She's not a morning person, so I shouldn't miss much. So, you ignored my advice on that, huh? I did, but she's my old lady now, so it all worked out the way nature intended. I guarantee nature did not intend that any woman should have an allergy like hers, but if you're blissed out, I'm happy for you. Is she planning to ship out with you to the Heartland? I don't know. She's in college, but she might be able to transfer to another program. I'm not sure. We haven't gotten that far yet. Better get on it. You've only got a few weeks left. I know. Don't remind me. Having new team remorse? No. I loved my time with the Badgers, but I'm ready for a chance to break out of the middle of the pack. I just wish this thing with Bree had happened sooner so we would have had more time to figure out how to make it work long distance. Eliminate the distance. That's the only way to fix that problem. Take it from someone who wasted a year of his life being faithful to a woman who was nailing everything that moved while I was out of town. Ouch. Sorry. That sucks. At the time, it did. Now I'm grateful I learned my lesson early and know better than to make the same mistake again. Let me take one for the team on this one and spare you the pain of learning the hard way. Get her to come with you or cut her loose. I can't cut her loose. I'm crazy about her. Crazy is not a word that should apply to a relationship. You need to rein that crazy in before it affects your game and your future. But isn't love always a little crazy? Isn't that the nature of the beast? You tell me. Did you feel crazy or sane during your last functional relationship that didn't end in disaster? I've only had 2 real relationships. Both were pretty functional, but I never felt about those girls the way I feel about Bree. This is a whole new level for me, man. The way I think about her all the time and can't seem to get enough of her smell, her voice, her thoughts. I dropped her off at her place 2 nights ago, and she worked so late last night that by the time she texted that she was headed home, if I wanted to come over, I was asleep. It's been less than 48 hours, but I'm already going through Bree withdrawal. Well then. Well what? You're fucked. LOL. Thanks. Seriously, you should start begging her to come with you now. If you leave without her, you're setting yourself up to fail before you get started. Your breakout hinges on this kid. If she's waiting for you at home in Kansas City, you're still going to be distracted by this nasty case of puppy love you've got going, but at least you'll have a shot at focusing long enough to make a name for yourself. It's not puppy love. This is the real deal, no doubt in my mind. Then go for it, man. If you're sure, ask her to come with you. The worst she can say is no, and if she chooses staying close to home over staying close to you, that will give you a good clue if this undying love you're feeling is a 2-way street. We've only been together 2 fucking days. It's too soon. If I ask her to move away with me now, she'll think I'm a psychopath. I've got to wait at least a week or 2, give her some time to adjust, show her how much fun it is being a couple. Then, when the moment is right, I'll pop the question. You're going to ask her to marry you? Are you high? No, I'm not high. I didn't mean that question. I meant asking her to move to Kansas City, but now that you mention it, maybe that isn't a bad idea. I didn't mention it, and it is absolutely a bad idea. You don't marry a girl you've been dating a couple of weeks. I'm pretty sure that's the definition of insanity. No, insanity is doing the same things and expecting different results. I've always played it cool in my relationships, and they've always fizzled out, leaving me going it solo. I don't want to play it cool with Bree. I want to show her the way I feel, let her in with no holding back. I knew from the moment I met her that she was special, and the more time I spend with her, the more important she is to me. I can't imagine feeling anything stronger or truer than what I feel when I'm with her. And if that isn't the reason you ask someone for forever, I don't know what is. All right, then. Good luck with that. You don't have to be so doom and gloom about it. Love can work out. I've seen it. Half my teammates are coupled up and happier than pigs in shit. I know it can, and I wish you the best, man. Truly. My own experience hasn't given me much hope in situations like this, but that doesn't mean I don't want that happy ending for you. I'll be rooting for you as hard as you rooted for me. And thanks again for getting me in the door with the Badgers. See you Monday at 5:30. See you then, and you're welcome. I'm always happy to help talent get recognized. And in a few minutes, I'll shoot you an invite to my going-away barbecue. All the Badgers from last year will be there. It'll give you a chance to meet the people you'll be playing with in a chill setting. Thanks again. You're a solid guy, Shane. I hope your girl realizes how lucky she is and jumps at the chance to lock you down. Thanks. Me too.
Chapter 15. 2 weeks later. And the more time I spend with him, the more I love him. And the more I love him, the more I want to stab him. Like for real stab him. I pause long enough to take a slurp of my Thirsty Thursday massive margarita with extra salt before diving back into the much-needed bitch session. With something that will hurt, like a spork, or a toothpick, or a really big splinter. Stephanie twirls her paper umbrella through her virgin strawberry daiquiri with a knowing smirk. A really big splinter. Sounds terrifying. It would hurt, I insist. A lot. Probably more than a knife. At least at first, because knives are super sharp and designed to slice things, whereas a splinter is just a renegade piece of wood determined to lodge in your flesh as painfully as possible. I don't think splinters have life goals, she says, sympathy in her big brown eyes as she adds, "But I hear you. Have you talked to Shane about any of this? Told him how you're feeling?" I hunch over my lime concoction, shoulders slumping. "No." Stephanie shoots me an I call bullshit look, her lips pushed into a pout and her shapely eyebrows arched so high they disappear beneath her caramel-colored curls. "I shouldn't have to talk to him about it," I say, going on the offensive before Steph can launch into her usual lecture about being a grown-up who uses her words and doesn't expect people to read her mind. "He knows how I feel about him. I made that clear weeks ago, and I continue to make it clear on a regular basis. If he felt the same way, then he would have done the right thing without being asked." "And the right thing, as you see it, is for him to have asked for his old spot back on the team? Even though he's signed a contract to play somewhere else, and that would probably have been impossible? Or at the very least highly unusual and bound to get him a bad rep? But he's really close friends with Brendan, who's going to be Kansas City's new coach. They played together for years," I argue, although I know, deep down, that she's probably right. "Coaches don't have final say on that kind of stuff, but Brendan could have pulled some strings with the owners, made them see it was best for Shane to go back to starting for the Badgers in light of the drastic circumstances." Stephanie nods slowly. "So you're in the anger and bargaining stages of grief, is what you're telling me?" I nod loosely, starting to feel the tequila, even though this is the first drink of the evening. Guess I should have had more for lunch than a rice cake with peanut butter on my way between classes. "I know I'm being silly, but it felt like fate. We had just told each other we loved each other and wanted a relationship when all of a sudden he gets a text that the goalie taking his place broke his leg. The universe was practically ordering Shane to stay here with me. But instead, he pulled strings to get his friend on the team and kept right on making plans for his move to Kansas City." Stephanie's lips part, but I push on. "Kansas City. I mean, who wants to go to Kansas City anyway? What's even in Kansas City except corn and tornadoes and portals to worlds filled with witches?" "You learned everything you know about Kansas from The Wizard of Oz, I take it?" Stephanie asks. "Yes. And I'm guessing there's a reason they only spent a few minutes of the movie in Kansas before Dorothy got swept away to Oz. And that's because Kansas is boring and stupid, and putting an expansion team there is the worst idea the NHL ever had." "Don't vent your spleen on poor Kansas City, which is actually in Missouri, though very close to Kansas." Stephanie snags a chip from the basket the bartender plunks down in front of us on his way to a group of rowdy sports fans clustered around the television on the other side of the bar. It's baseball season, and some people care about that, I guess. As far as I'm concerned, all professional sports can go suck a huge rotten egg. Logically, I know Shane loves his job, and I'm so happy he gets to make a great living doing something he enjoys so much. Illogically, I want all sports to be outlawed, the NHL disbanded, and Shane to stay here in Portland with me, where he belongs. "Kansas City is actually a cool place," Steph continues. "They have some really standout museums, incredible barbecue, and nice people. I spent 5th and 6th grade there. That's a hard time to change schools, but I wasn't nearly as miserable there as I was when we moved north of Seattle for 7th grade. At least the Kansas City kids didn't treat me like I was invisible. And there were other black kids in my class. In Washington, there were only 2. Everyone else was either white or Asian, and they expected Beatrice and I to be best friends just because we were the same color. But Beatrice was a bitch who picked her nose and wiped it under her desk and never washed her hands, and even at 13, I had standards when it came to friendship." She surveys me imperiously over the rim of her glass. "They aren't high standards, but I do have them." Nose wrinkling, I nudge her knee with mine. "Very funny, butt munch." Stephanie laughs. "I'm kidding. Obviously. You're a great friend and the only person who has ever given me a romance present. I love that little book. I take it with me to all my classes now and read a few lines to my students during final rest." "Oh, good. I'm so glad. And I'm sorry you had to move so much when you were a kidlet." I take another thoughtful sip of my now nearly empty glass. "But all that childhood trauma has made you wise beyond your years, so at least something good came out of it, I guess." Stephanie nods. "It has, but it didn't bestow upon me your gift for looking on the bright side, that's for sure. You can always see the silver lining, girl. So let's think of something good about your man moving 1,000 miles away. 1,797 miles, I correct, spirits plummeting back into the depths. Almost 2,000 miles. He might as well be on Mars. Except that you can hop a commercial flight to Kansas City, or take a bus, or drive if you think your hunk of junk can make it that far without dying on the side of the highway. But you need money and time to do all of those things, I say, stating the facts in my most level-headed voice. If I'm going to get Stephanie to take me seriously and help me figure out what to do next, I have to prove to her that this is a real problem. And both are going to be in short supply for me until I graduate and get a job in, 6 or 7 years. And he plays 3 or 4 games per week during the season. That means 7 months when we'll be lucky to steal a single night together at a time, and we'll have to spend an hour traveling for every hour spent enjoying each other's company. Maybe more. I glance down at my drink, where the juice is starting to separate from the ice, the way it always does, no matter how finely blended the beverage. It's silly, but I can't help worrying that it's a sign. Like a frosty drink, Shane and I are destined to drift apart, the physical distance contributing to the emotional distance until our shiny new relationship melts into a yucky puddle of diluted lime juice. It's not going to be easy, Stephanie agrees. But what good thing is, right? Getting your degree is hard, but you're not giving up on that. She adds beneath her breath, getting laid wasn't easy for you either, but you clearly had the willpower to make that happen. I'm not stupid enough to think I've only seen your face once this month because you're so busy studying and having long, intimate conversations with your new boo. I smile in spite of myself. You know, I used to think I would be dying to call my girlfriends and dish about my first time when it finally happened. But it turns out I'm not a fan of kissing and telling. Sorry, I'm not holding out on you in particular, just everyone in general. Steph waves a hand between us. I get it. Seriously, I do. And I know Shane, so it would be weird if you got too graphic with the details. I'm just glad you're safe and having a great time with him. She tilts her head thoughtfully. I mean, you ended up with someone great instead of a liar who lies, like Drake the dud. That's a win. So glad you got rid of the dud, I say, eyes lifting to the heavens. So glad. Me too. And I'm so glad you're happy. She lifts a shoulder. So maybe that's enough for now. To just enjoy each other, see how things go, and adjust as you move forward. It can be tempting to try to think 10 steps ahead, but you're never going to be able to control the future, no matter how hard you try. All we have is the present, and the more we can stay here in the moment we're actually living, the happier we're going to be, both now and down the line. I pucker my lips and narrow my eyes in response, and Stephanie laughs. Still not ready for acceptance yet, huh? She reaches for another chip. No, I'm just bad at Zen, I sigh, pushing my now empty glass to the edge of the bar to make it easy for the bartender to grab as he swoops by. We food and beverage service industry folks have to stick together. It's the only way to survive the indignities of our chosen profession. Which makes me wonder. I sit up straighter, a light bulb flaring to life in my head. I have an idea. I reach out, grabbing Stephanie's thin arm and holding on tight. It's kind of a crazy idea, but it might work. I mean, Tank's got to be super grateful that Shane basically handed him the goalie gig with the Badgers, right? Stephanie blinks. I'm sure the guy earned it by doing a killer tryout. Yeah, but he wouldn't have had a chance to show them he could do a good job if Shane hadn't pulled strings to get him in the door. True, Steph says, swiveling her head to study me from the corner of her eyes. But what does that have to do with Shane going to Kansas City? Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. Do you mind if I drink and dash? I'll make it up to you, I promise. I just need to run this by Shane before I get too excited. Yeah, sure, Stephanie says, glancing at her watch. I have to head out in a few minutes anyway. I've got a super early class tomorrow. Bless you. I slide off my stool and reach for my purse, hanging on a hook beneath the bar. I fish out my wallet and place a 20 beside my empty glass before pecking Steph's cheek. I'll text tomorrow, okay? Let you know if my crazy plan turns out to be crazy brilliant or just plain batshit. Okay, she says, waving as I back away from the bar. Good luck. And keep your chin up. At least you have a wonderful guy in your life, right? I smile and blow her a kiss before turning and hurrying through the early evening crowd to the front door. She's right. I do have a wonderful man in my life, and that's where I intend to keep him. In my life, and as close as physically possible.
Chapter 16. Until Bree and I became a couple, I was all about getting out and getting into trouble with my boys. A group of NHL minor leaguers I hung with on my way to getting drafted into the pros. I come from a long line of people who work hard and play hard, and have always taken pride in my ability to raise hell as well as I handle a puck. I've been known to touch down at the airport at 11 after an away game, be at the bar with my crew by midnight, and keep the party going until the clubs kick us out sometime around 3 or 4. But tonight, I'm silently counting the minutes until I meet up with Bree. We both agreed it's important to make time for friends. We don't want to become that couple, but the last thing I want to be doing right now is drinking beer at a sports bar. Every second feels like a waste, each sip of beer a sacrilege. I shouldn't be here broing it up with the guys. I should be with Bree, making the most of every minute left with her before I leave. I can't believe I'm leaving in 7 days. I can't believe how much it hurts to think about climbing into the van and driving away from her. And I don't know how much longer I can wait to pop the "move with me" question. After meditating on my conversation with Tank, I had to agree that asking Bree to marry me after 3 weeks together would probably send her running for the hills. I can't see the way I feel changing, or imagine experiencing this kind of all-encompassing love for anyone but her, but I don't want to scare her away either. For all her love of poetry, moody music, and hippie clothes, Bree is a planner as well as a romantic. She likes to think things through, plot strategy, and come to logical to her conclusions. I'm the hopeless romantic, the fool who wants to throw caution to the wind and jump into this head first. But maybe, if I'm lucky, she'll be ready to wade into the deep end with me and start building a life together in Missouri. "There it goes," Nick says, elbowing Dwayne in the ribs as he nods across the table, wedged into the corner of the pub. "Shane's got his sad puppy face on again." I laugh, face relaxing into a smile. I do not. "She must be some chick." Dwayne, a fellow goalie who is barely old enough to drink and still a couple years away from being ready to move up to the majors, shakes his head, clearly mystified that any guy might truly prefer quality time with his woman to quality time with his beer. "She's wicked hot," Nick says, laughing as I shoot a warning glare his way. "No offense, Romeo. I'm glad you finally convinced her to go out with you. I just wish you weren't leaving so soon. As bad as you've got it, there's no way the love drug is wearing off before you ship out. We'll have to wait until you come back to visit next summer to get party animal Shane back in action." I doubt party animal Shane is ever going to be back in action, at least not without Bree right by my side, dancing, drinking, and chowing on donuts right along with me. But I know better than to drop that bomb. I'm about to tell Nick that I'll be ready to party by Halloween and promise to try to make it back to Portland for the haunted beer golf event he organizes every year, when Dwayne's eyes go comically wide and he jabs a none too subtle finger over my shoulder. "Hottie at 12 o'clock, I call dibs." He sits up straighter, running a hand over his closely shorn black hair. "I'm going to go buy her a beer. You two need anything?" "No, you're not buying her a beer, bro." Nick laughs. "That's Shane's old lady." I glance over my shoulder to see Bree standing in the doorway, scanning the packed bar, looking sexy as hell in a little white sundress and a messy ponytail, and lift an arm. Her eyes light up when she sees me, sending an answering surge of excitement through me. I signal that I'll be there in a minute so she won't try to fight her way through the tangle of pub tables, and then I turn back to Nick and Dwayne. "You are a lucky man, dude," Dwayne says soberly. "Seriously, and sorry for trying to call dibs on your girl." I smile as I drop 2 20s on the table and stand, tucking my wallet back into my jeans. "No worries. See you both at the barbecue on Sunday?" It's your going away party, man. We wouldn't miss it, Nick says, standing for a bro hug. As we part, Dwayne lifts a fist that I bump lightly with mine before turning to make my way through the crowd. It's all I can do to keep from jogging through the pub, darting and weaving to get to Bree just a few seconds faster. But the place is crowded, and I don't want to draw any more attention to Bree than she's attracting already. Half the men at the bar have turned to stare, and every male eye at the front of the restaurant is fixed on the beauty in the white dress. And by some lucky twist of fate, that girl is mine. When I reach her, I pull her in for a tight hug. She giggles as she returns the embrace, her grip every bit as fierce as mine. I missed you too. I'm sorry I'm early. I didn't want to crash your mandate. I just couldn't wait another second. I pull back, grinning down at her. Don't apologize. I'm glad you're here. Nick and Dwayne are glad too. I was shitty company. Couldn't seem to get my mind off this girl I would rather be spending time with. Me too, she laughs. All Stephanie and I talked about was you, but she's patient with me, and it was a good chat. It gave me a flash of inspiration that might be the cure for the long-distance relationship blues. Perfect, my heart lifts. Can't wait to hear it. She nods toward the door. Up for a walk? Totally. I've had my fill of the sports bar for the night. I follow her out into the balmy evening. It rained early in the afternoon, but not long enough to cool things down. Even at 7 o'clock, it's still warm and humid, the smell of the river thick in the air. It's a muddy mineral and earthworm scent, but it brings back memories of all the summers I've spent in this city. From my first summer waiting for my rookie preseason to start, to this last bittersweet June spent circling back to my favorite haunts with Bree. We've hit all the best breweries, the shop with the dirty French fries we can't get enough of, the farmers markets and the antique stores and the arcade over on Fifth Avenue with the 1980s games I had to teach Bree to play since she wasn't lucky enough to grow up in a town with a pizza joint packed with arcade classics. Sharing Portland with her has made me love this wacky, wonderful city even more. I'm still excited for my fresh start in Kansas City and what it could mean for my career, but I'm also melancholy. Melancholy, I repeat aloud as I thread my fingers through Bree's. There's a word I never would have thought of before you and your books and poems came into my life. Stick with me, baby, she says, swinging our joined hands. I'll teach you all the most depressing words. I'm not depressed, just a little melancholy. We turn the corner at the edge of Keller Fountain Park. In unspoken agreement, Bree and I both step off the sidewalk, wandering across the giant squares of concrete toward the multi-layered man-made waterfall. I'm going to miss this city, and you, and knowing we're never going to run out of places to eat or hidden city treasures to explore. Bree stops at the edge of one of the wide concrete slabs, a few feet short of where the fountain water swirls through the waiting area at the bottom of the falls. This is why I had to ditch Stephanie and come find you ASAP, she says, a nervous smile curving her lips. I had an idea. It might be a crazy idea, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's a perfect idea. Just promise you'll listen with an open mind, okay? Intrigued, I nod and slip my hands into my jean pockets, the better to keep from fondling her ass while we're having a serious conversation. I'm listening. Sucking in a breath, Bree props her hands on her hips. Okay, so what if there were a way for you to stay? What if you asked Brendan to ask the High Rollers managers to consider a goalie swap? You in exchange for Tank? Her eyes go wide and bright at the same moment that my brows pinch tight in confusion. I shake my head, but before I can begin to explain all the reasons that what she's suggesting is impossible, from contracts to drafting rules to the fact that Tank and I aren't anywhere close to being on the same pay scale, she rushes on. Before you shoot me down, take a second to think about all the reasons this makes complete sense, she says, pacing back and forth across the cooling concrete, the falls of the fountain a dramatic backdrop for her speech. 1, this isn't Tank's home, so he won't be sad to leave it. 2, the Badgers would be so happy to have you back. They weren't thrilled when you got drafted into the expansion team, and you know it. 3, the High Rollers will also be thrilled because they'll be getting an even better goalie than they thought they were going to get. She lifts her hands at her sides, fingers spread wide. Everyone wins. I cross my arms. Where did you get the idea that Tank is a better goalie than I am? He's your trainer, your teacher, she says with a shrug. Doesn't that mean he's better? It means he has skills I don't have, but I have strengths he doesn't, I explain, doing my best not to let her assumption hurt my pride. And I've got an impeccable record on and off the ice. Tank had a drug problem for a while that led to him tanking his career. That's how he got his nickname. Bree winces. Ouch, how awful. That must be such a painful reminder of everything he lost. People can be so mean. Tank gave himself the name. He wants the reminder. Says he never wants to forget how much he lost chasing a stupid high. Wow, she says, the shock on her face slowly transforming to respect. That's pretty hardcore. It is, I agree. And he's an amazing player. But we aren't the same person or the same goalie. We aren't interchangeable, and even if we were, I could never ask Brendan to have a conversation like that for me. It would give us both a bad reputation, and on top of that, it wouldn't work. That kind of thing just isn't done. I sigh, hating how crestfallen Bree looks as her big plan goes up in smoke. I step closer, curling my fingers gently around her arms, knowing this is it. My moment. I was planning to wait until this weekend and ask her over a romantic dinner the night before my going-away barbecue, but clearly it's time to put both of our minds at ease about our impending separation. But don't be sad, because I have a brilliant idea too. She glances up at me through her lashes, looking doubtful. Yeah? Heart racing with anxiety and a sharp, aching kind of hope unlike anything I've felt before. Even on the day I skated onto the ice for my first pro tryout, I say, come with me. Bree's eyes fly up. What? Come with me, I repeat, throat tightening as I read the surprise on her face. I'd assumed she must at least have rolled the possibility around in her head, but maybe I was wrong. You can transfer to the University of Missouri at Kansas City. They have a psychology undergrad program, and admissions are still open for the fall semester. I checked. Bree blinks faster. But I love the program here. I mean, yes, some of my teachers are weird, but I love that too. And I've actually got a decent GPA. Your grades will transfer. A sour taste rises in my mouth as this conversation continues to go not at all as I'd hoped. And you could concentrate on school without having to worry about working yourself half to death holding down a full-time job at the same time. I would cover all of our living expenses, rent, food, all the rest of it. But how would I pay for classes without a job? She asks. I can pay for those too, I offer impulsively, but I immediately know it's the right decision. I smile as I add, I would love to do that, Bree, to support you as you go after your dream. Her forehead wrinkles and her eyes begin to shine. That's the sweetest thing in the world, and I love you for it. But, I prod in a soft voice. Her throat works. But I can't, Shane. I can't leave Portland. At least not right now. My whole life is here. My school, my friends, my family. We could visit all the time, I say, some stubborn part of me insisting on making a fool of myself, though it's clear she doesn't feel the way I feel. Or at least doesn't need to be close to me the way I need to be close to her. We could fly your sister or your mom out every other month if you want, and head back here every time we've got a long weekend free. I have friends I want to keep in touch with too, you know. I know, but... She crosses her arms, the movement causing one thin dress strap to slide down her tanned shoulder. I reach out to guide it back into place, but Bree takes a step back and adjusts it herself, clearly not wanting me to touch her. Pain stabs so deep into my heart that for a moment I can't breathe. That's how fucking miserable it feels to know Bree doesn't want my hands on her, that she may never want me to touch her again. I just can't leave everything I love and run off again, she says, voice trembling. I did that once, and I was miserable. For 2 years, I traveled the world, staying at incredible hotels and doing photo shoots in the most beautiful places on earth. People would have killed to be living my life, but all I could think about was home. I was on the verge of having a serious career in fashion, Shane, and I walked away from it without a second thought. My model friends thought I was insane. Bree lifts her gaze to the darkening sky. But I had no choice. I had to come home. I had to come back to Haley and my parents and the friends who have known me since I was little and who don't care if I'm famous or perfect. I need familiar sounds and smells and the vibe of a city that fits with who I am and what I believe. She shifts her attention to the water crashing down around the people waiting in the fading light. On a hot summer day, every pool in the fountain, from the top of the falls to the bottom where a fine mist cools waders and sunbathers stretched out on the tiered concrete, is packed. Even now, far past prime splashing hours, there are still several dozen people with their pants legs rolled up, plodding meditatively through the water, laughing with friends, or holding the hands of children so small they're unsteady on their feet. Bree motions toward the scene. Like this. Not every city is like this. Laid back and cool, but with such a good heart. For me, Portland isn't just the city of weird, it's a city of love, a place that cares. I nod, realizing that maybe this isn't about rejecting me. This is about Bree being scared to leave home after it ended in disaster the first time. I know you love it here. I do too. I shift a tentative step closer, relieved when she allows me to take her hand and press it between both of mine. But Portland isn't going anywhere. It'll still be here when I'm done with my contract in 3 years and you're finished with undergrad. And you wouldn't be headed off by yourself this time. You would have me. And Brendan and his wife and their 2 kids are moving to Kansas City too. I know you don't know Laura well, but I'm sure you two would be great friends. And their kids are the best. Chloe is crazy, smart, and funny, and baby Patrick is the cutest thing I've ever seen. He laughs all the time, and I'm sure they're awesome. Bree cuts in. And I know Portland will still be here, but it won't be the same, and neither will I. Life changes so fast, Shane. In the last year, my parents split up, and Haley got married, and there were so many other things that happened along the way. Highs and lows and moments when the people I loved needed me, that I would have missed it if I'd been thousands of miles away. She curls her fingers around mine. And moments when I needed them, too. It's been a hard year in a lot of ways. I don't know what I would have done without my sister and Steph and the rest of my friends. And even though I don't like to call Mom and Dad when shit hits the fan, it helps to know they're only a 10-minute drive from downtown if I need them. It helps me be brave even when I'm scared and nothing is going right. I get it, I say, my voice tight. Bree's forehead furrows. Do you? Really? I do. I tuck my chin, staring at our joined hands, torn between the resignation settling heavily in my heart and the denial churning through my gut. So you're staying here, and I'm moving to Kansas City next week. She sighs, soft and sad. I guess so. I force my attention back to her face, finding no comfort in the fact that she looks as miserable as I feel. So we stick to the long-distance plan, calling or video chatting every night and hooking up in person for a long weekend once a month, twice if we can make it work with our schedules. She presses her lips together and blinks faster, but she doesn't say a word. And when I slowly pull my hands from hers, she doesn't even try to hold on. I know in that instant that it's over. We're over. I'm losing the girl I love, and nothing aside from violating a signed contract, leaving the NHL, and throwing away everything I've fought so hard to accomplish for myself and my family will get her back. And I can't do that, not even for her. I have people depending on me and the money I send home every month. Even more importantly, I'm depending on me to prove that I do this, that I can be the first man in my family who didn't give up on his dreams. I love Bree. I will always love Bree. But if I give it all up to be with her, there won't be any me left to love. I would be empty, hollow, scrambling to find my footing on sinking sand. Eventually, she would realize that and leave me for someone with the balls to stand up for what he believes in, no matter what. So even though it feels like it's killing me, I take a step back, and then another, and another, and another, until I'm stepping onto the sidewalk at the edge of the park. I lift a hand and force a sad smile. Good luck then, Doc, with life and love and all the rest of it. I'll be rooting for you. Tears spill quietly down Bree's cheeks, but knowing her heart is breaking too, doesn't ease the pain. It only makes it worse. Makes it smothering, suffocating, until it feels like misery has his hands wrapped around my neck. I force myself to wait until I round the corner, out of Bree's line of sight, and then I burst into a sprint, racing down 2nd Avenue toward Columbia. I run until my breath comes hard and fast, until the choking feeling fades and my blood pumps smooth and steady through my veins once more. But when I get home half an hour later, after running around my block in street clothes so many times I'm sure my doorman thought I was out of my damned mind, the pain is waiting for me in the kitchen where Bree and I love to cook together. It's in the shower where we made love last night, and in the bed where I've grown accustomed to waking up with my grumpy love in my arms, demanding I pull the curtains we forgot to close and stop being a morning person. Everything is haunted by her, by the loss of her, and I suddenly can't wait to pack up the last of my boxes. I'm ready to go, to be in an apartment far away, somewhere new with no melancholy memories in it.
Chapter 17. Shoulders shaking and heart aching like evil gnomes are hacking away at it with a dozen tiny pickaxes, I take off my sandals and wade into the fountain, close enough for the spray to wet my face. It won't hide the fact that I'm crying. My face gets puffy if I even think about something sad, but it soothes my hot skin. I've always found water healing, ever since I was a little girl. Anytime I got hurt falling on the playground or was forced to go to the back of the lunch line by one of the popular girls who didn't want my freakishly tall, skinny self sitting next to her in the cafeteria, I would come home, start up the shower, and stand under the spray until it washed away the pain. The sting of cuts and bruises, as well as the ache of those wounds no one else could see. The water worked its magic on them all. But tonight there will be no magic, no healing. Shane is gone. The man I love walked away from me, and he's never coming back. He walked away because you broke his heart. Did you see the look on his face? He loves you so much, and you just went and threw it all away. I didn't throw it all away, I mumble aloud, swiping the back of my hand across my tear and mist-damp cheeks. It wouldn't have worked long distance. We already need each other too much. We need good morning kisses and hugs at the door before one of us goes to work. We need time bumping into each other in the kitchen, laughing as Shane tries and fails to master the art of making grilled cheese. We need snuggles on the couch listening to records and watching the rain fall outside my window while we daydream about all the places we're going to explore when we get back to living the van life. We need long hours in the dark, wearing nothing but skin, giving and receiving the kind of pleasure I thought was the stuff of fairy tales and high-quality porn before Shane. Our love comes from the heart, but it lives in our bodies, in 100 different innocent and not-so-innocent moments of connection that form the bedrock of who we are together. Without touch and smell and the ability to look into his eyes without screens and thousands of miles between us, we'll lose the vocabulary of our love. Yes, we'll still have words, but as much as I love them, words aren't enough. Shane is so much smarter than he gives himself credit for, but he prefers to let his actions do the talking. And though it surprised me at first, I'm the same way. When it comes to love, I would rather tell him everything I feel with a kiss, a touch, or a back rub in the shower after practice has left him beaten and sore. Sex is still largely uncharted territory for me, but this tenderness I feel for Shane is even more unfamiliar. I might not have taken physical intimacy to its natural conclusion before him, but I've experienced lust and desire hundreds of times before. I know what to do with those feelings. I don't know what to do with the way I want to crawl into Shane's skin so I never have to be away from him, not even for a second. I don't know what to do with the way my chest fills with so much love that it's painful, and the only way to ease the ache is to find Shane, pull him into my arms, and kiss him until the suffering subsides and I can bear the beauty of being in so deep with another person again. I don't know how to tell him with words how much he means to me. It's like poetry. No matter how hard I try, I can't get love to come out right on the page or over the phone, on those rare nights when Shane and I say goodnight with a call instead of in person. Trying to make a relationship work while we're living in different time zones would be a recipe for disaster for us both. We would end up wasting months feeling sad, frustrated, and confused, while all the sweet, easy sexiness withered away, strangled by the long-distance weeds in our love garden. Better to end things now. Swift and horrible, but quick, like losing a limb, or an organ, a heart, perhaps. As twilight gives way to full night, and the temperature drops enough to raise goosebumps on my damp skin, I wade out of the fountain, slip my wet feet into my sandals, and squish home. I haven't eaten dinner. I should be tempted by all the amazing smells drifting through the city streets: grilled meat and onions, tangy lemongrass and exotic vegetables, and something sweet and fried from the dumpling house I'm sure would be delicious. But my stomach is a leaden lump of misery. It's hard to imagine ever wanting food again. I don't want to eat or change into my cozy pajamas or take a hot bubble bath or dig out my foot spa machine or any of the other things I usually do to make myself feel better after a rough day. It would all be pointless. Nothing will make me feel better. Even taking Sheldon out of his habitat for a run around the blanket mountain I've made for him on the living room floor doesn't lift my spirits. My pet hermit crab clearly enjoys the exercise, and the small buckets and cardboard tubes I've worked into the landscape to give him more hidey holes to explore. But watching him scuttle and discover, all I can think about is the article I read on the highly social nature of hermit crabs. The crabs, believed to be of above-average intelligence for crustaceans, work together to help their comrades find new shells when they outgrow their old ones. They also collaborate in finding food and thrive in colonies of 10 or more. Sheldon was never meant to be a solitary creature. He shouldn't have been sold as a pet. Crabs are hard to care for and rarely thrive in captivity. But he was, and by the time I adopted him, he was too old to risk being introduced back into the wild. I've done everything I can to care for him properly, keeping the humidity in his tank high and his sand wet to facilitate molting, providing toys and opportunities for exercise, and acquiring natural shells for him to grow into instead of the painted novelty numbers that can poison crabs over time. But he's still alone, and I'm a poor excuse for a playmate, a fact he makes clear when he ignores the fingers I wiggle his way, opting for a second crawl through an old wrapping paper tube instead. If I were a good crab mom, I would buy a bigger tank and go hunting for more abandoned hermit crabs. I would give Sheldon a colony to bond with and stop pretending that I'm ever going to be what he needs. But I don't have the money to buy a 10-gallon tank or the time to care for that many clawed creatures. So really, the best thing I could do for Sheldon is to put him up for adoption, free to a home with an established crab colony where he can live a life as close to what nature intended for him as possible. I have to let you go, Sheldon. Fresh tears well in my eyes, and the pickaxe-wielding gnomes get back to work on my heart. I have to let everyone go, and I'll be alone and miserable forever. I'm on the verge of a full-fledged meltdown when my phone rings. Heart leaping into my throat, I run to grab my cell from where I tossed it on the kitchen counter, but a glance at the screen reveals it isn't Shane. It's Haley. Sniffing hard, I force a smile into my voice as I answer, "Hey, sissy, how's it going?" "It's going good," Haley says, her tone shifting as she adds, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I lie, silently cursing my sister's Breedar. She can read me like no one else, but I don't want to talk about what happened with Shane yet, not even with Haley. So I call upon my meager acting skills and hope to sound convincing enough to fool her. "I've just got a little summer cold, no big deal. How about you? Have you kicked the Mexico food poisoning yet? It sucks that you got sick on your honeymoon." "At least it wasn't until the last day," Haley says, looking on the bright side, as always. The way I used to do until my heart was smashed into 1,000 pieces by the brutal machinations of fate. And it turns out it wasn't food poisoning. "What?" I lean back against the island, keeping an eye on Sheldon so I don't lose him under the entertainment center and spend hours on my hands and knees hunting for his hiding place the way I did last time I turned my back on him for too long. I search the mound of blankets but don't see him immediately, so I start back across the room as I ask, "Then what was it? The flu wouldn't last this long, right? You don't have one of those creepy parasites, do you? The ones that can grow to 5 feet long and live in your intestines for years?" Ew, no. Haley clears her throat. Please don't say gross things like that. My stomach can't take it right now. I'm sorry. I kneel down, laying my cheek flat on the floor, peering into the various tubes, hunting for a sign of shell or a claw with no luck. Then what's wrong with you? And are you going to the doctor instead of doing that herbal self-healing stuff you always try before you give in and seek real medical help? I'm going to the doctor, Haley says, a secret in her voice that pulls my focus away from my elusive pet. And I'll be going to the doctor every month for the next 8 months, probably twice a month or more near the end. I sit up so fast all the blood rushes from my head and the world begins to spin. Oh my God, you're knocked up! Haley laughs. I am. Holy shit! I sit back hard, my tailbone making aggressive contact with the floor. Did you plan this? Are you excited? I shake my head. Of course you're excited. I can hear how excited you are, and it's always been your destiny to mother someone. But you guys have only been married 3 weeks. That's some fast work, woman. Turns out I was already pregnant on our wedding day. I just didn't know it yet. So definitely an accident, I say, adding quickly. But a happy one? Totally happy. Will and I are thrilled. Both of us want a big family, so it makes sense to get started now. And I wanted to take a break from working full-time at the gym anyway. Now I have the perfect excuse and an exit timeline. But what about going back to school? I resume looking for Sheldon, scooting across the floor beside the blanket, leaning down to gaze into the nooks and crannies as I go. I thought you were thinking about going back to school? I was, and that's still on the agenda, but I'm going to stay home with the baby for at least 6 months first. She sighs, the sound filled with so much love and anticipation it makes my heart ache. I'm so happy, Bree. I can't wait to meet our baby and for baby to meet everyone we love. I'm so glad he or she is going to have family close, including the most kick-ass aunt ever. An aunt? I'm going to be an aunt, I murmur, blaming Sheldon's disappearance for why this obvious truth didn't penetrate sooner. When it does, my first genuine smile of the evening stretches across my face. Oh man, I can't wait to hold her and play with her and foster an appreciation of good music instead of that shit you listen to. And teach her how to ride a bike and dance with her in the rain and sneak her away to get her first piercing even though you tell her she's too young. Haley's laugh ends in a firm, "You'd better be joking. My child is not getting anything pierced while he or she is under my roof. And she could be a he, you know." No, she's a girl. I just know it, I say, crying out in relief as I finally spot my tricksy crab hiding behind one leg of the coffee table. There you are, Sheldon. Way to give me a heart attack. Did you lose him again? Only for a few minutes, and it wasn't my fault. He's crazy smart. He waits for the phone to ring, when he knows I'll be distracted, to make his break for freedom. Pinning the phone between my shoulder and cheek, I gather Sheldon carefully into both hands. But I promise I won't lose your kid. Not ever. Not even for a few minutes. I'm not worried about it, but I am glad you have Sheldon. He's brought out your nurturing side. It's nice. Happiness evaporating, I set Sheldon in his tank. I actually just decided I have to give him up. It isn't fair to him to keep him here with me. Haley makes a soft sound of dismay. But you love him, and you're so good with him and all his special needs. I grab his blanket from the floor, shaking it out. I try, but I'm away from the house so much, and no matter how hard I try to entertain and socialize with him, I'm not a crab. He needs a colony, and I can't provide that, so I have to let him go. Oh, babe, I'm sorry, Haley says. Is that why you sounded so blue when you picked up? Yeah, I lie, visions of Shane's miserable face as he turned to walk away from me, making my nose sting again. But it's for the best. It really is. I've evaluated the situation logically. I have to make the compassionate choice, no matter how much the selfish part of me wants to hold on to Sheldon. Hold on to Shane. That's what I'm really saying. I know that just like I know that Haley's response, "That's very brave of you, babe. I'm proud of you," is spot on. It is brave to send Shane into his new life with no doomed relationship baggage, and I should be proud that I didn't let emotion cloud my judgment so completely that I gave up everything that matters to me to tag along on someone else's adventure, especially in light of Haley's news. There's no way I could run off to live in Kansas City for 3 years now that I have a niece or nephew on the way. Haley and I are more than sisters. We're best friends, and the only sane family we've got now that our parents are going through their post-divorce midlife crises. With Mom obsessed with fitting into her college jeans at any cost, and Dad running amok on every dating app known to man, we need each other more than ever. And I don't want to miss a minute of this baby's life, let alone abandon Haley for long stretches, where I'll be able to do nothing to help except send well wishes from half a continent away. And well wishes aren't worth much when you're covered in spit up, you haven't slept in days, and you're so desperate for a shower you would eagerly sell your soul to the devil for 10 minutes of uninterrupted peace and quiet. 2 of my best girlfriends have already boarded the mommy train. I've seen the mom gig from a boots-on-the-ground perspective, and it's no joke. Haley is going to need all the help she can get, and I'm going to be there every step of the way. It's yet another reason I should feel good about my decision. But after Haley and I hang up, with promises to grab lunch as soon as she can eat something other than crackers without feeling sick, I feel even worse than I did before. More than anything, I want to pick up the phone and share the big news with Shane. I want to tell him how excited I am and how much I'm looking forward to lavishing this new munchkin with love and fun. And I want to confess to him that I'm a little sad, too. Being allergic to semen isn't just a major roadblock to intimate physical relationships. It's also going to make it complicated and expensive for me to get pregnant. I'll have to pay for a special procedure to wash my partner's sperm clean of proteins before being artificially inseminated. Not the most romantic method of conception, that's for sure. But Shane doesn't want to hear my news anymore. He won't share my highs or my lows ever again because we are over with a capital O, and knowing it's for the best doesn't make the pain one iota more bearable. Giving up on any attempt at functioning normally, I grab a bag of miniature chocolate bars from the freezer, change into pajamas, and crawl into bed to binge-watch dumb reality TV, doing my best to get lost in the melodramatic, staged problems of other people. But of course, it doesn't work, and by the time I finally turn off the tube and burrow deep under the covers without brushing my teeth, in my depressed state, not even the threat of cavities or horrid morning breath can compel me out of my bed and into the bathroom. I can't remember ever feeling so low. I tell myself it will be better when I wake up tomorrow, but I'm a liar. I know it the way I know chocolate is sweet, my new niece will be even sweeter, and that I will mourn what might have been with Shane for as long as I live.
Chapter 18. 4 days later. Life is shit, and so am I. I haven't played this poorly since I was a 5-year-old crashing the 8 and over practice at Youth League, thinking I was ready to play with the big boys and getting my front tooth knocked out for my trouble. I can't track the puck, I stopped maybe 7 of the past 20 shots, and my lungs ache like I'm on the last mile of a marathon. My chest burns, and I can't seem to pull in a full breath. I'm starting to wonder if losing Bree has broken my body as well as my heart. It's clear I'm not in peak condition this morning, but Tank shows me no mercy. He looms at the blue line, blasting slap shots at me like Zeus hurling bolts of lightning, clearly unimpressed with my puny mortal efforts to defend my net. "Get your arm up," he shouts. "Your glove hand is slower than my grandma on the shitter." I wince. Maybe she needs more fiber in her diet. "Again," Tank shouts, not in the mood for jokes. "You're wasting my fucking time, and your time, and hockey's time. Hockey deserves better from you. Get your head on straight for breakaway drills." I roll my shoulders, stretching my stiff neck from side to side and doing my best to shake off the shitty start to practice. I readjust my grip on my stick, focus on Tank as he swoops out across the ice, and will myself to be here now. But even as I watch Tank cradle the puck with his stick and curl toward center ice, a part of me is back at that fountain, looking into Bree's sad eyes, realizing it's over. It's over. She hasn't called or texted, and it's really fucking over, and everything fucking sucks, and stopping a puck zooming toward my net doesn't matter the way it did 4 days ago. Back when I had hope, and dreams, and Bree. Tank skates in hard, dangling the puck back and forth from forehand to backhand. I keep my gaze on his stick, anticipating his next move. I lunge forward, but instead of continuing his aggressive advance, he skids to a sudden stop, sending a thick spray of chopped ice right into my face. I gasp, choking on the foot and ancient rink-flavored ice as Tank rockets the puck into the wide-open net. "Fuck!" I curse, shaking my head. "Agreed," he says. "You're fucking hopeless. You need an intervention." "An intervention?" I blink faster. "What for?" "You know what for. And since I don't do romance, I called in the big guns." Tank nods toward the far entrance to the ice, where a mountain of a person in a heavy faux fur coat and a pink knit cap topped by a rainbow pom-pom is cheerily waving our way. I squint, certain the slush in my eyes is playing tricks on me. "Is that? Wallace, my brother, what's wrong with you?" Yoda's teasing voice carries clearly across the rink. "I thought you were good at this goalie gig." I smile in spite of myself and shoot back, "And I thought you refused to set foot in a big city for love or money." "For money, that's true." Yoda steps carefully out onto the ice, arms held out to his sides for balance. "But for love, I'll go anywhere. What's this I hear about you and your old lady calling it quits?" "She called it quits," I correct him, smile fleeing my lips for warmer, less miserable climates. "I can't stay in Portland. She can't bring herself to leave. And that's the end of that." "That's not the end, dude," Tank says, huffing as he crosses his arms. "That's a jumping-off point for negotiations. You backed down too soon." "Way too soon," Yoda agrees, eyes going comically wide as he almost slips, regaining his balance at the last second with the help of some elaborate arm circles. "Dude," he laughs hard as he steadies himself, "ice is slippery." "And knives are sharp, and fire is hot," Tank says, circling a hand in the air. "If we've covered all the obvious points, can we get to the wisdom for the heartbroken part so I can maybe log some solid practice time with this lovesick bastard before noon?" Knox already gave up on both of us and went to grab his kids from the nanny. Yoda clucks his tongue as he shuffles closer. "You've got a bad attitude, Theodore. If I didn't know better, I'd think you'd never been in love before." "Theodore?" I arch a brow Tank's way. "Theodore, Tasmania Libasi," Yoda says, grinning like the panda bear who farted in the pit bull's face. But people on the playground called him Razzmatazz because his footwork was so fancy. "I used to breakdance," Tank grumbles, but he doesn't glare at Yoda or threaten to cut the other man's tongue out for telling his secrets, proving they must be even better friends than I realized. "That's not something I would have expected from you," I say neutrally. Not that or the in love part, but I have the sense not to mention that out loud. "I've got layers." Tank nods toward Yoda. "Not as many as this guy, but they're there." He rolls his shoulders back with a sniff. "But I'm not equipped to give anyone love advice, so I'll grab a coffee and be back in 15. Is that enough time to work your magic?" Yoda lays a hand on Tank's shoulder and squeezes tight. "You're not going anywhere. You're the perfect person to give love advice. I haven't been in love since Betsy died. Your memories are still fresh." Tank stiffens. "Yeah, tell me another one. You're never going to forget 1 minute of your life with my sister, and we both know it." His sister. Well, that explains his relationship with Yoda. Other things, too, like why he seems so sad sometimes and why he so rarely talks about his family. "Not 1 second," Yoda agrees, the tenderness in his voice so raw that listening to it is like when you first walk into a steam room and have to adjust your mind to the fact that everyone is naked, vulnerable. But that presents its own challenges. Every memory is polished until it shines too bright to see it clearly anymore, you know? She'll always be perfect in my eyes. "She was perfect," Tank says softly, "and she was perfect for you. You were 2 of the lucky ones. I just wish you'd had more time." And I wish you'd had more time with Michelle, Yoda says, banishing the softness from Tank's features. I'm not talking about that, Tank snaps. Then we can't help this man. Yoda tucks his hands into the sleeves of his fluffy coat. It's your story he needs to hear. Tank rolls his eyes, but Yoda insists. Tell him. Telling our stories is how we get closer to each other, how we learn. I'm about to suggest that maybe Tank doesn't want to get closer to me and insist that's fine. I'm not sure I've got a thick enough skin to make a real friend of someone as caustic as Tank when my trainer turns to me and says, Michelle was the girl I dated in high school. The love of his life, Yoda says, amending with a nod. So far. Tank sighs. I asked her to come with me when I got a contract to play in the minors down in Texas. She said no. I left. I was miserable. She was miserable. But by the time I pulled my head out of my ass and went back to Washington to fight for her, she was pregnant with my best friend's kid. Not his very best friend, Yoda clarifies. That's me. His other very good friend who also happened to be a very bad drug dealer. As in, he sucked at it, Tank says, taking up the story. Chance had the street smarts of a fucking baby rabbit. He got himself in trouble and dragged Michelle and the kid down with him. The kid ended up in a foster home, and Michelle and Chance both went down 10 years for possession. With good behavior, they could be out in 5 or 6, but they're never going to get their kid back or have a decent life, not being ex-cons. Yoda hums under his breath. I don't know about that. I believe everyone deserves a second chance, and a third chance, especially people named Chance. It doesn't matter what you believe, you big hippie, Tank says with another eye roll. The system's rigged against ex-cons. It's a fact, not an opinion. But it's not your fault, I say, hurrying to clarify when Tank shifts his fierce gaze my way. Not the prison time or the fact that she ended up with someone else. Tank stares at me for a long, tense moment before announcing in a flat voice, Yeah, I know that, but it still kills me, Wallace. He pauses, a muscle twitching in his tight jaw. If I could go back and change places so she could have a shot at something good, I would do it, in a heartbeat. She didn't deserve that, any of it. And maybe if I hadn't left the way I did, blowing out of town like our history meant nothing and I couldn't get away from her fast enough. I want to do something to comfort him, but I don't dare to clap him on the back or pull him in for a bro hug the way I would my other friends. Tank is a prickly person on a good day. Right now, fresh from sharing things I can tell he doesn't share often, he's giving off such intense keep-your-distance vibes that all I feel safe offering is a sincere, I'm so sorry, man. Don't be sorry, Tank says. Be smarter than I was. Don't let her go without a fight. Show her you've got what it takes to make the long-distance thing work. Yoda nods. Bree's special, brother. Your light and her light. He lifts his big hands, rippling them like waves in the air between us. You vibrate on the same plane. He threads his fingers together with a wink. You're from the same source. Meant to come back to each other, yeah? Tank exhales sharply, but instead of making fun of Yoda's hippie woo-woo the way I expect him to, he nods. Listen to him. It might sound crazy, but he knows shit like this. He's got a sixth sense or something. Ever since we were kids, he's always been able to call who's going to end up together, even people you'd never expect to be a good fit. It doesn't sound crazy, I say, throat going tight as I add, being with Bree feels like coming home. Yes, Yoda beams down at me. That's it. You get it, man. Now you need to make sure she gets it too. Tugging off a glove, I rake a hand through my sweat-damp hair. But how? She's been burned by long-distance relationships before, and she's mad that I couldn't figure out a way to stay in Portland. She has zero hope that we can work this out. Then you give her a hope infusion, Yoda says, making it sound like the simplest thing in the world. But it isn't, not even close, and there's frustration in my voice as I ask, So, does that work like a blood transfusion? Am I going to need an IV? You're going to need to use your head, Tank says. And your heart. You know this girl. You love this girl. Use what you know about her and what you love about her to your advantage. Love weapons, Yoda says, clapping his hands together. It's time to assemble your arsenal, my friend. I can help with this part. I'm good with love weapons. I'll meet you at the coffee shop across the street when you're done with practice, and we'll get started. You might as well head out now, Tank says. Are you sure? I ask, even as my skates turn toward the exit of their own free will. I can pull my shit together for some more drills. I don't want our entire morning to be a waste. It hasn't been, Tank says, an upward curve to his lips that makes me suspect he's more of a romantic than he lets on. At the very least, it's clear he's rooting for Bree and me, and that means a lot. Thanks for the intervention, I say, so grateful I can't help clapping him on the shoulder. I appreciate it. You're welcome. To my surprise, Tank drags me in for a firm bro hug before jabbing a finger toward the exit. Now go get the girl. I'll be at your going-away party tonight. I want to see you two making out over hot dogs, eating the same one from both ends until you kiss or something gross like that. I promise I'll do my best before turning back to Yoda. You up for coffee and love weapons now? Yoda thrusts his faux fur-covered arms into the air. Always up for both. Just give me 10 minutes to get across this ice without falling on my ass. We'll help you, gorgeous, Tank says, a teasing note in his tone I've rarely heard before. Wouldn't want you to get your fancy duds wet. Thank you. Yoda reaches out to take the arm Tank offers as he skates up beside the much larger man. You're a prince in wolf's clothing, Theodore. We should work on your love weapons when we're finished with Shane's. It's time you got back in the game, brother. No, Tank says flatly as we start across the ice, me peeling off layers as we go, so my time in the locker room will be as brief as possible. You're no good alone. You need a lady to soften your sharp edges. No, Tank repeats. What about Gigi, my glass-making girl? Yoda asks. You met her at my opening last year, remember? She's a beauty inside and out and patient enough to put up with your grouchy exterior until she peels back the layers to reveal the peach inside. I'm not a peach, and peaches don't have layers, Tank says, still in the same calm tone, making me suspect he and Yoda have had this discussion several times before. And I'm not letting you set me up with one of your artsy-fartsy friends. I have nothing in common with those people. What about Faro? She was at my birthday bonfire last year, Yoda says. She teaches jujitsu and used to be a cop. Tank snorts. Yeah, that would be a great match. We could bond over how close I came to going to jail. You could, Yoda agrees. She's got a great sense of humor. No, Tank repeats, helping Yoda step through the gate and onto the rubberized floor before skating backward with a raised hand. Good luck, Shane. And don't let that bastard invite anyone to your party for me. I refuse to be set up, especially sneak attack set up. But it's for your own good, Yoda calls after him. Honor my boundaries, asshole, Tank shouts back, but there's love in his voice, even when he's calling names. Once he's out of earshot, gathering his things on the other side of the rink, I can't resist asking Yoda, so you two have been friends since you were how old? 5. Yoda falls in beside me as I start toward the locker room. Theodore stole my lunch the whole first week of kindergarten. I laugh. So he's always been like this, huh? Nah, he was just hungry, Yoda says. His family didn't have much, and what they had didn't go to Theodore. The day I started bringing 2 lunches, he gave me a big hug and promised he was always going to be my best friend. So far, he's been a man of his word. The story makes my ribs ache. Poor kid. Yoda wraps an arm around my shoulders. That's why we all need to get out our love weapons, right? Got to fill this world with love to make up for all the hard stuff. I nod, and as I head into the locker room, hope unfurls with a quiet warmth that makes me think of the afternoon Bree and I spent curled up on her couch, listening to jazz records while she read dozens of poems aloud, searching for the one that would light up my soul the way poetry always lights up hers. Inspiration hits with a sizzle, making me hurry to change even faster. I've got an idea for my first love weapon, and I can't wait to run it by Yoda. Tank was right. I've got all the tools I need to win Bree back. I just need to work as hard at getting the girl as I've always worked at my career. Harder, because she's my home, my heart. I'm going to fight for Bree like I've never fought for anything before, which means I need all the allies I can get. On impulse, I pull myself from my bag and scroll down to Haley's number. I've never called Haley before, only texted when I couldn't reach her husband, Will, for some reason, but she answers on the second ring with a warm, "Hello, Wallace. How are you this bright, beautiful Sunday? Ready to party tonight?" Clearly, Bree hasn't told her about our split. She might not have told her that we were ever together. We were keeping things on the down low from almost everyone but a few close friends, which will make my request even more awkward. But I don't let either of those facts slow me down. Instead, I answer honestly. No, I'm not ready to party. I fucked things up with Bree and I need to fix it. Fix us. Because nothing is good without her. Haley hums softly. How major is this fuck up? I briefly explain the situation. When I'm done, Haley declares, "That's not a fuck up, that's letting fear call the shots. It sucks, but it can be fixed. We can fix this, Shane." Assuming Bree wants to fix it. Anxiety rushes in so strong it leaves a sour taste in my mouth. I think she will. She was so sad the other night. I could tell even though she was trying hard to hide it. Trust me, I know my sister, and I've got a pretty good idea what's going on in her squirrel brain. Go talk to your friend and then give me a call back. I'll strategize with Will and see what we can do to help. Thanks, Haley. I appreciate it, I say, hurrying to add. I was wondering if maybe we could push up the party start time by an hour or so, but just for one certain person, I'd love to have some time alone with Bree. Haley hums thoughtfully. I'll call her and tell her we're starting 2 hours early. She's always at least an hour late to parties. I thank her profusely, promise to call her back as soon as I have a plan in place, and hang up, shoving my feet into my boots, not bothering with the laces before heading for the locker room door. I don't have time to tie my shoes. There is a beautiful, perfect, amazing woman out there waiting for me to convince her that love trumps distance, and there isn't a moment to waste, not a second. I push into a jog, hurrying to where Yoda waits by the glass doors leading out into the midday sun.
Chapter 19. All day long, as I work the brunch shift at the bar, flinging mimosas and Bloody Marys as fast as I can open OJ and squeeze limes, a silent war wages within my heart. I can't go to Shane's farewell barbecue. That's a hot mess waiting to happen. But how can I miss my last chance to say goodbye and wish him well? I don't want to risk falling apart in front of Shane and his friends and my pregnant sister who is hosting the party, and who will be tremendously upset if she realizes how upset I am. But if I don't go, I might not see him again for months, maybe longer. And the thought of going without laying eyes on Shane for an extended amount of time makes my spirit howl in despair. The howling is so loud I can't think straight, and I hurry home at 4 o'clock as confused as when the day started. But as soon as I close the apartment door behind me, I go straight to the shower and start getting ready to go out again. Haley texted to say that the party's been moved up 2 hours to accommodate families with kids that need to be in bed by 8, so there isn't a moment to waste. I use the shower gel Shane likes, put on my frilly green tank top and the flowing skirt he says makes me look like a hippie movie star, and leave my hair wavy and wild instead of running a flat iron through it. I function on autopilot, making myself as pleasing as possible to my man, even though he's not my man anymore. He hasn't called or texted or come by my house or the bar. He walked away 4 days ago, and he hasn't looked back. My prettiness, or lack thereof, isn't going to change the fact that we're over and there is no future for us. But I can't help myself. When in danger, I fall back on the armor that served me in the past. That's what my appearance has often been for me, armor to keep me safe. Even when I was on the verge of model stardom, I rarely took pleasure in being beautiful for beauty's sake or for my own enjoyment. Being pretty was a way to achieve financial security and freedom from pain and worry. Every high-profile photo shoot or coveted runway gig only brought me relief at having avoided poverty or embarrassment, never joy. It's impossible to find joy while running away from fear. Running only takes you in one direction, away from scary stuff, not toward anything better. It was only after I stopped running and took a hard look at the things that made me happy in the deepest, most lasting ways that I realized modeling was never going to give me the soul satisfaction I was looking for. The joy in my life comes from connection to the people I love and from doing work I believe is valuable and makes a difference in the lives of others. Strutting around in fashionable clothes while swearing off carbs 6 out of 7 days a week so I could fit into the tiniest sample size wasn't bringing me or anyone else joy. Once that truth soaked in, it was amazing how easy it was to walk away from my old career and stop investing so much effort in what I looked like on the outside. Except in times of extreme stress, of course. Or terror. I'm terrified, I realize, as I push through the gate into Will and Haley's new backyard, a half-acre of green grass with a pool, a hot tub, and a fountain surrounded by hammocks, which is quickly becoming one of my favorite places to hang out. I usually feel so peaceful when I'm back here. But tonight, the sight of the colorful lanterns strung above the patio and the tiki torches flickering merrily in the evening light makes my palms sweat. The catchy vintage jazz bubbling from the speakers sends my heart into slam dance mode, and my stomach goes sour. This was a bad idea, I mutter, backing toward the gate, hoping I can escape before anyone notices I'm here. That's the moment the realization hits. I'm the only one here. But surely not. I creep forward across the thick grass and around the side of the house, bringing the full patio into view. But the chairs surrounding the festively set table are all empty, and the hot tub is still and vacant. The only movement comes from the lanterns, swaying gently in the summer breeze. Brows drawing together, I tug my phone from my purse and check the text Haley sent earlier. There it is. 5 p.m. start time, in black and white. It's 5:45, nearly an hour past when the other guests were due to arrive. I was late on purpose, hoping I would be able to slip in and hide among the crowd, avoiding drawing too much attention as I delivered my going-away fromance present to Shane. Wished him success and happiness in Kansas City, and made a quick exit before Haley noticed how upset I am. I can fool the world, but I can't fool my sister, especially face-to-face, and experience has taught me better than to try. But now my plan has gone awry. I check the text a second time, assuring myself that I have the right date, and am about to text Haley to see what the heck is going on when the music stops and a familiar voice rumbles from the speakers set up at the corners of the patio. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. Emily. I press a hand to my heart as I recognize one of Dickinson's most famous and most beautiful poems. I don't know which is more moving, the fact that Shane has finally found poetry that speaks to him — I can hear his connection to the words in his voice — or that he's reciting this particular one for me. It's one of my favorites, and eerily on point considering the present hidden in my purse. And sweetest, in the gale, is heard, Shane continues, and sore must be the storm that could abash the little bird that kept so many warm. Tears stinging into my eyes, I make my way onto the patio, searching for Shane, but there's still no sign of my sweet, wonderful man, only an empty space with his voice filling the air as he finishes the final verse. I've heard it in the chillest land and on the strangest sea, yet never, in extremity, it asked a crumb of me. He clears his throat lightly. I was thinking about hope today, Bree, and how I might be able to convince you to have some hope for us. So I went looking for a poem, and this was the first one that popped up. And it was so perfect, like it was written just for us. But even more than that, it made me feel that brain buzz you always talk about. I curl my hands together into one fist that I press to my chin. I'm so glad, I whisper, not certain where he is or if he can hear me, but sensing that he's close. Even more than that, he adds in a thicker voice.
It made my heart buzz. It made me feel the way I feel when I'm with you, so overwhelmed by the beauty of the world and how lucky I am to find someone who gets me the way you get me, that it hurts. But hurts in a good way, if that makes any sense. I nod as I sniff hard, fighting the tears pressing at the backs of my eyes. But the past 4 days haven't been the good kind of hurt. They've sucked all the donkey balls, every single one. I laugh, but before I can shout, "Agreed," Shane presses on. I don't want to break up, Doc. I would rather know you're loving me from thousands of miles away than go to sleep in the same bed with anyone else. There is no one else for me. You're all I want, all I need, and I promise if you give me a chance, I'll do everything in my power to make being apart as painless as possible. He pauses before adding in a more intimate tone, I hope hearing my voice like this made you feel like I was there with you. Because if you'll let me, I intend to trick your apartment out with the best sound system money can buy, so anytime you feel alone, we can hop on the phone, you can plug in your cell, and my voice can surround you. I cover my mouth with my hand, losing the battle against tears as he continues, but that's not the only weapon in my love arsenal. I've got so much more to offer, Doc. Grab the tablet on the bar and see what you think. Swiping at my wet cheeks, I cross to the bar and pick up the device. At the touch of a button, the screen flickers to life, showing a still of Shane standing in front of the flea market. I hit play, and my sweet love comes to life. Hey there, Bree, he says with a grin. If you're watching this, it means you didn't run as soon as you figured out you were the only person who got an early invite. I'm so glad you're here, and I can't wait to show you what I have in store for you. He waves a hand. Follow me. He turns, jogging toward the front door. A moment later, the frame cuts to Shane standing by Niles in his book booth. So, you agree to help me keep Bree in books? He asks Niles. If I get my letter and book selection to you by Friday night? Niles nods, pushing his glasses higher on his nose as he nods. I do. Letter writing is a lost art, especially love letters. I would be honored to help. Shane turns back to the camera, holding up a folded piece of paper. So it's settled. Every Sunday we're apart, you can come down to Niles's booth and go on a scavenger hunt for a letter tucked into a book I've picked out just for you. It won't be the same as being here with you to hunt for treasure, but I hope it'll make you feel less alone. I'm openly sobbing now, and my nose is starting to run. By the time Shane chats with Mrs. Adamescu about his plan to have gourmet petit fours delivered to her booth for us to share each Sunday, I'm a mess. And then he keeps going, making stops at all our favorite places in town, chatting with our favorite vendors and street artists and chefs, and my vinyl hookup at the Lost Boys Record Emporium, arranging for secret surprises everywhere we love to go together. After, he moves on to our friends, arranging for Nick to help me out anytime I need something heavy carried up to my apartment, for Stephanie to pop by with groceries Shane's ordered to make dinner so I won't end up eating every meal alone, and for Yoda to be on deck for emergency bear hugs, assuming I'm willing to meet at the beach since he doesn't do cities. Shane's gone above and beyond to be here with me without actually being here. The entire city will be haunted by him. No, haunted is the wrong word. Shane won't be a ghost. He'll be alive and well and sending these messages of love to me through our friends and family. And a part of him will be there with us when Niles gives me a book Shane thought I would like, or Stephanie and I gossip in the kitchen while making a recipe he picked out. He's doing everything he can to make sure I can weather the loneliness of separation, and I know I can do the same for him. My mind is already racing, thinking of all the ways I can be with him in spirit as he starts his new life in Kansas City. We can do this. We have to do this because there's no way I'm ever getting over this man. He is mine, and I am his, and I just thank God he made me see the truth before we lost this chance at forever. A soft squeaking sound catches my attention, and I look up to see Shane emerging from the pool house and starting through the grass toward me. Setting the tablet down on the bar, I don't walk. I run. I race across the lawn and hurl my entire body into his arms.
And of course, he catches me, holding me tight as I wrap my arms and legs around him for a full-body hug. "I'm so sorry I doubted us, babe. But I promise I'll never let you go again," I murmur into his ear. "Never." "Never sounds good," he says, squeezing me even closer. "We can do this, Doc. There's no doubt in my mind." I pull back, nodding as I gaze into his beautiful face. Mine either. Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. "Dickinson?" he asks. "Shakespeare. But I do have a volume of Dickinson in my purse for you. It was going to be my goodbye present." His eyes go wide. "Get out." "I will not get out," I say, grinning. "I'm staying right here with you. I intend for us to be joined at the hip until you leave. I'm calling in sick to work the rest of the week. And you will be staying at my place, where we don't have to look at boxes until the last possible minute." "Perfect," he says, an unspoken question lingering behind the word. "What?" I ask, brushing his hair from his forehead. "Nothing. I'm just happy. And relieved. I want to remember this moment, the way you looked when you ran to me." Throat tight with emotion, I nod. "Me too. Thank you for all of this. You didn't have to go to all this trouble." "Yes, I did," he insists. "You're worth it. And I love you." "I love you too," I say, followed quickly by, "Is anyone in the pool house?" He shakes his head. "No. Your sister and Will went on a liquor store run. They said they forgot white wine, but I think they wanted to give us some privacy." "Privacy is good," I say, biting my lip. "But being naked together in the pool house is even better. I have condoms in my purse." "And I have a hard-on for you that won't quit," he says, laughing at the wicked grin that stretches across my face in response. "You're a sex fiend." "Only for you, baby." I kiss him again before whispering against his lips. "Only for you." Less than a minute later, we're slamming into the pool house, clothes flying as we strip down. And as he makes love to me on the floor by the bed because we couldn't make it the extra few feet without coming together, the last of my doubt evaporates in a flood of certainty and the richest, deepest kind of hope. This is the kind of love that nothing can destroy, not time or distance or any other challenge that might come our way. My buddy with Benny's is mine for keeps, and tonight I'm the luckiest girl in Portland or any other city on the planet.
Epilogue. 11 months later. We're back where it all started for us, and damn, it feels good. It's good to be back in Oregon, surrounded by my favorite people, drinking the coldest craft brew beer I've had in months, and watching the love of my life tie a pair of tiny green horns on Stephanie's sleeping pug. The gold and gray-whiskered pup is zonked out in a dog stroller, surrounded by the discarded pieces of Stephanie's astronaut costume, which she decided was too uncomfortable to tolerate 2 hours into the Alien Days festival. We're taking in the festivities from the ground this year and having a blast. When Bree first suggested we book a room for the weekend, I wasn't sure I would enjoy 2 days surrounded by people who think the Army is hiding the bodies of little green men in a secret bunker somewhere. But I couldn't have been more wrong about the crowd. The attendees are campy goofballs who seem to love dressing up, beer, and playing hacky sack like it's the 90s, in that order. And my girl looks unexpectedly gorgeous, dressed like a sexy robot, complete with a silver bustier, cone-shaped skirt, and moon boots that reach all the way to her shapely thighs. Not even the gears and fuel gauge she's painted on her face can detract from how undeniably sexy she is. I can't wait to get her alone tonight, to have her back in my arms and know I won't ever have to let go again. I'm glad Bree invited all our friends to join us for the first day of the festival and a rooftop dinner, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't counting down the hours to when I won't have to share her. When she'll be all mine and I'll be able to show her how much I've missed her these last 2 weeks apart. What do you think? Bree glances over her shoulder at me before she turns back to the dog, making an adjustment to his radiation-colored antlers. Does that make him look like an alien or a zombie reindeer? Zombie reindeer, most definitely, Stephanie says with a laugh. But a cute zombie reindeer, I add, grinning when Bree props her hands on her hips in frustration. He's not going to have a chance anyway, Doc. Have you seen the Greyhound dressed up as Spock from Star Trek? He's a shoo-in for first. But Sniffles might still have a chance to place, especially if I can get the three-finger alien booties on his paws. Bree motions to Stephanie. Lift him up, and I'll fish his front legs out from under him. Stephanie shakes her head. Mr. Sniffles is like an infant. If you wake him from a nap before he's ready, he will make your life a living hell with his bad attitude. Let's just push him over to the judging area while he's asleep and hope for the best. Will they judge him if he's asleep? Bree asks, nibbling on her thumb. I think half the judges are asleep, Stephanie says dryly. Have you seen how much beer those people are drinking? If any of the organizers are conscious for the fireworks display, I will eat my astronaut helmet. Bree nods. Good point. You get Sniffles to the judging area. Shane and I will go grab more beer in case the judges are open to bribery. Sounds good. Stephanie fishes a 5 from the back pocket of her jean shorts. And get me a water too, will you? I can't believe how hot it is today. Bree waves away Stephanie's money. Your money is no good here, woman. All the water you can drink is on us. Our thank you for driving down here after teaching 2 classes this morning. Well, thank you, ma'am. Stephanie grins as she turns the stroller around. I like this new high roller side of you. I hope you'll remember me when you're even more rich and famous. Right, Bree rolls her eyes. We just got into the black 2 months ago, woman. Don't jinx us. We're unjinxable, I assure Bree, as long as you keep letting me stock the shop, since I have the keenest treasure-hunting instincts around. 6 months ago, I bit the bullet and opened Funky Junk, my unique antique and creepy craft emporium in the Portland Arts District, finally putting the inventory I'd accumulated throughout the years for sale in a kitschy venue inside an old arcade. Bree convinced me to create a PlayStation at the back with the few functional arcade games and arranged all the display stations herself. By the time she was finished, the space looked so incredible I knew she was the only person fit to run the store. I hired her as my manager, and within 4 months, she's earned back all the seed money and put us firmly in the black. If business continues to build the way it has, soon we'll both be earning a nice income from the store. I could retire from the NHL tomorrow if I wanted to. I confess there were a few moments this past year when I was missing Bree like an arm or a leg or something even more vital to survival that I considered leaving it all behind. But just when I wasn't sure if I could take another year of long-distance love, a hockey miracle landed in my lap. A miracle Bree doesn't know about yet, but I'm not sure how much longer I can hold the news in. I need to spill it all to see her face light up when she realizes how our lives are about to change. Stephanie waves as she dives into the crowd, maneuvering the stroller through the street full of aliens, monsters, and a flock of three-eyed crows I think have something to do with the local brewery's new sour ale. As she leaves, I wrap my arm around my favorite sexy robot, drawing her close. Alone at last, I murmur into the hair at the back of Bree's neck, loving the way she shivers in response. But not for long, she turns in my arms. We have to find Haley and Will and make sure they don't run off before the kitty costume contest. I didn't paint Isabella green for them to go take a nap in their room during the most vital competition of the day. I shake my head. I can't believe your sister let you paint her 2-month-old baby green. I can't believe how awesome she looks in lime, Bree says as she pushes onto tiptoe, pressing a soft kiss to the tip of my nose. And how much more awesome she's going to look when I put Mr. Sniffles' booties on her instead. You think Isabella is going to put up with that? I run a hand up and down Bree's back, relishing the feel of her against me. One good thing to come from our long-distance love, it's made me appreciate every second with her in a way I'm not sure I would have if I hadn't learned firsthand how hard it is to be away from her for more than a day or two. Bree leans into me. Maybe, if she's asleep. And considering how much she sleeps, we've got a shot. You want me to hit the beer tent while you go look for Will and Haley, or vice versa? I'll hit the tent and meet you at the pet costume contest judging area, I say. But after the costume contests and parade are over, I'm stealing you, okay? I have a surprise that can't wait until dinner. Bree's eyes light up. A surprise, huh? I have one of those for you, too. What's yours? Is it a puppy? The more time I spend with Mr. Sniffles, the more I realize how much I need a puppy in my life. Isn't he the cutest thing ever? Except for Isabella, of course. He is cute, but it's not a puppy. It's smaller than a pug, but bigger than a pair of zombie reindeer antlers. She chews her lip as her gaze lifts to the cloudless sky overhead. Bigger than antlers, but smaller than a pug. Is it a book? Not a book. A record? She crosses her fingers. Maybe that live Miles Davis with John Coltrane we've been trying to find? I cluck my tongue. Nope, though I have been hunting for that one. 2 guesses down. Do you want another clue? Bree shakes her head. No more clues. Let me think on it while I track down Haley and the baby. She starts to pull away, but pauses, cupping my face with a tender smile. I love you. I'm so glad you're home with me for the summer, baby. Me too, Doc. So glad. The secret rises inside me, threatening to spill out right here, right now. But a crowded street filled with sweaty humans dressed as aliens and smelling faintly of spilled beer isn't the place. I hold my tongue, kiss Bree firmly but chastely, and head to the beer tent. Thankfully, the rest of the afternoon passes quickly, in a haze of laughing and eating copious amounts of popcorn while watching the alien-themed floats wheel by from the shade of our hotel's generous awning. Mr. Sniffles doesn't place in the pet costume contest, but Isabella takes first in the infant division. The trophy is bigger than she is, and she preciously sleeps through the entire process, even having her picture taken propped up next to her prize. And then, finally, it's the moment I've been waiting for all day. Bree and I step out of the elevator onto the roof, where the hotel staff is busy preparing for dinner service, including setting the giant table where Bree and I are hosting dinner for our friends tonight. But no one stops to stare as we cross to the still-closed bar. I arranged this visit with the hotel's concierge a week ago, and clearly the staff has been apprised of what's about to happen. Shit. What's about to happen? This is it. The moment I've been dreaming about since Christmas, when I bought the ring burning a hole in my pocket. I just hope it's as perfect as I want it to be. A proposal uniquely suited to my girl that she'll remember forever. What's this? Bree's eyes light up as she spies the bottle of champagne chilling at the shady side of the bar beside 2 filled glasses and a large yellow gift bag. For you, of course. I try to play it cool, even as my pulse thrashes in my throat. Open it. You shouldn't have got me anything. You home is all the present I need. Open it, I insist. It's not expensive. The opposite, really. Her eyes narrow. The opposite of expensive. Now I'm intrigued. She reaches for the gift bag and pulls out the simple bronze frame. A picture of a... She shakes her head with a laugh. What is that? Something you've signed? It's a contract page, I confirm. Take a look at what it says. I wait, clenching and unclenching my sweaty palms as Bree scans the paragraphs, her mouth moving along with the words, until she gets to the good part and she suddenly lets out a squeal loud enough to make the champagne ripple in the glasses. 6 years! Oh my God! You're home for 6 years! Home for good. My words end in a grunt as she hurls herself into my arms for a fierce hug. If the Badgers decide they don't want more of me after the 6 years are up, I'll hang up my skates. I'm never leaving you again. She pulls back, eyes shining as she laughs. I'm so glad. But how did this happen? Who did you have to take out to get this kind of deal? I didn't have to take anyone out. The Badger management noticed I was bringing something special to Kansas City and reached out to see what it would take to get me back. I went into my 3-year contract with the Highballers committed to going all in with my new team. Not only did I bring my A game to the ice as a starter, I stayed late at practice to work with the backup goalies, sharing everything I'd learned from Tank and my years as a Badger to give us depth at the position and ensure nothing was getting in our net. As a result, the Highballers had the best year since they were established as an expansion team, and I set team records for wins and goals against average. I also got a nickname, Wallace the Wall, which sounded awesome chanted by a happy hometown crowd. I never expected to be leaving a year into my contract, but at the end of a season in which my new team missed the playoffs by 2 points, I got offers from several franchises looking to add a top-rated goalie to their lineup, one of which was Portland, who was willing to lay down major bank to bring me home for 6 years. It was, of course, a no-brainer. The other offers were flattering, but Portland is the only place I want to be. I'm over the moon, Bree says, clasping her hands together. Now I won't need that one-way ticket I bought to Kansas City. I blink. You're kidding. She laughs. No, I'm not kidding. I've been training Vivian to take over for me at the shop and told my landlord I'd be out by the end of the summer. Thank you, Doc, I say, more touched than I can adequately express with words. Knowing Bree was willing to give up Portland and everything that goes with it for me is humbling, making me even more sure we're ready for the next step. Bree squeezes my hand. You're welcome. I was going to have to move anyway to make room for your last incredible present, but I confess I'm glad I won't have to figure out how to transport a hermit crab colony cross-country. Last month, I purchased a 15-gallon tank and a colony of hermit crabs from their present owner, a sweet old guy who seemed relieved to hand the crustaceans over to a good home come August 1st, when Bree said she would be prepared to take possession of Sheldon's new home and friends. Now I know why she wanted to delay. I'm a lucky man. You're about to get even luckier, Bree says, as she turns with a nervous laugh to dig in the giant purse she set on a bar stool when we arrived. At least, I hope you'll think so. I looked all over for the perfect pair, but I kept coming back to these two guys. She pulls out something wrapped carefully in tissue and opens it to reveal a vintage salt and pepper shaker set, which she arranges on the bar by our champagne glasses. The salt is a fish wearing a hula skirt, and the pepper is a crab holding a top hat in one claw, and they are absolutely perfect. They remind me of our beach trip. I wrap an arm around her waist. Of the day you told me you loved me for the first time. She squeezes my bicep. I hoped they would. That's what I was looking for. Though I wanted a pair that had a solid heft to them, too. I know you hate a flimsy ceramic. She nods toward them, a gleam in her eyes. Give them a shake, see what you think. I don't need to. I can tell they're perfect. And probably from the 40s. No, you need to, Bree insists. You should give them a shake. All right. Casting a narrow glance her way, I reach out, shaking first the salt, solid, just as I thought, and then the pepper, summoning a rattling sound from inside the crab. Brow arching, I shift my attention back to Bree. There's something in there. There is, she says, feigning surprise. I wonder what it could be. Maybe I should open it. Maybe you should. She's practically dancing as I turn the ceramic over and tug out the plastic stopper. I tip it up again, shaking until something silver falls out into my palm. And maybe it's the heat or the 2 beers I've had, but it takes me a long second to realize what it is. By the time I do, Bree is kneeling beside me, her hands pressed to her heart. Shane Wallace, will you marry me? She asks, as my chest explodes with pure bliss. I love you more than anything in the world, and considering we're deliriously happy and adopting 10 crab children together, I think it's time I put a ring on it, don't you? This is just like the day we played in the fountain. I pull her ring from my pocket and hold it up next to the one she brought, making her jaw drop. I guess that proves it, I say, dropping onto one knee beside her. We're meant to be. Her eyes are shining, but she laughs as she nods. Yes, we are. So I guess I should put a ring on it too, since I also love you more than anything in the world and can't wait to make you my wife. Bree holds out a slightly trembling hand. Yes, you should. And yes, I will. I slide my ring on her finger and she slides hers on mine, and then we toast our engagement, sipping champagne as we make plans for where we want to live and where we'll tie the knot and how soon we can transition Sheldon and his colony mates into their new permanent home. By the time our friends and family join us for dinner, we've got a group beach campground site booked for the July 4th weekend. Over appetizers, we invite everyone to our wedding and spend the rest of the meal laughing and catching up with the people we love most. And then, hours later, after the last chocolate mousse has been spooned up and the final bottle of wine emptied, Bree and I retreat to our room, and I make love to my future wife, silently thanking God that I get to be her one and only. From now until the day death, which will not be from a sperm-der because I am nuclear protocols careful with condoms, do us part.
This has been Puck Buddies, written by Lili Valente, narrated by Andi Arndt and Sebastian York. Copyright 2018 by Lili Valente. Production copyright 2018 by Lili Valente. Production coordination by Lyric Audiobooks. Andi Arndt and Sebastian York are members of SAG-AFTRA. To keep up with upcoming titles and be added to her mailing list, visit the author's website at lilivalente.com.